Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of I Really Don't Want to Become a Saint Immortal right here on GMT Recap. A brief narration before the story begins. In the 10th year of the Zhengguan reign, at Jingyang Xian, in a small alley, a hand reached for the door. Soon after, a young woman with an exceedingly seductive figure appeared. The night is late, young master, no need to hurry, please come in. Nu Jia will prepare tea and ready the bed for you. Upon hearing this, the young man's face darkened. The girl then stepped forward and led him inside. A moment later, she lay sprawled on the bed, her body drenched in sweat. Young master, Nu Jia feels unbearably hot, could you help Nu Jia examine her body? The young man approached, his expression void of emotion, his face pitch black. Slowly, he reached out and placed his hand on her neck, making her cry out in delight, please, young master, have mercy. But the very next instant, he tightened his grip on her. Her eyes flew wide open, and within her pupils, a circle of Nei became visible. From this angle, it was clear the young man was suppressing her with Dao Shu, forcing demonic energy to pour out of her body. In his hand, he held tightly a golden light amulet, while his eyes blazed with a dazzling light. Monster, reveal your true form at once. At the beginning of the story, this somewhat dull-looking fellow was named Xin Changshang, a young man who grew up under the flag of the party and was educated in the theory of dialectical materialism from childhood. After a sudden transmigration into this feudal society, in the 10th year of the Tang dynasty's Zhengguan era, he not only failed to become a prince, a royal, or the son of some wealthy family, but also had no system to aid him. Pitifully, he scraped by, living frugally and toiling to save enough money just to rent a shabby hut, yet still could not escape his wretched fate of poverty. Chang Shang stepped into the house, angrily tearing apart the paper he was holding. Damn. So even in the Tang dynasty, unscrupulous brokers run rampant. No wonder this courtyard was the cheapest. This dilapidated house would become the starting point of his journey to one-day rule over the Tang dynasty. He walked up to the door plastered all over with talisman papers and let out a weary sigh. Forget it, the money's already spent, what else can I do? A gust of wind swept past, knocking one of the talismans off the door. This filthy, cramped place did not even come with cleaning services. Inside the courtyard stood a rusted iron sword pinned onto a bagua yingyangzhen. Looking up at the ceiling, one could see spiderwebs thick as veils, with talismans plastered all around. Chang Shang walked up to the rusted sword, silently thinking, reality has already proven that, even though I'm a transmigrator from the civilized modern society of the 21st century, facing thousands of ancient swindlers here, I'm probably not sharp enough. With that thought, Chang Shang pulled out a cigarette, stuck it between his lips, and flicked his lighter. Might as well have a smoke to calm down a bit. He took a deep drag, then exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze shifting to the side, looking utterly indifferent. Yet the thick curls of cigarette smoke swirling upward from Chang Shang, when inhaled by a withered ancient tree nearby, suddenly made it sprout fresh buds and shoots. While Chang Shang was wandering around the house to observe his surroundings, he noticed a sudden flash of light. What's that? Just throwing scrap metal all over the place? Curious, he stepped forward and picked up the sword to examine it, but who could have guessed the moment he touched it, the hilt snapped clean off. Staring wide-eyed at the broken hilt in his hand, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, damn it, it's broken. I still wanted to keep it for cutting grass and tilling the soil. Suddenly, from inside the room, a voice echoed out, startling Chang Shang into whipping his head around, young master, save me. Young master, Nu Jia is here. Hearing that, Chang Shang hastily dropped the cigarette in his hand and muttered, what's going on here? Didn't the agents say this house had been vacant for a long time? Why is there someone inside? The young man fumed with anger, smoke practically puffing from his ears, and stormed straight toward the room, shouting loudly, what's this? Who's in there? As he approached, he accidentally stepped on the bagua yingyangzhen, leaving a deep footprint on it, which instantly emitted a dazzling light. Chang Shang strode forward, flung the door wide open, and scowled furiously as he roared, this place is my home now, get out immediately. And then, right before his eyes appeared an enormous, unbelievably voluptuous pair of breasts. A moment later, a sultry girl with a seductive figure struck a tempting pose, her dazed eyes fluttering as she swayed and whispered, "Young master." Seeing this, Chang Sheng's eyes sparkled brightly, his face flushed crimson, and he whispered excitedly, "Oh my god, I've fallen in love." When the girl rushed forward, the young man quickly dodged to the side, causing her to fall flat on her face on the ground. Yet, Chang Sheng did not help her up. Instead, he turned his head away and boasted loudly, "Young lady, don't think you can just touch anything on my body as you please." Thick-skinned, the girl grabbed onto Chang Sheng's belt, and he raised his voice, "I already told you, why don't you people of the Tang dynasty study properly? The working folk should rely on their diligent hands to make a living." Pressing her chest against Chang Sheng's back, the girl spoke in a coquettish tone, "Young master, Nuada has always relied on her two melons to make a living." No sooner had she finished speaking than Chang Sheng began to feel the pressure of those two melons against his belt. Unable to withstand the force of the two silicon bags, he cried out in panic, "Oh, oh, oh, female pervert, dear heavens!" Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Sheng immediately backed away, clutching himself. Staring fixedly at her chest, he babbled, "Why you, as a young lady shouldn't speak such nonsense. I think she's trying to do something to me, but I have no evidence." Thus, Chang Sheng turned his face away, just as the girl's entire body suddenly began to ceaselessly release streams of demonic energy. However, completely unaware, Chang Sheng spoke firmly, "Young lady, it is already late. If you have nothing else to do, hurry home. From now on, don't recklessly enter such dilapidated houses. If you get trapped, no one will come to save you." After that, he stepped forward and removed the talisman from the painting. "Moreover, I've heard that this place is very likely haunted. Could it be that little miss is not afraid?" He kept talking on and on, oblivious to the demonic aura rising behind him from the female ghost. "Then, are you afraid of spirits and demons? Ha 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 ha. I am the child of fortune, the one chosen by the heavens, the noble transmigrator, the possessor of the chaotic body Shingue, untouchable by any force." Suddenly, the painting began to show signs of movement, its glaring eyes even breaking out in sweat. The female ghost had now fully transformed, her sinister form with sharp claws aimed straight at Chang Sheng. Yet he still spoke calmly, as if it were the truth, "You wouldn't understand these things anyway. In fact, I was only trying to scare you. All those ghostly maidens and strange spirits are merely speculations of the ancients." From the outside looking in, Chang Sheng's entire house was flooded with the eerie, gloomy innie of that female ghost. Somewhere else, a man appeared, silent and grave. Then, a great official standing before him said, "Daozong, do not worry. I am the Chang Huang of Jingyang Xian, bearing the title of Wu Wu Fan. I shall aid you in eradicating this female ghost. That Zheng Gui Lao is on the verge of merging. Once that happens, his strength will be unfathomable. Therefore, I can only seal them for now. This time, I must trouble you, my lord." As soon as those words were spoken, the man fixed his gaze upon the stream of energy within his palm and shouted loudly, "Not good, my sealing formation has already been destroyed." Returning to Chang Sheng, facing the attack of the demoness and on the brink of death, he still paid no attention, instead focusing intently on the golden coin under the table. When Chang Sheng saw the gold, his eyes sparkled. The demoness behind him was already almost upon him, about to finish off her prey, when suddenly Chang Sheng lifted the table. As a result, the demoness unintentionally took the full blow of the table to her face, but Chang Sheng ignored everything around him, picking up the coin and slipping it into his pouch. "Money falling from the sky is truly lucky. Tomorrow morning I can eat 2 more meat buns." Suddenly, the golden coin inside the pouch emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Chang Sheng's mouth dropped open in shock as he shouted, "Holy cow! Did I just run into a ghost? Where's my money?" Before he could recover from the shock, the coin suddenly shot out of the pouch and opened up a system space. Witnessing this, Chang Sheng was overjoyed, thinking to himself with delight, "A system? Could it be that the divine artifact destined for transmigrators has finally appeared?" At once, Chang Sheng pulled out a rose from who knows where, held it between his teeth, and with a handsome expression declared, "Let's see, dear system, what functions do you possess?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel instantly appeared in his hand, displaying a notification, "Current remaining time is 71:59:59. Please recharge energy in time." The first recharge reward ranges from 6 hours to 15 hours. The rewards will be from 6 gold to 648 gold respectively. If you do not recharge to maintain your life, the system will kill the host. After reading, Chang burst out in fury and smashed the system. You're kidding, right? What kind of stupid system is this, trying to scam me? Seeing this, the demoness spoke up. It's getting late, let Unwanted serve you while you rest. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was struck square in the face by a thunderous punch. Although the blow was painful, this shameless demoness instead put on a seductive, alluring expression, moaning softly, ah. 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 Looking down, Chang saw the demoness tightly clutching his arm. He glanced to the side and widened his eyes when he saw his younger sister, blushing deeply, her whole body trembling as she clung to him. Why are you still here? Immediately after, the demoness collapsed against Chang, resting her head on his body, her eyes hazy with intoxication as she murmured, how strange, as long as I touch someone, my body instantly. Chang grew flustered, his face burning red. Xiao Jijia, let's just forget about today, we'll meet another time. As they struggled, the young men Dao Shi and Diguan suddenly burst through the door, shouting loudly, monster. Chang froze, eyes wide and mouth agape. In contrast, the demoness calmly indulged herself in the man's body, still letting out incessant cries. Dao Shi and Diguan stood there dumbfounded, eyes glaring and mouths hanging open, frozen in shock for a few seconds. After a moment, they both pointed ahead together. This is the so-called super-powerful Gui Lao you mentioned? And who is that ordinary person? Wu Fan Dairen, don't be deceived by appearances, this is just a trick to drain his vital essence. Monster! Release him at once! Chang broke into a cold sweat as if it were pouring rain. She was the one who took the initiative, it has nothing to do with me. Wait a minute. Why does this scene feel so familiar? At once, Chang pictured Dao Shi and Wu Fan as vicious villains, the demoness as prey, and himself as the wronged victim. With that thought, he suddenly leapt to his feet and gave the demoness a shove that sent her crashing to the ground. Fine, I'll let go, but why curse at me like that? Afterwards, in the manner of someone who had just gone through something troublesome, Chang lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. I thought you were some young lady who got lost, or perhaps a maiden who had strayed from her path, but never did I expect you to be an immortal on the run, trying to rob me of my money, is that it? His mouth was firm, but inside he was crying bitterly. I don't even have any money left to be conned out of, the system has swallowed it all. Seeing Chang's actions, Dao Shi and Wu Fan glared, their brows furrowed as they thought, even Sanyang Dairen had no way to deal with Gui Lao, yet this man, with a mere casual shove, caused half the demonic energy to disperse. Just an ordinary person, and he dares not bow upon meeting us, how insolent! Wu Fan, furious, stepped forward and bellowed into Chang's face, you lowly little ordinary person, do you even know which divine beings you are standing before? At once, Chang kicked the two lunatics straight out the door. I don't care which divine beings you claim to be. Dressed up in such gaudy, bizarre clothes, one glance is enough to see you're up to no good. Look around this shabby house of mine, is there even a corner worth your tricks? Spouting nonsense like that, well then, I must be Yu Huang Dadi myself. Have swindlers really gotten this unprofessional these days? Not finished yet, Chang immediately hurled the woman out to them as well. Be gone at once, I've got troubles of my own to deal with. After all the cursing, they finally let him go. Chang stepped in, slammed the door shut to put the two lunatics and the woman in their place. When Wu Fan looked down, that woman's entire body was shrouded in thick demonic energy. Dao Zong, how should we deal with this Gui Lao? The Dao Shi, upon hearing this, bolted away like the wind. Gui Lao is ferocious, I'll go ahead and fetch master for help. Hey, don't leave me here alone. Wu Fan stared downward, sweat dripping from his face. Let's talk this over. Below, the demonic woman had already transformed into an old hag so hideous that no one could bear to look. Right after, Wu Fan's terrified scream echoed across the land. That night, outside Chang's courtyard chamber, a host of lurking dark spirits appeared, whispering greedily, so fragrant, I want to eat him so badly. Just inhaling this scent alone is enough to make the demonic energy within us boil over. He belongs to me. Down in the small courtyard, a fair and delicate foot emerged from the mist, followed by a tail with silky fur. Before their eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful girl appeared, her figure graceful beyond words. How amusing, this tiny ordinary person's entire body radiates such intoxicating enely. No wonder demonic women within 100 miles are stirred to frenzy. The girl stuck out her tongue, her dazed eyes fixed forward. If some ordinary demonic wench were to devour him, she might very well ascend. If I could draw out his vital essence, I would soar into immortality without question. After speaking, the little sister stepped forward and pushed the door open with her hand. The creaking sound of the door made Changan unable to bear it. He clutched his head in torment. The noise kept echoing in his ears, driving him into fury, grinding his teeth, his face tightening in anger. Then, Changan stormed out of the door and shouted with all his strength, "Arg! What are you making such a racket for? Do you have no decency at all? Out there, you're getting on my nerves. It's night already, can't you let people rest?" From his body burst forth a surge of enely golden light that blasted away the fox spirit girl and the mass of pitch-black wraiths. In the wake of that radiant light, a fox ear appeared. It turned out that the fox spirit girl had reverted to her true form, standing there in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. At Changan's manor, beneath the courtyard, the fox spirit girl lay unconscious in front of the small pavilion. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. She hurriedly stood up, glancing around in alarm. "Is dawn almost here? I can't believe I was unconscious for so long." Still bewildered, she suddenly sensed something behind her. A host of resentful spirits had appeared, staring intently at the little fox. Feeling their presence, she quickly turned her head and caught sight of the vengeful souls coalescing into a female demon. From the woman's eyes poured forth two streams of demonic energy, while dense miasma swirled around her. In the palm of her hand, a ball of sinister energy began to gather. Her hollow gaze fixed straight ahead with chilling intensity. The little fox, seeing this, was terrified. Her fur bristled, her eyes widened, her mouth gaped as she screamed, "Ghost! Ah! Someone help me!" Overcome with fear, the little fox's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "My Fali is gone." She lifted her head, blinking groggily, and let out a weary sigh. "Ugh! That Fali from last night. Just thinking about it makes me mad." Looking up again, she saw the demoness advancing toward her, accompanied by grotesque faces woven from the dark miasma. "Is this the end of my life?" In the moment of near death, behind the little fox, Changan suddenly flung the door wide open and stepped out. "A beautiful day has begun." Then, seeing that the sky was still shrouded in darkness, he yawned again and again. Isn't it a bit too early? It's not even dawn yet." The little fox, seeing this, immediately ran forward to seek help, but Changan had carelessly shut the door tight. That unintentional act left the little fox frozen stiff. At that moment, the demonic energy of that woman had already appeared right behind the little fox. She leaned close to its ear, grinning wickedly. "Little fox, you've lost your way, haven't you?" Hearing this, the fox's face broke out in a cold sweat, tongue-tied, unable to utter a word. The woman opened her mouth wide and bellowed, "Fox meat is delicious." Upon hearing that, the little fox, terrified and on the verge of death, screamed desperately 10 times in a row. Just as the little fox was about to meet its ancestors, Changan once again opened the door and stepped out. A golden light radiated from his body, dispersing the dense aura of darkness before their eyes. Carrying a basket on his shoulder, Changan cast a glance toward one direction. "I'd better head out a little early today. This system is truly terrifying, demanding both money and lives. What misfortune!" As he walked, Changan accidentally stepped on the little fox's tail. "Oh? Where did this dog come from?" The fox immediately thought, "Ow, ow, ow. You're the dog, your whole family are dogs. Let me go at once." Changan crouched down, scratching his head as he gazed intently at the little fox clutching its swollen red tail. Sorry about that. Whose dog are you, running up to my doorstep like this?" Then he put on a perverse expression, stretching out his sinful hand. "Come here, let me touch you a little." The little fox thought, "Get lost. Idiot humans like you aren't allowed to touch me." But being in its beast form, the little fox had no way to stop Changan from patting its head. The instant his hand touched the little fox's head, a surge of abundant spirit energy began pouring into the little fox's body. Feeling the power flowing within, the little fox's eyes widened. What's happening? Does this man's hand hold such strong spirit energy? And so, the little fox flopped onto its back, willingly allowing Changan to caress its soft, silky fur, even sighing in delight. Oh, this feels wonderful. After groping for a while, he suddenly looked at his own palm in astonishment. A wild dog? Then Changan looked down and saw that he was no longer touching anything, yet the little fox was still struggling on its own. This golden right hand of mine truly lives up to its reputation. With that, he turned around and walked toward the well, waving at the little fox. Dog, I'm poor now and have no money to spend. There's even a system forcing me to top up, so I can't afford to raise you. You'd better go find yourself a wealthy master. The fox fainted flat after hearing that, then sprang up and dashed after Changan. What in the world is wrong with this man? Last night, just one furious roar instantly killed a Baigui, and even forced me, a dignified Xianhu of the Qing, go back into my original form, stripping away all my FA. Just now, even 9 fused malicious demons didn't dare show their faces. And yet, with just a little pat on my head, I felt the cultivation bottleneck that had trapped me for 100 years suddenly break through. While Changan was busy polishing his teeth, he accidentally sprayed a mouthful of water onto the fox, snapping it right out of its daze. But a second later, something made the little fox feel as though it had stepped into a celestial realm. As Changan polished his teeth, he glanced sideways and saw the little fox fanning out its tail and smiling at him. Do you like me that much? Just as he finished speaking, a demon suddenly appeared beside Changan, its mouth wide open, baring its fangs as if about to devour him. The little fox was so terrified that its eyes turned completely white. At that moment, the system panel displayed the remaining lifespan as 62 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds, with the numbers relentlessly ticking down. After the spin, the remaining lifespan dropped to 48, 36, 44. Right then, a golden coin shot out from the system and instantly struck the demon, sending it flying. The golden coin then swept past the demon again, causing it to vanish completely into a thick cloud of smoke. At the lightning-fast strike of the golden coin, the little fox's eyes bulged in utter astonishment. Changan was suddenly forced down to the ground by some overwhelming force. He then raised his face toward the sky, pulling the ugliest expression imaginable as he thought to himself, what's happening? My body feels as if it's being hollowed out. The remaining lifespan was now 48 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, and his entire body had lost all vitality. The countdown continued to shrink until only 14 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds remained. Seeing how dire the situation was, the little fox immediately bit into Changan's clothing and dragged him away from the well. Those 9 malicious demons had merged into one, and during the alternation of yin and yang was when its yin energy reached its peak. To think it even ambushed the Xian Zhang, he had to get away quickly. After being dragged for a while, Changan's spirit became unstable, spinning in confusion, and even a horn began sprouting from his head. In a panic, he shouted, "Little fox, don't misunderstand." Hearing this, the fox instantly let go of Changan. He hurriedly got to his feet and explained in a rush, "I just skipped breakfast earlier, that's why I had low blood sugar and felt dizzy. It's not some strange reaction from my body." The little fox listened, then propped its chin with one hand and muttered to itself, "So he truly is a hidden master. To be struck by that fused malicious demon and yet remain unscathed. Just now he pretended to faint to test whether I would run off alone. Luckily, I was clever enough." The system panel appeared before Changan, displaying the remaining time of his life, 14 hours, 30 minutes, and 11 seconds. He grabbed the panel, eyes bulging and mouth wide open, shouting in alarm, "I sleep at most 8 hours, how did 72 hours drop to only 14? What kind of damned system is this, does it even let people live?" The fox, watching Changan struggle with the system panel, smiled and thought to itself, "Though I cannot understand what Xian Zhang is saying, there must surely be some profound secret hidden within. My cultivation is shallow and I cannot grasp it. I must follow Xian Zhang without fail, huh?" At this time, Dao Shi had returned to report the matter clearly to his master. "I beg master's guidance, how should we respond to this?" An old man stepped forward on a flying sword, muttering under his breath, "That esteemed one already weakened the power of the 9 malicious demons in Zicho Haojai last night. If they are struck down immediately while still weak, he must be Yuan Tian Kuang, the Xing Bu Qin Tian of the Great Tang." Dao Shi transmitted his voice, "As you command. This disciple will go invite Wu Fan, the Chang Huang, to join in exorcising the demons and restoring peace to Jingyang Xian." Yuan Tian Kuang gazed at the Biegua in his hand, around which swirled a faint aura. He sighed in silence, thinking, "The great one who broke the San Yangjin. I wonder if he still remains in Jingyang Xian. If I am fortunate enough to meet him, I must discuss the Tao with him at least once." Curious about Chang Sheng's identity, the old man raised his hand to divine the hexagrams. Yet after many attempts, he was utterly astonished to find himself unable to divine Chang Sheng's origins. Could it be that his cultivation surpasses mine? A moment later, Yuan Tian Kuang formed a seal with his hand and rushed into the city, only to accidentally run into Chang Sheng, who was sitting and telling fortunes for a man. "Brother, your physiognomy has turned dark, a great calamity is about to befall you." The man, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat. "Weren't you reading my poem? Why are you saying my physiognomy has turned dark?" All methods of divination, though they number in the thousands, stem from the same source and essence. Don't be so rigid about appearances. Hearing those words, Yuan Tian Kuang frowned in displeasure. "In broad daylight you dare to deceive people in front of me?" Suddenly, Chang Sheng leapt to his feet, produced a talisman that emitted a dazzling glow, then rolled it up and handed it to the man. "So what should I do?" "Brother, don't worry. As long as you hang this Xian Mu talisman in your home, your health will be boundless. You don't need 999 taels of silver or even 888, just 10 taels is enough to take it home." The young man's eyes nearly popped out in shock, sweat pouring down like rain. Still hesitating, he suddenly noticed an old woman appear behind him and step forward. "Ah, isn't this Shindao Zhang? The lady I worked for was possessed by evil, and it was he who saved her." Hearing this, Chang Sheng stepped back, his face sly as he gave a thumbs up one step closer to becoming Grandmaster. To his surprise, this old woman was actually the one he had paid to act. "Well played. You'll be rewarded extra." At once, the old woman began shouting and gathering people around, proclaiming, "Out here on the street, how could I possibly deceive everyone? That evil force, if not for Shindaozong, the lady surely would not have survived." The crowd, after hearing this, widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment, believing every word without question. The young man who had just been having his fortune told immediately handed Chang Sheng a handful of coins. All right, Shindaozong, I want that piece of calligraphy." Chang Sheng reached out to take the money, and the man bared his teeth in a confident grin. Seeing this, Yuan Tian Kuang instantly spoke up. "Wait, which martial arts sect does this little Shaoshan Xian belong to? Do you have any official identification issued by the Guanfu? And which training grounds did you undergo physical training in?" Chang Sheng, hearing this, lowered his glasses, furrowed his brows, and glared intently at Yuan Tian Kuang, muttering to himself, "Is he scrutinizing me?" Before he could answer, Yuan Tian Kuang jabbed a finger in his face and shouted, "You're still young, yet you refuse to study properly, instead you imitate others in deceiving people. Today, this old man will not allow you to profit so easily." Chang Sheng, not about to back down, stomped his foot hard on the table and retorted, "Damn! Who the hell are you?" And so, the young man and the old man refused to yield, launching into a frenzied quarrel. "Old man, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. You're clearly just an ordinary person who doesn't even understand face reading, and yet you dare claim that your characters can ward off evil spirits?" The quarrel grew fiercer, their faces drawing ever closer. The one who makes the claim must provide the evidence. "You say my characters cannot exorcise evil? Then show your proof. One cannot simply speak nonsense without accountability. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. You insolent brat, sharp-tongued as you are, how dare you demand evidence from me?" Chang Sheng looked at Yuan Tian Kuang's furious face and leisurely burst into laughter. "Hanging talismanic words to ward off demons is merely for psychological comfort. Let's see what you can do to me." The old man flew into a rage, pointing at the old woman behind him, glaring and shouting, "The words of Yuan Tian Kuang are proof enough. Moreover, I dare affirm that she is your accomplice. Hearing this, Chang Shang raised his middle finger in reply. Oh really? Yuan Tian Quan, my ass. I myself am Li Min. If you truly are Yuan Tian Quan, then get back to the Gongting and amuse yourself there. Why bother nitpicking me here? The old man, enraged, blood rushing straight to his head, clasped his hands together to form a seal. Instantly, a golden eye flared up. You shameless brat, how dare you call the Holy One by name? Do not be so arrogant. Things were about to turn dire. Chang Shang's face turned pale as he muttered inwardly, what's this old fool trying to pull? Yuan Tianquan unleashed a skill brimming with power toward Chang Shang, roaring, let the demonic arts test their fate. Behold the true righteousness of Xianmen. Yet nothing happened. Chang Shang cautiously cracked an eye open to check the situation, only to find the old man frozen in place right before him. Seizing the moment, he teased him by doodling on Yuan Tianquan's palm. Meanwhile, the old man himself had no idea why his Fa Li had vanished. Taking advantage, Chang Shang jabbed his finger at the old man's face and shouted, well. So it's you who wants to deceive others. Afraid of losing your rice bowl, you deliberately nitpick, don't you? Yes. Shindaozang, quickly rid the people of this menace and deal with him. The old man could not believe his eyes. He stared intently at the palm of his hand and murmured, impossible. An old man who has trained for decades, have never encountered such a situation. Chang Shang, flushed with indignation, rose and stood with his hands on his hips. Everyone, stay clear-headed and do not fall into this fraudster's trap. He says he wants to bring peace to the household, but he cannot, to exorcise demons, except Shen Daozhang's token. Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage and ran overturning Chang Shang's desk, in broad daylight. Even if I cannot use my Fa Li, I will not allow you to carry on your deception here. Hey, you bald old fellow, you'd be wise to be careful. Just as he was about to strike the brat on the head, a stream of spirit golden light erupted, shining onto his face. Then, from the handwriting on the desk, a surge of rich spirit shot straight up into the air, causing Yuan Tianquan's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Yuan Tianquan stared, eyes wide and narrow, at the golden light on the paper, thinking, these characters, how can they contain such Dao power that fills me with an unimaginable fear? Seeing his face, Chang Shang's expression darkened. He ground his teeth in fury. If I, a young man, cannot make money, I might as well die, and before I die I'll drag you down with me. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Tianquan suddenly knelt and kowtowed before Chang Shang, startling him. These characters unexpectedly concealed the great way. I am truly ignorant and have slandered a senior. Please, great master, be magnanimous and forgive me. Really? Are you insane? Who just called me a fraud? The old actress, upon witnessing the scene before her, pointed and exclaimed, at first this old Dao sure didn't believe, but now he's been convinced by Shen Daozhang's divine powers. Boss Shen, making money is important. This is a great chance for publicity. Chang Shang tapped his own head with a fan to bring his spirit back to focus. Right, making money is still more important. Then he immediately pretended to be noble, raising his voice with a tone of benevolence. It's fine. Chang Shang, no, immortal ancestor will not hold this against you. After all, you too are one who has ascended. Could it be you do not know the law of karma? Yuan Tianquan lowered his head, sweat dripping profusely, muttering to himself, no wonder I saw him as an ordinary person. This is the return to the original state after becoming immortal. A person's fate is decreed by heaven. If I were to help them resolve it at will, it would be going against heaven's will. But by taking a few taels of silver as a token, it counts as benevolence. Helping them through calamity will bring about good results. The crowd below, their faces illuminated by the golden light, gaped in astonishment. So this is the law of heaven indeed, the law of karma cycles endlessly. And yet after all these years of physical training, I never grasped this principle. What a waste. Hearing this, Chang Shang scowled, his expression twisted as he muttered inwardly, don't just brag, you still have to pay. No sooner had the thought ended than Yuan Tianquan produced a gleaming black stone. It would be an insult to you if such a priceless treasure were put on the market. This junior is sincere. I beg you to bestow upon me the treasury of calligraphy. I will surely enshrine it in the main hall and contemplate it daily. This is the only possession I carry with me, and it is worthy of senior's status. Changsheng immediately snatched the black stone from Yuan Tianquang's hand and stared at it intently. What use does this stone have? This heaven-patching stone is already the most precious thing I possess. After looking it over, Changsheng slammed his hand heavily on the table, startling Yuan Tianquang and making him break out in a sweat. I don't need this stone. Do you have something a little more practical? Hearing this, Yuan Tianquang glared up at the sky, as if some idea had sparked in his mind. Moments later, he held the remnant scroll of the golden light technique in his hands. With nothing on his body to cover himself, the old man shouted loudly, "Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao. I will surely reflect on the profound truths hidden within it every single day." After Yuan Tianquang left, the young diviner froze dumbfounded and spoke up, "Shen Daozong, you sold him a scroll, but what about me?" "Don't worry, I foresaw his arrival long ago and have already prepared enough." Saying this, Changsheng immediately spread another cultivation scroll out on the table. The radiance of the golden light shone upon the man's face. "This one wards off evil and repels misfortune, far more suitable for you." "Good, good. I'll buy it, I'll buy it." The man gleefully clutched the scroll in his hands and skipped about like he was at a festival. And now, the basket holding Changsheng's scrolls had suddenly become something immensely valuable. The scene shifted to Zichou Haozhai, where Wu Fan and Dao Shi appeared in Changsheng's small courtyard. Wu Fan gripped a broom tightly in his hands, biting down hard as he spoke. How can this demon condense demonic energy so quickly, and even stronger than before? The young Dao Shi stared fixedly at the bagua plate in his hands, grinding his teeth. "Wu Fan, don't be anxious. My master has already arrived at Jingyang Xian. I'll send word for him to come." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden gust of wind swept in, making the young Dao Shi widen his eyes in shock. Before he could even grasp the situation, a surge of demonic energy burst straight through the doorway and struck directly at him, shattering the bagua disc in his hands into pieces. In that moment of peril, someone mustered all their strength to strike at the demonic energy lunging toward Dao Shi. It turned out to be Wu Fan. He clenched onto the raging energy with all his might and shouted loudly, "Dao Shi, now is the time." Hearing this, Dao Shi instantly raised two fingers, chanting an incantation from their tips, and suddenly beams of Lei Dian Ji Guang Huang Guang Jin appeared. Then, from the bagua array behind him, a sword shot forth, flying straight toward the purple demonic energy. The sword and the energy clashed violently, detonating with an explosion that nearly blew the house apart. From outside came a furious scream, "This is unacceptable! Which fool dares destroy my house?" Wu Fan and Dao Shi froze, their eyes wide with horror. Then, all at once, something caused the sinister aura to gradually dissipate. Through the doorway stepped Changsheng, teeth clenched, eyes blazing, shouting, "What on earth are you all doing?" The moment he appeared, the sword plunged into the ground together with the fading aura. Changsheng looked around at the wreckage of his home, tears welling up in his eyes. "Shoot! I was gone just for a while, and you idiots have already destroyed my house, oh heavens above." He turned toward the door and nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. "My God, the courtyard I just rented." Seething with rage, Changsheng jabbed his finger at Wu Fan and Dao Shi, roaring, "You two are really something. Last night you failed to swindle me out of money, and now, while I was away, you seized the chance to wreak havoc, is that it?" They kept on cursing without paying attention, when behind them the stream of demonic energy had already slipped free from the golden light sword. The two young men saw it and simultaneously stretched their hands forward, shouting, "Watch out!" The demonic energy behind their backs was slowly taking form, shaping into a grotesque monster, its entire body endlessly radiating demonic energy. The two young men broke out in goosebumps at the sight, eyes bulging, mouths agape, sweat dripping. There really was a demon beneath their feet, and yet they tried to stay calm, rallying themselves. "My friend." Hearing this, Changsheng lowered his head, staring blankly at the ground with an expression devoid of emotion. "What demon?" From above, looking down at his feet, the monster was emerging, mouth wide open as though about to swallow him whole. Changsheng looked at the ground, lifted his foot to check whether a demon truly existed as the rumor said, and then, glaring up at the sky, accidentally struck the creature with a stomp that exploded into a billowing cloud of smoke, leaving the demon crushed flat. But in truth, he had no idea what he had done, his mind panicking, sweat pouring down like a stream. The demon's demonic energy, enraged, was about to run rampant through the house. Hey, what was that noise just now? The two young men, witnessing the scene before them, were utterly shocked, mouths wide as they screamed. The 9 malicious demons that clung to Jingyang Xian for over 10 years were scattered by his single stomp. Hey, do not slander such a great master. So the Taoist named Daosher walked over to Chang Shang, looking at him with eyes glittering full of admiration. This humble Taoist is Li Chunfeng, successor of Yuan Tianquang. May I ask the honored name of this venerable one? Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tianquan. Does Li Daozong work for the Qin Tianjin? My cultivation is not yet enough to enter the Qin Tianjin. After saying this, Chang Shang glanced over at Wu Fan. Then this bearded gentleman here looks quite familiar, he must be some Cheng Huang, right? Back when I went to the temple, the statue of the deity looked just like this. Hearing that, the man also stepped forward, pressed his hands together, and bowed respectfully. I am indeed the Cheng Huang Si Wu Fan. Last time I offended you, but this time I truly thank you, Taoist friend, for overlooking the past and lending a helping hand. Hearing this, Chang Shang lit a cigarette, took a drag to calm himself. With the cigarette hanging from his lips, his eyes drifted absent-mindedly to one side. The Tang truly is a land of lawful folk. Saying this, Chang Shang's eyes welled with tears. In just a single day I've run into 3 frauds. How could Chang Shang be so unlucky? It's heartbreaking. Chang Shang spread both arms wide, pointing in every direction. I am a student of Marxism-Leninism. I only believe in getting rich through labor, not in any supernatural power. So let's talk realistically here. Both of you have wrecked my house like this. Tell me, is this public or private business? The two, hearing that, stood dumbfounded, with thousands of questions flashing in their minds. What public or private business? Can't he speak in the language of the ancients? Chang Shang stared straight ahead with a dazed look in his eyes. What are you two great figures trying to flirt with me for? I'm a real man, you know. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shang rushed forward and pointed straight at the two men's faces. As for justice in private matters, you must compensate with a very large sum of money. Then he raised both hands toward the sky. And as for public justice, I will hand you over to the authorities, and you will still have to pay a hefty sum. The two men froze, their mouths muttering, I am a Cheng Huang, I only receive offerings of incense and worship. Where would I get wealth and money from? My cultivation is profound and lofty, why would I lack such worldly possessions? Surely there must be some hidden meaning here. After waiting and hearing no reply from them, Chang Shang grew furious, flinging his cigarette aside. What's with the silence, my two friends? If you don't speak, then you'll go see the authorities. Hearing this, the Cheng Huang tossed a money pouch to Chang Shang, but it was strange indeed. Wu Fan, however, had nothing but empty sleeves. Helpless, Chang Shang exclaimed, no evil spirits to be seen, yet here stand 3 paupers in this place. The Cheng Huang stepped closer and whispered, Venerable one, if you disdain that I only have this much, how about I stay and help you repair your house instead? Chang Shang glanced at the gold coin and a few scattered silver pieces in his hand, reluctantly replying, well, I suppose that will do. Chang Shang then led the two of them to the front of his house. As for the red bricks and mud needed for the repairs, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Don't just stand there. Get to work. An hour later, the house was completely restored. Standing inside, Chang Shang placed the day's harvest on the table. This stone, the pawnshop owner refused to take, so it can only serve as a paperweight. The old man's clothes brought me 2 taels, minus the share given to the actors. Altogether, today's total earnings amount to 20 taels. He was counting money when suddenly a beam of light shone onto his face. The next second, the system panel appeared and sucked away all the money he had earned. Hey, my money, at least leave me a little. Chang Shang stared at the system panel. When he saw the time of 9 minutes and 56 seconds had increased to 30 minutes and 56 seconds, he suddenly realized, looks like I've met the conditions for the first recharge reward. I can claim 2 rewards. The first recharge reward is now available. On the system panel, thousands of items were displayed. Wow, so dazzling, has the system finally hacked itself for me? SSR, give me an SSR. After a while of loading, the system granted Chang Sheng 2 scrolls of secret manuals, leaving him a little stunned. His eyes widened, veins streaked with red, his pupils shrinking to tiny dots. Furious, he burst into tears, flung the 2 scrolls onto the table, and shouted, "Holy fuck! A method for making soil fertilizer, and a method for making distilled liquor? System, are you serious? I'm on the verge of starving to death, and you give me these 2 useless things?" Chang Sheng's eyes darkened like a panda's, his whole body trembling. As expected, ordinary people like us really can't afford pay to win games. A while later, Chang Sheng walked toward the door, placing his hand on Cheng Huang's shoulder. "Why is this guy still here? Don't tell me he's waiting to freeload a meal at my house." So he politely shooed Li Chunfeng away. "It's getting late. You helped me patch up that hole today, so head home early, okay?" At that moment, a little fox darted in through the door with a bag clamped in its mouth. As soon as Cheng Huang saw it, his eyes widened in shock. "Xian Hu Dairen?" Chang Sheng sat down and picked up the food bag. "You came again? Bringing things to curry favor with me is useless. Right now, I can't even feed myself, how could I possibly feed you?" Hearing this, Cheng Huang softly said, "Master, that's not a dog, it's a fox." Hearing the muttering by his ear, Chang Sheng turned to look at Cheng Huang. "Are you talking to me?" At that moment, the little fox suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and growling, "Say nonsense again and you're dead for sure." Chang Sheng gently stroked the little fox's ear. "This little creature truly has spirit. Since you've tried so hard, I'll reluctantly let you stay. From now on, your name will be Xiao Bai, alright?" The little fox, upon hearing this, happily barked twice to please Chang Sheng. On a serene night under the bright moonlight, a Shui Long appeared, winding through layers of mist. That Shui Long was chasing after a Bai Long, shouting, "Jia, wait for me. Father's condition is not good, we must find someone to cure him." As they were flying, Bai Long suddenly noticed a flash of golden light ahead. "Xiao Chang, look, what is that?" At once, the 2 dragons transformed into 2 plump young women. I can feel a mighty Fali pressure, drawing human souls toward that dazzling golden light. It must be an immortal descending to the mortal realm, or perhaps a divine treasure has emerged. Come, let's go and see. At this moment, Chang Sheng sat in the room, staring at the system panel. His remaining lifespan was only 32 hours, 45 minutes, and 21 seconds. His face was twisted into a grimace, lips curled, body trembling, looking utterly wretched. To make matters worse, fate mocked him. His lifespan was already short, yet his stomach kept growling non-stop. In helpless frustration, Chang Sheng slammed his head against the bed 30 times, weeping silently. "Boo-hoo. I'm so hungry. All my money was stolen by the system, I can't even make it through a single day." To console himself, Chang Sheng bit down hard on the blanket, his eyes glistening with tears. Oh system, if you keep this up, I'll starve to death before you even get the chance to kill me." In front of Chang Sheng's room was shrouded in an abundant flow of spirit golden light, yet atop it appeared the Nei of a sinister demonic woman. The little fox sensed it, glanced upward, and thought to herself, "What is this sound? Why does it carry so many incomprehensible things?" Having thought so, the little fox lightly leapt onto the rooftop. She lifted her head to gaze at the moonlight, her thoughts drifting to a scene of intimacy with Chang Sheng. The Fali within her body surged wildly, an uncontrollable urge rising within. I truly wish to be with him beneath the moonlight. Demonic energy ceaselessly poured into the little fox's body. Below, 9 malicious demons had already fused together, prowling before Chang Sheng's door with sinister intent. After absorbing the demonic energy for a while, the little fox returned to her true form. The young maiden stood upon the rooftop, her eyes blazing as she glared downward. These foul demonic women, already blasted apart by Xianzhang after merging, dared to appear again and disturb Xianzhang's rest, truly ignorant of life and death. The fiends fused together, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy so grotesque that their eyes bulged and mouths gaped in ravenous hunger, as though desperate to devour something whole. Cheng Huang, standing nearby, turned pale at the sight. On the rooftop, the little fox exploded with power, the oppressive aura of a ferocious fox manifesting behind her. The demons below were not to be outdone, merging into a savage fiend that hurled itself straight toward the tiny fox. From behind, Chung Huang broke into a sweat as if a river were pouring from him, his entire body trembling. Before the chaotic clash between the two forces, the little fox's beastly might and the 9 malicious demons Chang Shang, inside the house, remained utterly calm, lying in slumber with a vacant posture, dreaming a beautiful dream. At that very moment, the Dragon Clan sisters, watching from afar, were struck with astonishment at the spectacle. Jia, this demonic energy is overwhelming. How could such powerful demonic maidens appear here in this tiny Jingyang Xian? Bai Long gazed down at the erupting battle below and spoke, "No wonder the spirit surrounding the one in the room shines to these monsters like the sun in the dead of night. It cannot possibly be ignored." Back to the battle of the two demonesses, their aura clashed with overwhelming might and grandeur, yet in truth, beneath that fearsome display, they clawed at each other like jealous wives in a quarrel over a husband. At that instant, the twin white dragons descended from the heavens and roared, "Which vile creatures dare bring chaos to the mortal realm?" The two demonesses turned their heads in bafflement, yet their hands did not forget to keep tugging at each other's hair. With a stern expression, Bai Long stepped forward and declared, "Fiends, yes, fiends indeed." Few can remain composed in the presence of Bai Long, and yet you dare to stand here. It seems you do possess some measure of ability. The little fox, upon hearing that, flared her eyes wide and yelled, "What are you talking about, you two worms? I can see that most of you came because of the man in the room, right? Stop pretending to be all dignified and proper." On the other hand, that she-devil turned and flashed a malicious grin, "Or how about teaming up with me? Let's take down this flirtatious vixen and split that man between us." The little fox's face went dark, her gaze cold as a demon's, and she pressed the madwoman's head down with her claws. "How dare you call me a flirtatious vixen?" Then the little fox swung her fist and smashed the madwoman in the face at 10,000 kilometers an hour. "I am the mystical fox of Qinggo." Not finished, the tiny little fox kept dishing out a few more punches to the she-devil, as if about to punch her off the face of the earth. Then the tiny little fox unleashed a killing blow and shouted, "You still dare eat my xianjiang? I'll kill you right now." The twin dragons, upon seeing it, burst into uncontrollable tears and snot. "Jia, could it be that this fox has actually cultivated before? Truly terrifying." After the fatal strike, the little fox emerged from the stream of dark miasma, eyes gloomy and brimming with murderous intent. As for that demon, all that remained was a filthy black remnant soul, foul like rotting mud. The little fox glared forward, clenched its teeth tightly, and shouted, "Well then, do you want to fight or not? I am the mystical fox of Qinggo." Upon hearing this, Bai Long clasped both hands together to form a seal and cried out, "Ultimate thunder!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mighty Lei Dian Jiguang descended from the heavens, striking down toward the small courtyard. At that very instant, a golden light barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the courtyard and blocking the assault of Lei Dian Jiguang. At that very moment, a Jingguang barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the small courtyard and blocking Shandian's assault. In the sky above, the little monster Leishan was struck back by the Jingguang's reflected power, his two eyes bulging out as he spat blood from his mouth. Below, Bai Long, still entangled, gazed fixedly at the heavens as though expecting something. Why has all the ultimate thunder vanished? Where is my ultimate thunder? The little mystical fox, seeing this, immediately rushed forward with blazing eyes. What, in the Xianfu of the Xianzhang, you still dare to wield Fa Li? Truly, you don't know your own limits." With that, the little fox hurled a mighty punch toward Bai Long, sending her flying hundreds of meters back. Bai Long crashed heavily to the ground, and as her eyes fell by chance upon a radiant sword shining with resplendent brilliance, she thought, "An otherworldly Gaoran, could this be the Gaoran I've been searching for? Then my father can be saved." Yet mystical fox would not let Bai Long off so easily and charged in again, clashing fiercely with the dragon girl in a brutal battle. Li Chun Feng, hiding in a haystack, wept uncontrollably, mouth agape as he cried out, "Are these fairies fighting?" While the two girls continued their combat, mystical fox unleashed her ultimate technique, the three Samadhi True Fire, to open the war. Not to be outdone, Bai Long countered with the technique Bagua Quan Shu, dispelling the demonic obstruction before striking back. Then, as the two figures swept past each other in midair, Bai Long leapt straight onto the rooftop and unleashed another move, Dai Xia Tian Long, Bodhisattva of ancient might. Bai Long sat on the rooftop, leaning against a pillar, exhausted from battling Mystical Fox. Mystical Fox caught sight of Bai Long's anger and, enraged, lashed out with a kick toward him. But Bai Long's younger sister swiftly leapt up and accidentally stomped on the tree beside them, causing Mystical Fox to flee in pursuit. Meanwhile, Chang Shang sat inside the room in a frenzied state, shouting loudly, "This is unacceptable. Let me see who's so shameless, making noise outside every single night." Chang Shang, seething with fury, stepped outside with a face brimming with murderous intent, startling Bai Long. He saw Bai Long tying up the little Mystical Fox like a sweet pet, then turned back inside and shut the door. Bai Long had no idea what was happening, while Chang Shang looked bewildered and muttered, "Oh my god, it seems the noise is so much at night that I'm starting to hallucinate." Then he decided to open that door once more and stare with wide eyes. What met his gaze was a spectacular reversal of fortune staged by little Mystical Fox. Seeing the scene, Chang Shang broke out in a sweat as if caught in a storm. He gaped and shouted loudly, "What kind of situation is this?" Bai Long was flattened and green around the eyes. Mystical Fox, pleased with her achievement, showed no interest in probing the matter further. Shin Chang Shang immediately raised his voice and barked, Xiao Bai, you damned dog, so many people barging into the house and you don't even bark once, what use are you?" He screamed at the top of his lungs, yet his Xiao Bai did not answer. Chang Shang stepped out the door and scowled as he looked around. "Oh? Where's my dog?" Enraged, his brain seeming to blaze, he bolted toward the two sisters who were locked in a fierce fight, yelling, "Stop this at once! Why are you fighting in my courtyard in the middle of the night? Where did you take my dog?" Bai Long heard him, glared, clenched his teeth, and snapped at the fox, "You ordinary person, don't make a fuss, I'm saving your life." Chang Shang stepped forward and took Bai Long's hand. "What's your trouble? Maybe you stole my dog, come with me to see the magistrate." When Shin Chang Shang's hands touched the two girls, the expressions on their faces revealed clear pleasure, as if some force was suppressing their bodies, making them tremble all over. After absorbing the power, Bai Long's breast suddenly swelled, full and round, and she exhaled angrily, shouting at him, "You fool, I am the princess of Long Zhu Dong Hai. Did you almost lose your life in the mouth of this fox spirit? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would already be dead." Chang Shang flung the little fox aside and looked at Bai Long, replying, "Oh my heavens! My dog thief dares to act arrogant before me? What thief? I never stole any dog." Chang Shang gripped Bai Long's hand tightly and shouted loudly, "Enough, Princess of Long Zhu, isn't it? Fox, isn't it? Try splitting your form before me and see." After that, Chang Shang lifted Bai Long high with one arm. "I will not pretend anymore. I am the heir of socialism, a believer in materialism, a law-abiding citizen of modern civilized society, a pioneer in street sanitation, and runner-up in the National Children's Latin Dance Competition." Bai Long, blushing shyly with rosy cheeks, thought to himself, he truly is no ordinary person. Just a light touch, and yet my cultivation and fa, which had been unable to break through within my body, are now rising rapidly. This feeling is so pleasant. That bastard, let go of my Jia at once. Hearing this, Bai Long exclaimed, "Xiao Chang, there's no need." Chang Sheng swiftly raised his massive hand to block Xiao Qing's path. "You still dare to resist?" Chun Feng and the little fox, sitting nearby, saw Chang Sheng spinning Bai Long around and around like a windmill, and shouted loudly, "Wow! Gaoren is playing with a dragon, master is truly mighty." Chun Feng, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the scene before him, cried out, "I, Li Chun Feng, have cultivated for so many years, yet today I finally get to feast my eyes. So this is all that the legendary great cultivators amount to." After being spun like a windmill by Chang Sheng for some time, the two young girls huddled timidly in a corner, trembling in fear, to trespass into the homes of common folk, disturb their sleep, and even steal my dog. "Don't think that just because you're women I'll spare you. So young, yet unable to do anything better? Speak now, where have you hidden my dog?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Chunfeng, clutching the little fox, dashed forward as swift as the wind. Xianzhang, your dog is here. Holy fuck, scared the hell out of me. Where did you come from? Chang Sheng pointed straight ahead. Do you realize you nearly scared someone to death? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to fix the door and then go home? Li Chunfeng, hearing this, widened his panda-like blackened eyes and opened his mouth wide, speaking at length. Cultivation of Xinjiang is so profound, I want to. After that, he gathered all his resolve, knelt down, released the fox for Chang Shang, and spoke loudly. I wish to ask Xinjiang to take me in as a disciple. Having said that, Chunfeng continued to put on a pitiful face, tears streaming down endlessly. Please pass the cultivation method on to me. Jingyang Xian, in the morning, a bird with jet black feathers was soaring through the sky, heading toward the radiant glow before its eyes. This was Heiying Wang, one of the Diao Wang. After flying for a while, Heiying Wang landed on a lighthouse, its face fixed intently ahead. It turned out that it was gazing toward that radiant glow. Well now, what is going on at that Jingguang place? Why does that light make me feel such dread? Heiying Wang's eyes narrowed as it recalled. Heishan De Wang told me to scout the path. This is the territory of Zhou Chuanin Gue, and now Jingguang is shining. Could it be that a Bao Wu has emerged? At this thought, Heiying Wang's greedy heart stirred once more. The surroundings are overflowing with demonic energy. If I bring this Bao Wu back, Heishan De Wang will surely appoint me as the leader of the Diao Wang. This time, I must make the other three acknowledge it wholeheartedly. Half an hour later, in Chang Sheng's small room, he was sitting absent-mindedly before the two dragon girls, while the Daosher knelt before him. Xianzhang, that's exactly how it happened. The little mystical fox pounced and licked Chang Sheng's face, making him squint and flustered. Li Chunfeng, stop making a fuss. I am just an ordinary man. How could I possibly have any cultivation method to pass on to you? This little courtyard of mine has no demonic women either. Why don't you just leave already? Having said this, Chang Sheng continued staring intently at the two dragon girls. You two just told me that your father is gravely ill, that you passed by here seeking some medicine, then even fought with the mystical fox, spinning quite the tale, and that the dog theft was simply my misunderstanding. But as for wanting me to treat your father's illness, there's no way. My advice is that you should invite a physician back home to examine your father. That would be the right course of action. At this point, Chang Sheng slung the basket onto his back and frowned. All right then, dawn has already broken. I have no breakfast here to entertain you with. I must go make a living now. You should see yourselves out. After Chang Sheng left, Xiao Qing suddenly burst into tears. Jia, did we make Xianzhang upset? Is that why he refused to help us? Who would have thought that mystical fox was actually Xianzhang's cherished pet? It seems we must show the utmost sincerity, nothing less than 12 parts. The two of you, I am Li Chunfeng, pleased to meet you, pleased indeed. The three of them turned to look at Chang Sheng's retreating figure, when the little fox popped its head out of the basket, stuck out its tongue and teased, nye, oh my, how embarrassing. After a while, Chang Sheng and the little fox went to the marketplace and began setting up to sell XANFA. He slammed his hand hard on the table, striking a pose that looked extremely cool. The stall is open, the stall is open. The moment his call rang out, a crowd of curious townsfolk gathered in lines, chattering excitedly. Shindisher, read my fortune first, I have silver. Last time, Shindisher scared that old man so badly he fell to his knees. He must truly have real ability. Before he could even sell a single scroll of XANFA, suddenly an official appeared with a group of guards. Clear the way, all of you, get out of the way. It was none other than Feng Jixian of Jingyang Xian. Feng Jixian strode forward and pointed straight at Chang Sheng's face. A report has reached me that someone is swindling people on the streets. Is that someone you? Hearing this, Chang Sheng stomped hard on the table. Which bastard made that report? You think you can arrest me? No sooner had his words fallen than two guards thrust their staffs toward his neck. Just then, Wu Fan hurried over, shouting loudly, Gao Ren. Gao Ran. He rushed to Chang Sheng and pointed urgently in another direction. This is bad, something has happened at Jiu Chaohao Shi. Indeed, when Feng Jixian turned to look ahead, he saw a dense surge of demonic energy engulfing Chang Sheng's courtyard. That direction is Zhong Lefang of Jiu Chaohao Shi, isn't it? Look there! The demonic energy is surging straight into the heavens. It's truly terrifying. How could demons be running wild in broad daylight? Do you not know? The spirits in Jiu Chao Hao Sure are extremely formidable. However, on the contrary, Chang Shang did not sense any trace of evil energy or demonic energy, so he exclaimed, "Are you serious? The sky is clearly so bright and clear." Feng Jixian was dumbfounded when he heard this, his jaw dropping in shock. Then, Chang Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Wu Fan, whose face had darkened. "De Huzi, what do you mean by this? With nothing better to do, you decided to make me the subject of your joke?" Back in Chang Sheng's quarters, Haiying Wang was rummaging everywhere as he called out, "Oh Wu, where are you? Hurry and come with me back home. Where on earth are you hiding?" "Not here, not there either." After a long search that left things scattered all over, Haiying Wang scratched his head and muttered, "Strange, I clearly saw with my own eyes just now a golden light shining in this small courtyard that was the manifestation of Bao Wu's anomaly. So why can't I find it?" At the same time, the market was crowded with people gathering as if at a festival. "Come quickly and see, Master Shin is about to perform a demon subjugation right on the spot. It's still that very same evil spirit from the old Jiu Chao Hao Shi, the one that has plagued our Jingyang Xian for so many years." In the bushes by the roadside, the Xuanlong duo and Daoshi Chun Feng lurked in hiding, eavesdropping as the crowd murmured in excitement, "It's here, this is the Jiu Chao Hao Shi itself. Let's see how Master Shin will deal with it." The three of them, upon hearing this, widened their eyes and gaped, exclaiming in unison, "Wonderful, the Xian Zhang has returned." At that moment, Chang Sheng took the lead with a cool and imposing demeanor, holding a folding fan like a refined gentleman. Behind him was Wu Fan, carrying the flag of Wu Liang Tianzun, and at his side stood Feng Jixian with the banner of Dao Gui Xian. Trailing behind, the little mystical fox darted out from the bushes, seizing the chance to slap the Xuanlong pair and that Daoshi so hard they spewed blood on the spot. Having struck them, the little fox transformed into human form, turning to glare furiously at the group in the rear. "You couldn't even protect your own home, yet you dare to linger by Gao Ren's side seeking a cultivation method? The one within the household is Haiying Wang, one of the Si de Yao Wang under Haishan de Wang. We truly are no match for him." The little fox furrowed his brow and grimaced, "Then you just stay here and watch carefully. Even if Haishan de Wang himself were to appear, Master will still reduce him to ashes." At that moment, Haiying Wang, standing within the courtyard chamber, faintly caught the words drifting by his ear, "Haishan, Gaoren eradicates demons." Hearing this, Haiying Wang froze, his eyes bulging as he cried out in alarm, "This is bad. Before I descended the mountain, Haishan de Wang warned me there exists in the mortal realm a place called Kantianjian, within which resides Gaoren. Could it be that I have already become their target?" After walking for a while, they finally reached the courtyard rooms. Wu Fan turned and said warmly, "Gaoren, this place is dangerous and there are still many commoners outside. I will stay out there to protect them. The evil inside the house I entrust to you. It is not because I am afraid, little brother. If you can eliminate the Guilei and Jiu Chao Hao Shi, I will believe you are not a fraud." Having spoken, Feng Jixian turned his face aside and curled his lips into a quick, sinister smile as he thought to himself, "If this brat fails, I'll beat him in front of everyone as a warning, a deterrent to criminals in Jingyang County. Very good for maintaining order in this precinct, no wonder I'm so perceptive and scheming." Inside, Haiying Wang now regarded the world with half an eye. "Just now I did hear them say some Gaoren came. It seems we cannot stay here long. We'll come back to find Bao Wu another time." With it he used a wall-piercing technique and flew straight into the wall, but some force stopped Haiying Wang, causing him to slam his head into the plaster. "I'm so dizzy, so many stars." At that moment, hearing the commotion, Chang Sheng opened the door and stepped in. "What on earth is this? Bang, bang, that earlier sound surely wasn't a rat, was it?" Haiying Wang lay on the ceiling, looking down, and saw Chang Sheng clutching the mirror, spinning around like a fool. He muttered to himself, "A rat? Is he talking about me? Could it be that he is Gaoren?" The moment he stepped into the room, he already sensed my presence. But this is outrageous. After all, I am Ing Wang, yet he dares to say he wants to capture me? Outside the door, Wu Fan and Feng Jixian's men stared fixedly at it, but everything around them was utterly silent. Wu Fan clenched his fist. Haiying Wang lay on the ceiling, looking down, and saw Chang Sheng clutching the mirror, spinning around like a fool. He muttered to himself, "A rat? Is he talking about me? Could it be that he is Gaoran?" The moment he stepped into the room, he already sensed my presence. But this is outrageous. After all, I am Ming Wang, yet he dares to say he wants to capture me? Outside the door, Wu Fan and Feng Jixian's men stared fixedly at it, but everything around them was utterly silent. Wu Fan clenched his fist, his face brimming with delight, truly worthy of Gaoran. The moment he entered the room, that demon was immediately suppressed inside. Chang Sheng lowered his head, glaring at the items on the table. That bearded old man insisted the house was haunted in front of so many people, and now look, half the county has gathered to watch. His expression darkened as he recalled the image of himself shackled in chains. He let out a long sigh. If today's performance doesn't go well, my livelihood may be ruined. Worse, Feng Jixian might even throw me into jail. As he racked his brains in grim thought, the damned system interface once again flashed a notification: remaining survival time, 29 hours, 23 minutes, and 33 seconds. Once the countdown ends, the host will be executed directly. Seeing this, Chang Sheng stared intently at the items on the table: 2 manuals, a Zippo, and an iPhone 15 Pro Max. If I'm locked up in the Great Prison and the countdown runs out, I'm dead for sure. With no other choice, he forced his brain to work. Wait, there's a smartphone. I think I have a way. Not only could I escape danger, I might even take the chance to make a lot of money. Having made up his mind, he picked up the iPhone 15 Pro Max and began swiping through it rapidly. Good thing I brought personal items when I crossed over. I downloaded quite a few movies on this phone to watch, to check. Just as he opened one of the movies, a strange sound suddenly came from outside: "Iku Viku, Yamit Kadasi." The sound stunned Wu Fan and Feng Jixian. Feng Jixian stood there dazed when he heard it. What language was that? It had to be a demon causing trouble, but this demon's cries sounded peculiar. Inside the room, Chang Sheng, wearing a crafty look and pursing his lips, swiped the phone screen quickly. Swipe, swipe, pick the wrong one. Lucky there's no one here, or I'd die of embarrassment. Haiying Wang lay on the ceiling looking down with wide eyes. What kind of FA is that, emitting FA on its own? I've never heard FA like Yamit Kadasai, Dame, Iku before. Below, Chang Sheng raised his iPhone 15 Pro Max to take a stunning picture, and by chance, he captured Haiying Wang as well. Unfortunately, in the Detang era there was no internet, so aside from being able to take photos, the device was no better than a brick. The moment he pressed the shutter, the flash burst forth, shining straight into Haiying Wang's eyes, startling it into a terrified scream. What is this light? My eyes, oh my god, my body is damaged. Now Haiying Wang lay sprawled on the ceiling, foaming at the mouth, trembling all over. This ordinary person clearly discovered me, yet pretended not to see. Turns out he was waiting for me to drop my guard, and then used profound FA to strike me. Below, Chang Sheng continued happily striking poses for selfies as if nothing had happened, while Haiying Wang, seeing this, was left speechless in helplessness. The heart of this ordinary person is indeed vicious. Outside, Feng Jixian and the crowd of villagers who had been waiting impatiently finally darkened their faces and shouted, "Shindishur, stalling for time is useless. If you don't come out, I'll soon come in and arrest you myself." Wu Fan, standing beside them, closed his eyes tightly and responded, "You are sure? Such shallow knowledge, and yet you dare doubt Gaoran." As soon as these words fell, Chang Sheng stepped out of the door. I'm here. Feng Jixian, why so anxious? Didn't you all say that my Jiuqiao Haoshi had been occupied by Gui Lei for many years, with no one able to break through? Today, I, Chang Sheng, have taken action, and the demon within this Jiuqiao Haoshi has already been captured alive by me. After speaking, Chang Sheng held the phone screen forward. On the screen, a demonic woman crawled out with a grotesque face and razor-sharp fangs. Here's the evidence, see for yourself. The crowd gaped in horror as streams of purple demonic energy began to rise around them. The demoness crawled out of the well, clawing at the ground with her long, blood-red nails. Witnessing the scene before their eyes, Wu Fan and the others behind him turned pale as leaves, sweat pouring down like rain, such strong resentment. It's even fiercer than the original Jiu Chuan in Gue. Seeing their terror, Chang Sheng pointed at the screen, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This demon has been sealed inside here by me. She won't harm the mortal world anymore." The demoness, upon hearing that, replied, "Really? What's that supposed to mean?" Then Chang Sheng flipped the screen around and began rewinding the video. "Look here, if I want her to move forward, she must move forward, and if I want her to retreat, she must retreat." After rewinding for a while, the footage suddenly turned strange. A Japanese actress appeared, writhing with seductive expressions, moaning loudly. Oblivious, Chang Sheng pushed the image of the girl forward, shaking the phone screen wildly. "Well? Am I amazing or what?" Wu Fan saw this and immediately raised both hands high into the air, then slapped his thigh hard to wake himself up. The crowd around also began shouting, "A female ghost with such overwhelming resentment, yet Shindishir can toy with her in the palm of his hand. Xian Zhang of great power, eliminating evil spirits, protecting the innocent, boundless merit." Feng Xian, his body trembling, stepped forward and pointed at the phone screen. "Why did this FHE suddenly go dark? Damn! Of all times, the battery dies now." Seeing this, Chang Sheng quickly tucked the smartphone into his robe, then raised his hand to his mouth and coughed deliberately. "Ahem, opening the heavenly eye isn't so simple. What you just saw was already a luxury for you ordinary people. However, today you were able to witness firsthand that this has been tainted by its yin energy. I fear that Jiu Chaohaoshir's household will not know peace from now on. But, I have done some study on exorcism, and recently I even wrote a few talismans that can dispel spirits and suppress Jiu Chaohaoshir's misfortune." The townsfolk, along with Feng Xian, immediately offered their money bags to Chang Sheng. "Daozong, please, you must grant us FHE. I came early this morning and waited in line, so it's my turn first. Even high officials have no right to cut in line." Amid the bustling crowd, 3 young men hurriedly pushed their way in. "What's going on here? Jiu Chaohaoshir has a Gao run?" Now, all over Jingyang Xian, people are lining up everywhere like swarms of ants. Is it really that miraculous? I personally witnessed Shindishir subduing Guilei. How could that possibly be fake? Jingyang Xian has been saved. I should also go and request a scroll. Below, 2 young men appeared, each holding a rolled up XANFA, one with hair and the other bald. One was crying, the other laughing. "Shindishir is truly kind, even with his swollen hand he still bestowed upon us FHE. I'm so moved. How could that be swelling? That is called true chi surging. That's exactly how it's written in the tale." After selling for a while, the townsfolk gradually dispersed, but to their sorrow, Chang Sheng's hand had now become like a monstrous claw. "You've all worked hard today, please stay for a meal. I'll go tidy up the room first. After writing all day my hands are about to turn into a printing press." With those monstrous hands, Chang Sheng struggled to open the door. Worse yet, he ran straight into 4 die-hard fans staring at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing that, he immediately slammed the door shut, then inside his room he tossed the gold coins high into the air, his face full of delight. "Ha! With money now, I finally don't have to bow to the system anymore. I am now a player of the wealthy path." Hearing Chang Sheng's words, Wu Fan and Shuang Long were overjoyed as if it were a bountiful harvest. "Chenbei, since Xian Zhang told us to stay for a meal, does that mean he has acknowledged us? This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Why does it feel like little Fox is about to lose favor though?" Suddenly, the mausoleum lit up with dazzling jingguang, accompanied by a voice, "Revive, my time has come." The die-hard fans, witnessing the scene before their eyes, were dumbfounded. The demonic energy is gone. Could it be that Gaoren has taken action? At that moment, Heiying Wang, sitting on the roof and struck by the attack, spat blood from his throat. "Just now it was Fa Li, and now it's Jingguang. Have I committed some kind of sin?" Looking down below, he saw Chang Sheng staring intently at a few gold coins, sighing, "The money hadn't even warmed my hands, and it's already gone." Now, the remaining time of his life had increased to 270 years, 18 minutes, and 10 seconds. Chang Sheng clasped his hands together, praying for the system to display 6 tails over 6 hours. Immediately, the system revealed the method for making handmade soap. Grind seashells into powder. Add water to the seashell powder for the plants. Pour the liquid mixture above onto the head. Shape and cut into pieces. Leave for 10 to 35 days for saponification to complete. After reading, Chang's eyes turned into shining coins, and he smiled brightly like a flower. Wow, the method of making handmade soap, this is a treasure. In this era, ordinary people all use beans to bathe. With soap, wouldn't it be so much more convenient? Money will flow in endlessly. Chang stood dazed, staring at the empty chest, his face as pale as a green leaf. But I only have 10 days, and making soap takes at least 10 days. I'd better think of another way to earn money. While he was still brooding, Wang suddenly fell from the ceiling with a loud thud, feathers scattering everywhere, startling him in fright. That's a surprise. What on earth is that? Curious, Chang stepped forward and grabbed Wang, only to realize that the commotion just now hadn't been caused by a rat but by a wild chicken that had flown into the small courtyard. How wonderful, such a big wild chicken, without the slightest hesitation. Hoisting Wang onto his shoulder, Chang said, "Poor little thing, who knows how long you've been locked inside this room? You must be starving to the point of fainting." Tucking Wang under his arm, Chang walked out the door. "Lucky for you that you met me. I am a kind man, normally I wouldn't even dare to step on grass." Hearing this, the people of Li Chunfeng and Xuanlong, who were peeking nervously from behind the door, whispered, "Could Gaoren really be planning to use the transformation art to reviving Wang? That must not happen. If he's set free, the consequences would be unimaginable." Gaoren's compassion extends even to Yao Guai, truly worthy of being Xianzhang. In the eyes of Xianzhang, all beings are equal. If Xianzhang can reviving Wang, then curing father's illness would be but a trivial matter. After a while, the group of fanatics saw Chang's creation and their eyes bulged wide open, mouths agape as they shouted loudly, "Who would have thought?" So it was roasting all along. Not finished yet, Chang continued sprinkling sweet seasonings over his roasted Wang. However, the scent that rose was not fragrance but instead a heavy aura of demonic energy. The group of fanatics, seeing this, whispered, "The flesh of Diao is extremely poisonous, not to mention this is Wang. Does Gaoren actually want to eat it?" Chang skewered a piece of plump, fragrant chicken and raised it up. "You have all been waiting long enough, now savor my craftsmanship. It smells wonderful, doesn't it?" The four fanatic siblings turned pale, blood draining from their faces. "Gaoren, I recall I still have matters to attend to. I shall not trouble you further. I must be going. My mother forbids me from coming home late. I shall also leave first. Jia, Mei does not wish to die. Ho." "Xiaoqing, don't be afraid. If Xianzhang bestows it, how could I dare refuse? After Jia dies, Mei must certainly beg Xianzhang to save father." Having said this, Bai Long stretched his hand forward to take the chicken. "Xianzhang, allow me to go first." Suddenly, a flash of light swept across, and the chicken vanished without a trace. Looking over, the culprit was none other than the little fox, clamping tightly in its mouth the gigantic chicken drumstick. Chang roared angrily, "Bai Long hasn't eaten yet. Spit out that giant leg for me." However, the little fox paid no heed to its master and instead savored the delicious thigh, draining all the demonic energy seeping from it. The twin dragons were utterly astonished, their eyes widening. "Mystical fox Qianbei is even willing to test the poison for our sake. So, among fox spirits, there truly are good ones." Very quickly, the piece of meat was reduced to nothing but a dry bone. Then, all of a sudden, the little fox leapt to its feet, its head spinning as it staggered unsteadily, leaving Chang and the others gaping in shock. "Xiaobai, what's happening to you?" After wobbling for a moment, the mystical fox collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Has mystical fox Qianbei really been poisoned to death? Chang stepped forward, lifted the fox by its tail, and stared in bewilderment. "Still alive? So what's with that expression? Why does it almost look like you're enjoying yourself?" With a look of delight, the mystical fox muttered softly, "Aw. So comfortable, my whole body feels overflowing with vital essence." As expected of Wang's meat, personally roasted by master. Seeing this, Bai Long froze in disbelief. "No, not dead? But that's Wang's meat, even fairies could be poisoned to death by it." Chang then cut off a few pieces of meat for Chunfeng and Wu Fan. "Come on, you've all been helping me the whole day. I can't let you go home on empty stomachs. While it's still hot, you'd better try it. Chun Feng picked up the plate of chicken and glanced at Wu Fan. How about we try a little? Mystical Fox is already lost in delight. Once the master makes a move, it will be beyond your imagination. Ing Wang was roasted by the master, perhaps even more delicious than the peaches of Gongting. At that moment, the pair of Xuanglong reluctantly stuffed a piece of meat into their mouths, chewing noisily. Chun Feng and Wu Fan also forced themselves to gnaw at the meat through tears. No sooner had they eaten than the Xuanglong twins erupted with power, twisting their bodies seductively, secretly thinking, "This vital essence is so pure, I can't suppress this restless, burning sensation. No, don't break through now, my body is about to give in." Jia, Mei's cultivation seems on the verge of breaking through again. As soon as the words fell, two streams of green and golden vital essence shot up into the sky from Changshang's courtyard. Shaoqing Jia had broken through as well. This roasted chicken of Xinjiang was truly the rare delicacy of Xinjia. After their breakthrough, the two girls sat embracing each other. Seeing this, Changsheng stepped forward with hands on his hips, boasting, "Not a bad reaction, heh, with my current cooking skills, these ancients really can't resist. If I were to open a barbecue shop, even Yu Huan might not be able to stay away." Meanwhile, the two young men, Chun Feng and Wu Fan, also erupted with power, hugging each other as they danced a tango. "There's too much vital essence in this roasted chicken, I feel as though I'm about to sprout wings and fly away. Yes, my body is restless and uneasy too, that surge of strength is like a spring about to overflow." Chang Shang, upon witnessing the scene earlier, his eyes instantly turned into chili peppers. What? These two are doing something a bit too spicy for the eyes. At that moment, Bai Long suddenly remembered her father who was receiving an infusion in Longgong, and her eyes welled up with tears. "While I am here receiving the fortune bestowed upon me by Xian Zhang, my father's life in Longgong is hanging by a thread. I truly am an unfilial daughter, ha. Thinking of this, Bai Long burst into loud sobs, startling Chang Sheng, who turned his head in surprise. "Ah! Why are you crying now? I didn't even add any spice, not even a drop of Tabasco sauce." The pair of Xuanglong stepped forward and knelt at Chang Sheng's feet. "Xin Zhang, Xiaobai begs you to grant us medicine to save my father. My sister and I are willing to sacrifice our lives to stay by your side in this lifetime. I already told you, I know nothing of medical arts, have you forgotten, young lady?" As he finished speaking, he glared up at the sky, an idea suddenly forming in his mind. "How about this? Right now, I am short of manpower. You and your Mei can stay by my side and lend me your strength. Later on, when we earn money, I will share it with you. With money, you can treat your father's illness. What do you think? Just follow the arrangement of Xianjiang." Jingyang Xian at night, deep in the forest, 10 kilometers from the outskirts of the village. In the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes appeared, staring intently at the blood-soaked corpses. Then, from the shadows, a tiger with a ferocious face and razor-sharp fangs stepped out. It was known as Hu Wang Manshan, one of the Diao Wang. Manshan wandered around, sniffing the air currents surrounding the forest. "That bald bird, why is it taking so long to scout the situation first? I've been waiting until I'm starving." At dawn, as the first light of morning broke, birds chirped and fluttered. Somewhere, a song echoed, "The sun shines, flowers bloom, birds sing early. In the courtyard, Xuanglong sat in meditation posture, listening to the faint singing in his ears. "Jia, listen, what is the Xianzhang singing, why does it sound so?" Before he could finish, Bai Long and Wu Fan suddenly burst into tears like a heavy downpour. "Thank you, Xianzhang, for your grace. Quickly seize this time to absorb it, we cannot waste the goodwill of the Gaorun." The fox, seeing this, frowned and muttered to itself, truly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Inside the room, Chang Shang was lying with his legs crossed, humming cheerfully while staring intently at the system panel. Ha. Ever since this sight system activated, every day has felt like a blade hanging over my neck. This is the first time I've slept soundly without worrying about survival time. Then, he glanced at the system panel displaying a jar of fine wine and muttered, "It seems only by distilling liquor can I make a profit in the shortest time. Luckily, I have modern culinary skills, set up an outdoor barbecue stall, sell some roast chicken, roast duck, and such. And I can have Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, two beauties, serve. I refuse to believe these ancient folks could resist that. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door, his face flushed red, eyes dazed, and forced a mischievous smile. The moment Chang Sheng stepped out, Xuan Long suddenly raised his voice so loudly that it startled him into panic. Xian Zhang, today please give us your instructions. Shouting like that scared me half to death. These two young ladies seem to have made up their minds to become our servants. At that, Chang Sheng pulled out a large sum of money from somewhere and handed it to Bai Long. If that is the case, then I will assign you a task. Take this money and buy some wine. Remember, don't go to Jiolu, just look around the cheapest taverns you can find. Yes, Xian Zhang. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing immediately departed. From behind, Shen Chang Sheng called out loudly, "Go early and come back quickly, and while you're at it, pick up a few fresh bamboo stalks. Those don't cost anything, you can take as many as you like. Rest assured, Xian Zhang, we guarantee the task will be done." After that, Wu Fan and Chun Feng stepped forward, clasped their hands, and bowed. Since the courtyard and the Daozong have already been repaired, I must also return to Miaocheng Huang. If anything happens here that requires me, Wu Fan, then you may call upon me. As for you, you may go on your own. When Cheng Huang left, his face darkened, still acting that deeply? Becoming an actor should have been your number one profession. Having dealt with one troublesome fellow, he turned to see Chun Feng grinning with confidence. "Are you leaving as well?" Xiaodao's Fa Li may be a bit weak, but his heart is fully devoted to the Xianjiang. I asked Xianbei to allow me to stay by your side to learn. Hearing this, Chang Sheng found it exactly to his liking and immediately agreed. If that's the case, then follow me. Thank you, Xianbei. At that moment, Chang Sheng thought to himself, free labor, only a fool wouldn't accept it. Thus, Chang Sheng and Chun Feng, together with the little fox, walked into a bustling marketplace, where the cries of hawkers echoed all around. "Knife and scissors sharpening here, fresh steamed buns just out of the oven, come quickly and take a look, all fine goods. Are you kidding me, selling this expensive like the devil?" On the jars of wine, the price tags were displayed: glutinous rice wine, 1 tael of silver, THTLing DCH, 5 taels of silver, Xianrun drunkenness, 10 taels of silver. Looking at the price list, Chang Sheng nearly wept. I miscalculated. Modern people can drink cheap white liquor thanks to the dual development of industrial technology and food production. Distillation has improved as well, but with my current capital, there's no way I can mass produce it. Thinking of this, Chang Sheng held his head, frowning in frustration. Forget it, I'll just sell roast duck first to build up some start-up capital. Lost in thought, Chun Feng suddenly poked his shoulder and spoke up. "Qianbei, why would you care about mundane objects like money?" Mundane objects? Do you really consider these things mundane? Shin Chang Sheng grew angry and pointed toward the chubby girl standing before him. "Then let me test you. Do you see that over there?" Hearing this, Chun Feng widened his eyes and replied, "A noble lady." At this point, the two young men leaned close to each other and whispered. In the eyes of ordinary people, she appears draped in silk from head to toe. In the eyes of cultivators, her fate is one of wealth and prosperity. But what they fail to see is that those so-called mundane objects she wears are, in fact, symbols of the very essence of the world. He then imagined himself holding a fishing rod while standing upon a mountain of gold. What do you mean by mundane objects and the essence of the world? Let's take gold as an example. Gold is but the remnant glow of a dying sunset, left behind by the collisions of ancient stars at the dawn of the universe, before heaven and earth even existed. It was brought into our world by the eternal void, coexisting with the sources of power of Jiuzhou for tens of millions of years. And what do? We simply dig it up and turn it into ornaments. You only see the surface, unaware that it is as old as, and born of the same origin as, heaven and earth themselves. So tell me, is that still a mere mundane object? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's eyes bulged and his mouth fell open. So that's how it is. A moment later, Chun Feng immediately knelt down and kowtowed before Chang Sheng. It is Xiao Dao who is short-sighted, seeing things only as they are, unable to escape the mundane. Many thanks to Xian Zhang for your guidance. Seeing this, he thought to himself, a trivial matter, just watch me deceive you until you can no longer tell east from west, north from south. Then you'll obediently serve as the guard for my roasted chicken shop, ha ha ha. After kowtowing, Chun Fong lifted his head. I dare not hide it, Xiao Dao's cultivation realm has been stuck for many years, perhaps blinded by the secular world. Just now, thanks to Xian Zhang's instruction, I was only a step away. I hope Xian Zhang will help me achieve it. If you are truly so sincere, then I shall guide you a little further. With that, Chang Shang leaned closer and whispered into his ear, the cultivation method for leveling up is certainly useless, try this incantation of mine instead. Xiao Dao listened attentively. The value of life lies in two aspects, truly expressed in contribution. To realize value requires conditions of innovation, to enjoy harmony and wealth, to open up an ideal new world, to strive diligently with determination. This is the historical materialist view of values. Hearing this, Chun Fong put on a solemn face. The value of human life lies in two aspects, hardship and struggle. Chang Shang, sitting in the bushes and listening, burst out laughing gleefully, yes, 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 just like that. At this moment, Chun Fong felt as if he had entered a realm of fairies. The dozen or so words from Gaoran had broadened his state of mind, and the inner demons that had entangled him for 3 years were finally dispelled. Thinking of this, Chun Fong turned toward Chang Shang, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Gaoran, for enlightening me. I will remember these 30 words by heart, reciting them at all times. Truly, children are easy to teach. I possess progressive thoughts, from 10 years ahead. You, take your time to comprehend them. Chang Shang glanced at Chun Fong, who was drooling, and grinned mischievously, tee-hee-hee, looks like this guy is about to be fooled by me. Let this young master heat things up a little and make a good profit here. After mulling it over, Chang Shang turned his face aside and asked in a stern voice, Li Daozang, you have cultivated for many years. Let me ask you this, in this world, countless divine arts can lead to enlightenment and immortality, so why is it that so many people desire to be kings instead of seeking immortality in the way? Hearing this, Chun Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, your majesty also seeks immortality. But immortality is far too difficult. For us cultivators to defy heaven can only extend our lifespan by a dozen years. Very few can live to 100. How could the two words, eternal life, be so easy? No sooner had he finished speaking than Chang Shang's entire body began to radiate a dazzling light. TSK, 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 immortality is nothing difficult. If we count from today, I've already lived for over 1,000 years. Now it's the Jingwan era of the Tang dynasty. From the 8th century to the 21st century before I transmigrated, doesn't that make it 1200 years? Hearing this, Chun Fong froze, his face darkening. Xian Zhang is indeed an immortal who has descended to the mortal world, not some fairy. Who else could live for over 1,000 years? After pondering for a moment, Chun Fong stepped forward and asked naively, may I ask, Xian Zhang, if Xiao Dao continues on the path of cultivation, could he also become like the immortals and attain eternal life? Hearing this, Chang Shang hid his delighted smile behind his fan. The bait has been taken, heh heh. Then, turning his head away and striking a cool pose, Chang Shang said, I can't speak for other matters, but if you follow me in cultivation for 2 or 3 years, that certainly won't be a problem. Hearing this, Chun Fong was overjoyed as if he had just stumbled upon gold. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped, and he grinned from ear to ear. So that means, Master is willing to take me as his disciple? Chang Shang turned back, his entire body wrapped in a white aura. Normally, I do not take on disciples lightly. The reason I didn't accept you earlier was simply to test whether your heart for the Tao was steadfast. Now, seeing that you possess some measure of talent and potential, I will reluctantly take you in as a registered disciple, to see how far your perseverance carries you in the future. After hearing this, Chun Fong immediately knelt down at Chang Shang's feet in front of many onlookers. Shifu, please accept one bow from Li Chun Fong. Seeing this, Chang Shang turned his face away with a foolish smile, beads of sweat forming. Alright, everyone's watching. You once said you had been Huan Tian Kuang, so I probably don't need to teach you any Taoist arts. But as for other things, Venerable Master might understand a little. Since you've called me Shifu, of course I won't treat you poorly. Get up, and first help me set up my things for a while. After that, the master and disciple went shopping, bought some ducks, and returned to their monastery. "Shifu, did you buy these 2 ducks to roast and eat?" Changsheng opened the door, stepped inside, and let out a chuckle that his venerable master's treasure for wealth. "Just wait a little and you'll see." Upon entering the room, they saw a chubby man wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Immortal, this is the duck oven I made according to your request. What do you think?" Chang Sheng stared at his duck oven with satisfaction and gave a brief word of praise. "Your craftsmanship isn't bad. In only half a day, you managed to create this." Li Chun Feng, pay him on behalf of venerable master. Hearing this, Chun Feng handed the chubby man a pouch of money, tears streaming down his face. "Immortal, there's no need for this. How could a lowly one dare to take your money? At home we still hang the calligraphy you wrote. Now the whole family is healthy and eats well. It is all your blessing." After speaking, the fat man left, and Chang Sheng also ran out to wave goodbye. "Immortal master, no need to see me off. If you have any requests, you can always tell me. Many thanks to you. Next time you buy calligraphy, I will definitely give you a 20% discount." Chang Sheng stared intently at the money pouch in his hand and let out a sinister smile. Well, the people of Ditang Zhangguan are truly simple and honest. Even if I wanted to spend this money, I couldn't. The scene shifted to the Shuanglong sisters. By this time, Xiao Chang and Xiaobai had also completed their task, buying wine and bringing back a bundle of bamboo. "Jie, what does the immortal master want with this bamboo?" "The immortal master always has his reasons for what he does, don't ask too much. Let's hurry back first, so he doesn't have to wait long." On the way, Bai Long accidentally passed by a small courtyard reeking of demonic aura. Bai Long noticed, his expression darkening as he turned his head. "Demonic energy, the stench of blood is overwhelming." In front of the courtyard, a dense wave of demonic energy surged upward. Seeing this, he spoke. "Xiao Chang, there must be a Yao Guai causing trouble inside the courtyard. Let's go in and take a look." Inside the courtyard, the corpses of innocent people lay in pools of blood. Then came the sight of sharp fangs gnawing at the bodies, blood splattering everywhere. It turned out to be Tiger Manson, prowling around the house and attacking innocent men. It stomped on the corpses with its massive claws, then tore at the bodies with its razor-sharp teeth, its eyes glowing with a cold light as it stared straight ahead. Outside the door, a loud shout rang out. "Yao Guai, how dare you, in broad daylight, commit violence in the human realm?" Hu Wang Man Shan was enjoying his meal when he heard it. He turned his head and glared toward the doorway. Shuanglong kicked the door wide open and stormed in furiously. Hey, you Huang, cultivation is no easy path, why do you harm others without reason?" Hearing this, Huang Manshan stomped his foot hard, his claws scraping fiercely against the ground. His eyes blazed as he glared straight ahead, his whole body dripping with the stench of blood. He had now transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, massive and muscular. Rising to his feet, he cast a piercing gaze at Shuanglong and growled in a deep voice, "And where did these two young ladies come from, to dare lecture me on how I should act?" Bai Long, upon hearing this, glared with furrowed brows, clenched her teeth in fury, and brandished her weapon. "Reckless fool, it seems you wish to test the power of this young lady." Xiao Qing cried out, "Jie, be careful." Man Shan raised his sharp claws, baring his fangs in a sinister grin. What, such arrogance! Disturbing this king's meal, have you considered how you intend to make amends? Before he could finish, Tiger King Man Shan opened his maw wide and lunged forward with a violent strike. Bai Long, without the slightest trace of fear, instantly unleashed a fierce surge of energy toward the beast. Xiao Qing screamed in terror, Jie, be careful. At that very moment, the two wine jars in her hand slipped and shattered upon the ground. Scene shifts to Master and Disciple Changshang. At this moment, the two are testing the oven with two ducks. Seeing the plump, glistening, fragrant ducks, they cannot help but drool. Don't rush, it's almost ready." Who would have thought that Shifu not only possesses profound cultivation but also cooks so well? A few minutes later, the two ducks are perfectly done, the aroma wafting into their noses. Changsheng immediately takes out honey glaze and brushes it over the duck's skin to give them a glossy sheen, sprinkles on some fresh herbs, adds a few cans of beer, and they are ready to feast. Dusk falls quickly, and the sun dips behind the mountains. Changsheng shields his eyes with his hand, peering out the doorway. Why haven't Xiaobai and Xiaoqing come back yet? It's getting dark already. Buying wine shouldn't take this long. No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Jixian suddenly rushed in with 2 guards, shouting loudly, Shindishir, Li Chunfeng, come quickly and help me. Something terrible has happened at Shirley Tang. Seeing Feng Jixian's panic, Changsheng hurriedly supported him. Feng Jixian, calm down and speak slowly. What happened? There's a Yao Guai at Shirley Tang. A whole family of 3 the Hong Se Lao who were brutally slain. Hearing this, Changsheng's face darkened, turning ashen. What, a Yao Guai? Are you serious? After a while, they arrived at Hong Se Lao's house, where the sound of weeping echoed everywhere. The whole family of 3 in Hong Se is dead. Truly, this is retribution. Did you know that Hong Se has long been possessed by evil spirits? People in the household kept dying inexplicably. Even the neighbors around here suffered from misfortunes. Really? Could it be true that the deaths of those 3 were caused by possession? We should not stay here any longer, for fear of being infected with bad luck. Witnessing the scene before him, Changsheng froze, his eyes wide open, his brows furrowed, speechless. Changsheng and Chunfeng walked closer, gazing at the blood-soaked corpses, while the crowd continued to murmur, it must surely be the work of Guation. They say that Shirley Tang was once a great tomb, and since Hong Se lived right upon it, he was constantly surrounded by such unclean things, which is why this disaster befell them. Feng Jixian took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his face full of panic. Shindishir, I won't hide anything from you. Over the past few years, many people have died due to Hong Se, but we haven't been able to uncover the cause, nor have we been able to do anything. We never expected this to happen. This incident must be related to Yao Guai. We should have sent word to Shintian too to send someone capable to handle this, but right now, everyone is in a state of panic. We all know the ghost-catching abilities of Shintian too are like daylight. Please, Xian Zhang, help the people of Jingyang Xian. Chunfeng, upon hearing this, clasped his hands and bowed. Feng Jixian, do not worry. Xiao Dao works for Tianjian and is responsible for this matter. Moreover, with my Shifu here, there is nothing to fear from Yao Guai. Upon hearing this, Changsheng's expression darkened as he thought to himself. Holy shit, I didn't agree to this. Who told you to be so talkative? This is a murder case, we need to find Guanfu, not someone who writes like me. After a moment of reflection, Changsheng turned to Feng Jixian and forced a bright smile. Feng Jixian, Yao Guai eats human flesh. This is indeed a very serious matter. How about this? I have some confidence in my disciple's ability to eliminate demons and eradicate evil. I'll leave this matter to him, it will also be a good chance for him to prove his skills. Upon hearing this, Chunfeng immediately took out a bagua plate and stared intently ahead. Yes, Shifu, apprentice will certainly not disappoint you. Chunfeng immediately performed, Xiantian Baojin, Yao Guai appear, and from the bagua plate in his hand, bright golden spirit lines of Jingguang emerged. Suddenly, a stream of dark demonic energy appeared on the bagua plate, causing Chunfeng to be stunned. Is this a curse? It's Heishan De Wang, Feng Jixian, with a worried expression, quietly turned and asked, Li Daozong, what's going on? Chunfeng stared intently at the bagua plate in his hand. This talisman is the center of the curse. This curse originates from the cultivation method of Heishan De Wang. He is one of the top 20 Diao Wang who are being closely pursued by Tianjian. Changsheng stepped forward, raised both hands to the sky, and shouted loudly, all right, the more you talk, the more absurd it gets. This curse, Heishan De Wang, all of that is just meant to scare people. Look at how frightened those others are. Look at the wounds on the corpse, it's clearly the work of a fierce beast. Don't try to scare me with Yao Guai or Guation. Hearing this, Chunfeng turned to look at the group of villagers who were trembling in fear and thought to himself, so that's how it is, I was reckless. Now everyone is scared. I shouldn't have mentioned Yao Guai or Guation in front of them. Truly, Shifu was so careful. I completely overlooked such details. This is how one truly cares for the people. Then the three of them sat down together to examine the corpse. Feng Jixian, are there any other clues? Was someone injured, or are there any other witnesses? Looking at this wound, the remaining demonic energy confirms it was indeed caused by a beast. Shifu, with just a glance, can grasp the key points. After observing, Feng Jixian turned and said, "That's right, I almost forgot to mention it earlier. Someone just told me they saw two young ladies from your family, and it seems they were taken by Yao Guai." Chang Sheng still couldn't hear clearly, immediately raising his hand to stop him. "I've already said, there's no Yao Guai, it's a wild beast, a wild beast." A moment later, Chang Sheng realized what Feng Jixian had said and stared wide-eyed, shouting loudly, "What? Who are you saying was taken?" Immediately after, a scream echoed, startling the guards and the common people. "Quick, gather all the hunters in the entire county." Scene shift to another location, where the Shuanglong duo were sitting on a pile of bloody bones. "Jia, Mei doesn't want to die." "Xiao Chang, don't be afraid, Xian Zhang will definitely come to save us." Man Shan, upon hearing this, grinned mockingly. "Xian Zhang? Damn Huanggu, I advise you to let us go. I am the prince of the Dragon Clan, the daughter of Long Zhu Don Hai." Hearing this, Man Shan not only wasn't scared but also laughed out loud in a mocking way. "Huh? Prince of the Dragon Clan, so what? Do you think you can scare me? I'm also the leader of the Diao Wang, the Shoxia of Heishan de Xian, and Huang Man Shan. The Dragon Clan, weak like you, is just in the perfect position to become the secondary wife of our Heishan de Xian." Xiao Cheng, upon hearing this, was utterly terrified and began crying uncontrollably. "Mei doesn't want to be a secondary wife, Mei doesn't want to be a secondary wife." Outside the forest, Chang Sheng's group had already started moving. "Feng Jixian, we found many fresh tiger tracks. It's likely the tiger hasn't run far. If we follow these tracks, we should be able to find its location quickly." Chun Feng, walking alongside Chang Shang, felt uneasy and spoke up. "Xian Zhang, this wild beast is extremely ferocious and has eaten people. We should avoid letting the hunters take such risks." The hunters, upon hearing this, turned around and shouted, "Rest assured, sirs, we are experienced hunters. We've encountered many xilangs, tigers, and leopards like this before. That's right, last year we even fought a tiger together." Chang Shang, upon hearing this, rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. "These tiger hunters are indeed experienced at tracking wild beasts, so it's best to let them continue. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's fate is still uncertain. If anything happens, I don't know how I'll explain it to their families." After walking for a while, the group discovered a cave ahead. "Here it is, we've found a tiger's den. Everyone, let's quickly go ahead and investigate to see if there's another exit around here." Before entering the cave, one of the hunters spoke up. "Feng Jixian, Shendaozong, we've already checked around the cave and there is no other exit." "It's good, everyone come here and listen to me. First, we will do this." While Chang Shang was discussing the plan with the hunters, Chun Feng stepped forward with a bagua plate for reconnaissance. "Holy shit, the smell of blood is overpowering." In the next moment, Chun Feng held the bagua plate in front to channel the Shen Tian Baojin and check the surrounding demonic energy. A brilliant light flashed from the bagua plate, and a piece of information from Manson appeared. "Huang Man Shan, ranked 13th on the Kantian Jian's most wanted list, Yao Wang level, for star danger level. Indeed, a de Yao Wang, with my current cultivation, I'm no match for this Huang." After speaking, Chun Feng pulled out something glowing from his clothing. "I wonder where Shifu is. No matter what, we can't let Huang descend the mountain and continue to harm others." Immediately afterward, Chun Feng began to write on the bagua plate with a glowing pen. "Jingguang, Tian Yuan Di Feng, Lu Ling Jiu Chang, Wu Jin Xiaobai, Wan Mo Fu Kan." While performing the formation, Chun Feng was suddenly startled when a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. His eyes widened as he turned around and saw Chang Shang, and at the same time, his formation abruptly dissipated. "What are you doing, Li Chun Feng? Everyone's busy, and you're just standing there." "Come help," Chang Shang said. Before he could say anything, Chang Shang dragged him away. "Shifu, apprentice is setting up the formation, that Huanggu, he's Yao Wang. Alright, we'll catch that tiger. You can proceed however you want. When the time comes, Sifu will teach you some magic from the fairy realm." Magic from the fairy realm? Are you serious, Shifu? Of course, it's absolutely true. It can't be more real than this, Chang Shang replied. Inside the cave, Man Shan was fast asleep on a pile of bones, wearing a satisfied expression. Nearby, Xuan Long was also napping, though his face clearly showed signs of unease. Then, a white mist rushed into Xiaobai's nose, waking her up. She sat up in a daze, her face pale. There's movement outside. People, a lot of people. Could it be that Xian Zhang is here to save us? That would be great. At the cave entrance, Chang Shang held a drum, and Chun Feng was dressed in a very sexy female tiger head costume. Shifu, does this thing really work? Tee-hee-hee, you'll find out soon enough. Man Shan was startled and opened his eyes wide when he heard the deafening noise and asked, "What's that sound? How dare they disturb Ban Wang?" Chang Shang was happily beating the drum when he was suddenly frightened and immediately threw both the drum and the drumstick, shouting loudly, "Oh!" At that moment, Chun Feng, hiding inside the tiger's head, saw it and was so terrified that his limbs froze stiff. He stared forward, eyes bulging, sweat dripping down. "It's here, it's Hu Wangu." The cold, piercing gaze radiating from Man Shan's eyes struck the group like a sharp blade. That very gaze made the young men's eyes widen, mouths agape, sweat pouring down like rain. It's so huge. What does it eat to grow that big? Immediately, Chang Sheng struck the drum in his hand with great force and opened his mouth wide, shouting, "Little tiger, hurry and wake up." Man Shan crawled out of the cave with a ferocious face, baring sharp fangs and roaring like a beast gone mad. Seeing this, Chang Sheng quickly performed the tango dance. "Li Chun Feng, don't be afraid, sway the way I taught you." Chun Feng, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat as though a stream was flowing from his face. "Shifu, does your FHE really work?" No sooner had he spoken than Chun Feng stomped his prosthetic leg hard onto the ground, then launched into a dazzling hip-swaying performance, swaying left, swaying right, swaying up, swaying down. After swaying for a while, Chun Feng maneuvered the tiger's head to turn backward, his gaze seductive under the moonlight. When Man Shan saw this, all he could now perceive was the image of an adorable little tigress. After that, Man Shan saw Chun Feng continue to control the tiger's head, swaying its hips with a few more graceful moves, endlessly indulging in the adorable tigress. Man Shan could not resist this charm and exclaimed, "Oh wow, this tigress is truly fascinating." Man Shan immediately lunged at the tigress, his face blushing bright red, eyes turning into hearts. "Let me love you." Then Man Shan hugged the tigress's head and cried out, "Let me give you the most extraordinary kiss." Inside the head costume, Chun Feng wondered, "Is this magic? When did Shifu cast magic?" And yet it made Yao Wang so completely enthralled. Then, a heavy collision left Chun Feng's face pale with shock, unable to utter a word. Who would believe that Man Shan was standing behind me already in position, ready to get down to business, for real this time? Meanwhile, underneath, Chun Feng was wailing, "SOS, Shifu save me, or I'm done for." Seeing this, Chang Shang immediately mobilized everyone behind him and commanded, "Everyone, seize this chance and capture it now." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic net shot out from the bushes, aimed straight at Man Shan, followed by archers locking onto their target and firing volleys of arrows right on mark. Now, thousands of sharp arrows hurtled through the air, piercing into Man Shan's flesh, making him bite hard into a tree with a growl. "Damn! Despicable ordinary humans!" Arrows struck the ground right in front of Chun Feng, making his eyes bulge in fright. Shifu, I'm still right here." On the other side, two hunters were tirelessly drawing their bows like machines, scowling in frustration. "What thick hide, the arrows can't pierce easily. I fear this tiger is on the verge of becoming a spirit. If we bring this pelt into the city, it'll fetch 10 times the price of a normal tiger skin." Chang Sheng stood to the side, licking his lips hungrily, his eyes gleaming with the image of 2 shining coins. "Really? Is a tiger's hide worth that much? Then we must not let this pelt get damaged." At that moment, Man Shan, already consumed by rage, suddenly erupted, slashing fiercely forward with several strikes as a torrent of demonic energy surged. A bunch of foolish ordinary people. In the midst of the fight, he accidentally knocked away the fake tiger's head, exposing Chun Feng. Man Shan glanced down. Well, what a surprise, while Chun Feng lifted his head, sweat pouring down nonstop, yet still managed a friendly smile. Brother, hello. Hearing that, Man Shan flew into a frenzy, muscles bulging as he unleashed a thunderous, devastating punch aimed straight at Chun Feng's head. I will kill you. Shifu, save me. Witnessing this, Chang Sheng's eyes widened, his mouth gaping as he roared. Release that man for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Chang Sheng charged forward, driving his sharp sword straight into the gap between Man Shan's legs. Blood gushed wildly as Man Shan's entire body convulsed in agony. You're kidding, right? He opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar, the breadth and depth of it perhaps rivaling the size of an average living man. But with that final roar, Man Shan collapsed, falling lifeless to the ground, the sword still impaled firmly in the wound between his legs. Shin Dishur truly is like a celestial being, not only wise in strategy, but also unmatched in martial prowess. With a single strike he ended Hu Wang, truly ridding the people of a great calamity. Heavens, no, that is too much praise. This victory was only possible thanks to Feng Jixian's command. Chun Feng stood before the two of them as if he were invisible. Hu Wangu's skin is unbreakable, one could even say invulnerable. So Shifu had known all along, and those maneuvers were merely ways to search for that tiger's weakness, weren't they? Chun Feng stepped forward and drew his sword, clutching his nose as his face turned pale. The hole between his legs is the only weakness of Hu Wangu, isn't it? No wonder a single strike from Shifu could break through his defense. After bragging for a while, Chang Sheng suddenly remembered the Shuang Long and shouted aloud, "That's right, Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang are inside, aren't they?" Hearing this, Feng Jixian cheerfully replied, "Master Shin, don't be anxious. Just now, I already sent people in to search." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Shuang Long appeared behind the guards, crying out loudly, "Xian Zhang!" The two young girls, overcome with emotion, rushed forward and embraced Chang Sheng tightly. "Thank you, Xian Zhang, for saving our lives." Ho hoo. It's fine, as long as you are not hurt." Chang Sheng then gently patted Xiao Bai's head with a dazzling smile. It's all right now, let's go home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai cast him a shy, tender glance and softly said, "Let's go home." Sometime later, when they returned to Jingyang Xian, red banners inscribed with the words "Tiger Fighting Hero" fluttered in the air. Drums thundered, fireworks burst like a grand festival, and in the center of the village the triumphant group marched home, followed by guards carrying the tiger's carcass on a stretcher. The night before, Master Shin had gone up the mountain to hunt down Hu Wang, and with a single strike, he took its life, ridding Jingyang Xian of a great menace. Wearing a red flower on his chest, Chang Sheng grinned brightly. "Hello, baby, I've just been crowned the world's flower boy god." After that, Chang Sheng turned to look at Feng Jixian with a sinister gaze. "Feng Jixian, you see, I have risked my life to rid the people of Jingyang Xian of this calamity. Shouldn't Guanfu express something about that?" "Express? What does Master Shin mean by that?" Hearing this, Chang Sheng pulled a face uglier than anyone else's, then leaned close and whispered, "That Hongse mansion is now uninhabited. Just in time, I was thinking of renting a larger place for business, I wonder if..." Feng Jixian immediately caught the meaning and interrupted, "Master Shin has protected the people of Jingyang Xian. This mansion, owned by Guanfu, shall be gifted to the Taoist master." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng threw his arm over Feng Jixian's shoulder and laughed brightly as a flower. "Feng Jixian, you truly act with generosity. Later I will write you a talisman of exorcism free of charge, please don't find it unworthy." At that moment, Chun Feng, standing behind them, looked at their departing figures and thought to himself, "Hongse Mansion? Last time, I noticed that place was rather strange. If it is said that the Hongse family of 3 was murdered by Hu Wangu, then what about the rumors among the people these past years that the entire Hongse clan had gradually perished one by one? Could it be that Shifu has already observed something amiss with that mansion, which is why he asked Feng Jixian about it? If ordinary folk were to move in, would they not meet with disaster? No, I must investigate this place once more." A moment later, at Chang Sheng's small courtyard, Chang Sheng stood before Feng Jixian, clasped his hands in salute. "Many thanks, Feng Jixian." Another day, I shall come to your home to pay my respects and invite you for a drink. Hearing this, Feng Jixian chuckled, young man, you're too polite. If you ever need any help, just come and find me. After speaking, Chang Sheng turned to ask his younger sister Bai Long, Xiaobai, where is Chun Feng? He was still in the formation just now, why did he suddenly disappear? Xian Zhang, Li Daozong just said he wanted to go investigate Hong Se Mansion once more. Upon hearing that, Chang Sheng felt reassured, a confident smile appearing on his face. Very well, let him be. But since it's still early, everyone come and help me with an experiment. At the same time, within Hong Se Mansion, Chun Feng stood in the courtyard. Looking around, he saw the evil energy was dense, as though it had completely enshrouded the entire mansion. Chun Feng pondered, as expected, there is a problem. Just now, when I visited the nearby residence, they all said that Hong Se Mansion was built beside an ancient underground tomb. The Hong Se family had guarded this mausoleum for generations. In the past, when Shifu was here, he must have used Xian Qi to suppress the Yin energy of this place, which is why I never detected it. But now, the Yin energy is about to condense into a tangible form. No wonder the people of the Hong Se family have all died in such strange ways over the past years. For ordinary people to live here, they would be continuously corroded by the Yin energy, their lifespans thus cut short. Lost in thought, all of a sudden, the bagua plate on his chest radiated a dazzling brilliance, startling him. Xian Tian Baogai pondered over this phenomenon and realized that from the bagua plate surged a blazing golden aura that soared toward Chun Feng. At the same time, in the sky appeared a colossal crimson eye gathering malignant energy, which unsettled Chun Feng, for it was connected to Ji Yinjin of He Shan De Wang and the Hong Se Mansion, both at the heart of the formation. Afterward, Chun Feng realized he was approaching from Niu Hao Zhai, the place where Sifu had slain Yao Wang under the command of He Shan De Wang. He returned to Chang Sheng's home, where he found Man Shan preparing roast duck, and Xiao Cheng sitting by the fire with Chang Sheng, the two of them cheerful. They were discussing the making of fine wine and preparing food. Meanwhile, a black crow observed them from a branch before taking flight, leaving behind a single feather drifting down. After a while, it returned to a place shrouded in utter darkness and gloom. A hand reached out to receive the black crow, a demonic old man. All around was filled with sinister energy. Xian Ran, is it? You killed my subordinate, Yao Wang. I want to see what abilities this so-called Xian Ran truly possesses. Drops of water trickled from a bamboo tube into a clay jar, while streams of jingguang surrounded it. Some mysterious force compelled Xiaobai to exude a captivating, alluring presence. This is the elixir of life. Xiaoqing was no different, her whole body writhing under the influence of that same power. Just inhaling the fragrance of this wine, yet already such a dense spirit envelopes us, Chang Sheng said, raising the shimmering jar of wine before the two young women. The strength of this wine is only moderate, still far from satisfying my expectations. Elixir of life, you say? That's too much praise. What strength are you talking about? Could it be that Xian Zhang can still brew an even finer wine? At this moment, outside, He Shan De Wang was busy fiddling with something. His appearance was no different from that of an ordinary person, and no trace of Fa Li could be sensed on him. How could Man Shan possibly be killed by such an ordinary man? There must surely be something suspicious about it. Behind the old man, two young men were chatting with each other. Shindishir is a Xianzhang, you understand what a Xianzhang is, right? Old Zhao, just because he bought a piece of calligraphy from Shindishir, is now able to last 10 rounds every night. Even his wife no longer dares to scold him as a useless man. Who would have thought that Shindishir's calligraphy not only offers protection but also has this kind of effect? I must get a piece as well, so my wife can broaden her horizons. After a while of idle chatter, the two young men suddenly looked up and froze, realizing there was an old man standing there. They walked over and began teasing loudly, "Hey old man, are you also here to ask Shindishir for some calligraphy? Who would have thought that at your age you'd still have such needs? Truly admirable, admirable. No need to be embarrassed, just go right in. Shindishir is very approachable, no need to climb walls and peek." Upon hearing this, He Shan De Wang's face instantly darkened, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Chang Shang was sitting and pouring wine into a jug when the two young men suddenly rushed in. Shen Xian Zhang, you've returned. Hearing this, Chang Shang turned to ask, what business do the two of you have with me? We wish to purchase some of your calligraphy, Xian Zhang. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang's eyes lit up brightly. Haha, seeking my calligraphy, is it? Very well, very well. My writing is guaranteed to be fairly priced. Do you have any particular words in mind that you wish me to inscribe? So a young man leaned in close to his ear and whispered, it's the same character you wrote last time for Lao Zhao. Truly, this character of yours, Xian Zhang, works wonders. Lao Zhao managed 10 rounds in one night, and he boasts about it before us every single day. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, felt as though thunder had struck right beside his ears and thought to himself, what? 10 times? Since when did my characters have such an effect? That Lao Zhao must be exaggerating too much. If those two bought my characters and they turned out to be useless, they'd surely come back to cause me trouble. As Chang Sheng pictured the terrifying image of the two young men, he gently said, I can certainly write the characters you request, but the effects are not nearly so exaggerated. Besides my characters, one must also exercise daily. If conditions permit, using parts of a tiger or an ox can bring miraculous results tenfold or more. Please, both of you, act within your means. The young man, after hearing this, pointed toward the doorway. Xian Zhang, you need not be so modest. Perhaps you don't realize it, but here in Jingyang Xian, from 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, there isn't a single person who doesn't say your characters are effective. If you don't believe me, just look just now, at the doorway. We saw an old man climbing over the wall, intending to come seek your characters, but he was too shy. As soon as he finished speaking and turned around, he saw that the wall was empty. Where did that old man go? Just as the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning struck, accompanied by a voice echoing, Are you looking for Lao Fu? Xuan Long immediately recognized it, that's He Shan De Wang. On the other hand, Chang Shang was extremely furious and yelled loudly, Oh my god, you've ruined my roof. He Shan De Wang was standing on Chang Shang's roof, with a huge bolt of lightning behind him, and a black crow with red eyes perched on his shoulder. The crowd below looked up, their faces pale with fear, unable to speak. He Shan De Wang, with his dark eyes and a sneer on his lips, said, This time I've come to take something back. Xiao Bai hurriedly turned to Xiao Chang and said, It's He Shan De Wang, Xiao Chang. Later, even if it means risking my life, I must protect Xian Zhang. If a fight breaks out, you must take Xian Zhang back to Donghai and call for reinforcements. I will stay here and hold him off. No, Jia, I'll stay to hold him off. Jia, you take Xian Zhang and go. Amid Xuan Long's worries, Chang Shang was itching for a fight and yelled, Old man, aren't you looking for something? At your age, climbing up someone else's roof? Don't think that just because you're old, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, if you break any more tiles, you'll have to pay for them. He Shan De Wang was taken aback, thinking to himself, looking at him again, he still seems like an ordinary person with no sign of any fatally in his body. He's not even as strong as the Shuang Long duo beside him. Yet, he's not afraid of me, and even seems to want to fight me. What's going on? I shouldn't act rashly. Let me probe him first. After thinking it through, He Shan De Wang let out a thunderous roar. Without reason you dared to kill Yao Wang under my command, how do you wish to die? Hearing this, Chang Shang widened his eyes and gasped in shock, Yao Wang what? You mean this tiger? Chang Shang could hardly believe his ears. He carefully examined the tiger once more, then turned his face toward He Shan De Wang and said, Old man, don't tell me you've listened to too many rumors and fallen into delusion? Indeed, I killed this tiger. But its hide was already gifted to me as a reward by Feng Jixian. If you want it, then you'll have to pay. And another thing, get down immediately. If you fall in a moment, don't you dare play the victim. There are plenty of people watching here. Before he could finish venting, Xiaobai stepped forward and whispered softly, Xian Zhang, that is He Shan De Wang, of Tianyao rank. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang not only felt no fear, but instead raised his voice and cursed even louder, He Shan De Wang, Tianyao what? Someone like you doesn't even need a face, right? I've tolerated you long enough, and today you even dared to damage the roof of my house. Even if Tian Wang Laozi himself were to appear, you would still not be allowed to leave. In the midst of his tirade, Chun Feng suddenly rushed in, glaring and shouting in alarm, "Shifu, be careful, this is bad." He Shan De Wang is enraged. A Tianyao rank could wipe out all of Jingyang Xian, could even destroy an entire nation. At that very moment, He Shan De Wang floated in midair, unleashing his power. Behind him emerged a monstrous demon, with 2 sharp horns upon its head and 8 eerie arms sprouting from its form. He Shan De Wang bared his teeth, curling his lips into a sinister grin, smug and menacing, "An ant like you dares show me disrespect? I shall strip your flesh, seal away your soul, and torment you day after day." With those words, he dove swiftly from the rooftop, still wearing that twisted smile. "I will make it so you cannot live, yet cannot die." Wahahaha. Before the lightning-fast and powerful assault of He Shan De Wang, everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes bulged wide, their mouths hung open, tears streaming down both cheeks as they wailed and shouted, "It's over, this is the peak of the peak, Xianzhang, be careful." No sooner had the cries faded than suddenly, from beneath the courtyard, a thick cloud of smoke surged upward. Terrified, the crowd raised their hands to shield themselves. Then He Shan De Wang emerged from the dense mist, his joints dislocated and snapping, his face contorted as he clenched his teeth in agony, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward and shouted loudly, old man, there's no need for such a grand display, just knowing your mistake is enough." The old man, upon hearing this, fell backward, blood flowing ceaselessly from both knees. What in the world is going on here? At that very moment, as he lay on the ground, a beam of Jingguan light shone upon his face. "Where is my Fa Li? Has my Fa Li vanished?" From another vantage point high above, the noise of agitated whispers and chatter filled the air. At this instant, Xiao Chang, Xiao Bai, and Chun Feng, upon witnessing the scene before them, stared wide-eyed in shock, their jaws dropped. "Xianzhang is truly incredible, He Shan De Wang is kneeling already." Chang Sheng strode up before He Shan De Wang, holding a scroll of XINFA in his hand. "Didn't I just remind you earlier? I told you to be careful not to fall. And now look, serves you right. Who told you to mess around, even daring to climb onto the rooftop?" He Shan De Wang, upon hearing this, grew so furious that tears welled up in his eyes. Then he immediately sprang up, raised his 2 Guatian hands high, and lunged forward with a roar, "I will kill you." But Chang Sheng calmly caught his hands without the slightest trace of fear. Kneeling down, Chang Sheng presented the XINFA scroll to He Shan De Wang. "This is for you. Consider it a gift from me, out of respect for the elder and affection for the young. No charge, and no need to fix the roof either." Hearing those words filled with unexpected kindness, He Shan De Wang stopped his tears and opened the XINFA scroll to take a look. "What is this?" Inside the scroll, a single large character was written, and from it burst a brilliant beam of Jingguan that shone directly into He Shan De Wang's eyes, forcing him to cry out loudly, "Ah!" The next instant, a stream of Jingguan shot forth from the scroll, piercing straight through his body. The fatal blow made He Shan De Wang vomit blood. He collapsed heavily to the ground, sending Chang Sheng into a panic. Terrified, Chang Sheng cried out, Hey! I only gave you a written character, I never even laid a hand on you. Everyone here can testify for me, I truly didn't touch him." At that moment, Chang Sheng thought to himself, "This is bad. If this old man dies here in my place, his family will surely never let me off." Outside, the townsfolk rushed noisily into Chang Sheng's house, shouting in chaos, Hey! We were clearly here to ask for words first. Why did this old man cut the line? That's right. Already old and still fawning over the Xianzhang like that, does he have no shame at all?" Hearing that, Chang Sheng stepped forward to steady the people. His eyes glittered when he saw gold spread out before him. "Everyone, don't hurry, there is enough for all, there will be enough. The elders, you must learn to respect those above and yield to them. Showing respect for the old and caring for the young has always been the tradition of our Jingyang County, hasn't it?" At the same time, the little fox rushed over to He Shan De Wang's side, truly misjudging herself, not even bothering to check where this place was. Even if the Xianzhang's favored one wants to wield Fei, even if that person's power reaches the Tianya level, it won't work. He Shan de Wang heard this, lifted his head, sweat beading on his cheeks. Is he really a Xianzhang descended to the mortal world? How could that be? There is clearly no trace of any magical aura at all. The little fox, upon hearing that, put on an admiring look. Could the Xianzhang's prowess be visible to a mortal beast like you? Look at you, all frail posture and pretension. Right now you're not even as impressive as a 3-year-old ordinary person child. Isn't that proof enough? No sooner had she finished speaking than a 3-year-old child appeared out of nowhere and urinated on He Shan de Wang's face. Having finished, the boy yanked up his pants and ran off, leaving He Shan de Wang furious, his eyes bloodshot. Despicable, damned! I am He Shan de Wang, great immortal, the lord of this border. The 10 great Yao kings have all anointed me as their ruler. He forced himself up in fury. A lowly ordinary person dares to piss on my face? I will cleanse all of Jingyang County with blood and turn this place into a living hell. At that moment the black crow with its glaring red eyes was staring fixedly at something. When Xiaobai looked into the crow, its face appeared clearly in his pupils. Rings like those used in hypnosis formed in Xiaobai's eyes. Now Xiaobai's eyes had turned red and his body seemed soulless. Seeing this, Chun Feng grew pale and cried, "Not good, Fa Li, soul stealing." Very quickly Xiaobai lost consciousness and was seized by He Shan de Wang. Whether good or bad, I, De Xian, have trained for 100 years. Although I do not know how you used some method to seal my Fa Li, I, De Xian, still have many other options. You ordinary person, today, if we risk our lives fighting, it will surely turn Jingyang Xian into a river of blood. Now I give you 2 choices: you kill the Yao King under my command, and I will take this woman away to make amends, or I will kill her and we will fight to the death. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, grew furious. Old man, are you insane? What nonsense is that? If you want that tiger skin, then take it, don't harm others. He Shan de Wang stared fixedly at Xiaobai's face and smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, this one worries so much for Prince Longzhu. Could there be something going on between them? Even Prince Longzhu wants it. I see you're not such a righteous fairy after all. But before anything could happen, a massive shadow appeared behind He Shan de Wang along with a voice, that old pervert like you dares to bully Lady Xiaobai. No sooner had the words fallen than a tall young man with blazing red eyes lunged forward, seizing He Shan de Wang by the head. I've tolerated you for far too long. With that, the young man unleashed a thunderous punch that sent He Shan de Wang crashing into the wall. Begone, old man. Chang Shang and the villagers behind him gaped in astonishment. Well done, you truly are my son. With He Shan de Wang dealt with, the young man gently stepped forward and supported Xiaobai. Lady Xiaobai, you need not be afraid, that pervert has already been beaten by me. While basking in the happiness of holding the beauty in his arms, Xiao Qing suddenly rushed in, snatching Xiaobai from the young man's grasp and crying out, Jie, are you alright? You nearly scared me to death just now. What happened? What was wrong with you a moment ago? Chun Feng and Chang Shang stepped forward and stood before He Shan de Wang, their eyes wide open in disbelief. This guy is dead already, Shifu, truly terrifying, Chun Feng said. Chang Shang was dumbfounded and asked, what did you just say? Dead already? Chun Feng turned to him, gave him a thumbs up, and replied, Shifu was truly formidable. You've helped the people of Detang by eliminating the great Yao Guai, He Shan de Wang. This is a tremendous achievement. Hearing this, Chang Shang glanced nervously around at the others, then quickly grabbed Chun Feng and whispered, keep your voice down. Do you want to get me killed? This old monster wasn't slain by me. Don't spout nonsense. When the people from Guanfu arrive, you'd better watch your mouth for my sake. After saying that, Chang Shang picked up a branch and poked at He Shan de Wang's face. I wonder if we should call a Daifu to see if he can still be saved. As he spoke, Chang Shang's expression suddenly changed. His face turned ashen purple, his nostrils flared like a pig's. It's over, this time we're doomed. Everything was fine, and now someone's dead. Not long after, the sun dipped behind the mountains. Feng Jixian arrived with 2 guards, clasped his hands, and saluted. Once again, Shin Tian Tu has rendered great service to my Jingyang Xian. That He Shan De Wan was a Yao Guai ranked among the top 20 on Can Tianjian's wanted list. Now that he has been eliminated by Shen Tian 2, it is indeed cause for celebration. Shen Tian 2, you need not worry. I understand the rules followed by cultivators like yourself. Matters such as these cannot be made known to ordinary people. Thus, Chang Shang once again wore the red flower ribbon on his chest, but this time his expression was very strange. Seeing Chang Shang's bewildered face, Feng Jixian smiled as brightly as a flower and continued, Guanfu has already issued an official notice. This He Shan De Wang no, not that this gangster is in fact the bandit wanted by Guanfu. Now he has been eliminated by Shen Dishur, and a special commendation has been granted. Having said that, Feng Jixian stepped onto the palanquin to return. Shen Dishur, please halt here, we shall head back first. After Feng Jixian departed, Chang Shang removed the red flower from his chest, glanced left and right, and thought to himself, who would have thought that one day I'd wear the big red flower twice in a row? Inside Chang Shang's courtyard room, the burly young man had already begun the gathering, telling the villagers, let me tell everyone, that old man was truly He Shan De Wang, the second son of San Mei Fu of Erjiu Jia. I live next to old Wang's house, and his elder brother works in Guanfu. All that talk about a gangster was just to deceive ordinary folk like you. How could common people like you know the truth of such matters? After speaking, the burly youth stood up and asked the scrawny young man before him, Ergo Z, am I right? You were there at that time too. That man himself said that Shen Tian 2 killed Yao Wang, who was under his command, and wanted to seize Lady Xiao by his compensation. That's right, many people heard it then. The villagers, upon hearing this, opened their eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming in surprise, oh wow, is that really true? The muscular guy continued to boast, saying, at that time, we had no idea who that old man was. We thought he was some pervert who came out of nowhere, being rude to Miss Xiaobai, so I stepped forward and gave him a blow. But I didn't expect to end up killing him. Even now, when I think about it, my legs are still shaking. One of the villagers overheard and spoke up, hey, how could a fool like you possibly kill He Shan De Wang? Didn't you see that before? A single Dao Shen Guang from Shen Tian 2 made that old Yao Guai kneel on the ground and cough up blood? If it wasn't for Xian Zhang using Xin Li or CNFA or something like that, do you think anyone could even touch He Shan De Wang? If you weren't Xian Zhang, you'd probably be dead by now, and who knows how you'd have died. No wonder, I noticed the wind was off at the time. It felt like a showdown between two De Gao Shou. Exactly. I felt the same way. The expression on Shen Tian 2's face was different from usual. I think I even saw Shen Tian 2's soul leave his body and battle He Shan De Wang in the sky. While lost in thought, a group of children suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Chang Shang with a barrage of questions. Xian Zhang, do you know how to eat candied haws? No. Xian Zhang, do fairies go to the bathroom? Guess what, Xian Zhang, are you married? What does that have to do with you, you little brats? Xian Zhang, you're not married because no fairy Jejia likes you, right? Shut up, you young buffaloes. Inside the courtyard, Xiaobai and Xiao Chang were busy brewing wine together. Xiao Chang, be careful with the fire, the wine's coming out, quickly find a jar. As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Shang's panicked voice echoed, I really am not a fairy. At dusk in Jiu Chao How sure, in the middle of the small courtyard, Chang Shang and Chun Feng stood facing each other with stern expressions. Chang Shang glanced at Chun Feng sideways, asking in a sharp tone, do you really have to go? Chun Feng answered resolutely, I really have to go. Chang Shang furrowed his brow in frustration, aren't you going to think it over again? Chun Feng shut his eyes and replied firmly, no need to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang turned away and spat a huge gob of saliva. This is unacceptable. This damn trap boy. Chun Feng, seeing this, was left speechless. At that moment, the little fox saw the strong spirit saliva puddle of Chang Shang and joyfully rushed over to lick it eagerly. Before it could enjoy, Chang Shang threw a coconut bowl at the little fox's head, shouting, no licking. If you dare lick, I'll throw you into the courtyard, and don't come crying then. A while later, Chun Feng stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed with a sad expression, Shifu, I will return soon. I must quickly take He Shan De Wang's corpse back to the military headquarters of Sure Men. Hearing this, Chang Shang took out a gourd bottle of wine and some freshly made snacks, saying, all right, I know. If you have to travel far, take these to eat on the way. Sigh. How boring, all the duck roast shop employees are gone now, boo-hoo. Chun Feng took the bottle of wine and food bag, sniffing the fragrant smell in confusion. Shifu, what is this? Chang Sheng turned and waved, leaving, just some snacks and wine I made myself. Be careful on your journey. Leave early, come back early. I'm not seeing you off, I'm going to sleep now. Curious, Chun Feng opened the food bag, and a flash of Jingguan light burst out, surprising him greatly. His eyes widened. Inside the food are plump buns exuding abundant spirit. Wow! Is this Shenwu? Unable to wait any longer, Chun Feng immediately shoved a bun into his mouth, chewing loudly. As he swallowed the bun, spirit exploded within his body. He looked up to the sky, his eyes releasing two beams of bright spirit Jingguan, and his whole body continuously absorbed the abundant spirit. Then, a golden spirit stream gathered into a pillar, shooting straight up to the sky, accompanied by Chun Feng's scream, "Eh! I've broken through, I've broken through!" Chun Feng kneeled heavily onto the ground, then raised his hands towards the sky, tears flowing down his face. Apprentice, thanks Shenwu, a gift from my Shifu. I will forever remember this kindness. This time, when I return to the military camp, I will spread the tale of my Shifu's fairies along the way. Afterward, I ask that Sure Men rewards my Shifu. As soon as he finished speaking, a book with wings flew straight into Chun Feng's face, making a loud noise. Chang Sheng swiftly rushed out of the room like the wind, glaring and shouting directly at Chun Feng, repaying kindness with hatred. Huh? Xiaozi, if you dare mention me outside, you'll be dead for sure. If you bring it up, our relationship ends here. After saying that, Chang Shang walked straight out, slamming the door shut, but not forgetting to shout another curse, and one more thing, get lost quickly. Don't stay here screaming and disturbing me while I rest. Chun Feng sat dazed on the ground, blood dripping from his head. He glanced at the book on the floor. Curious, he picked it up and found it to be the manual titled, Oral Legal Tradition. Chun Feng finished reading and tears kept falling, her lips curled into a smile as she thought to herself, this manual is definitely CNFA. Shifu truly is a person with a tough exterior but a soft heart. Shifu, I will definitely focus on my cultivation every day and not disappoint your expectations. A while later, somewhere in the village, Chang Shang was driving a horse-drawn carriage, bringing back many things. Xian Zhang, do we really have to move to Hongsei Jifu? Chang Sheng smiled and replied, of course, Feng Ji Xian gave me that Jifu. The original house was too small, the few of us could barely live in it, let alone run my business selling roasted ducks and distilled liquor to make a fortune. Xiaobai widened her eyes in surprise and said, Xian Zhang, although the curse on Hongsei Jifu was lifted after He Shan De Wang died, most of the people don't know anything about He Shan De Wang. They all think that place isn't good, so they're afraid to go near it. After a while, they finally arrived at the gate of Hongsei Jifu. Chang Shang and Xiaobai stared at it. Although Xiaobai had never run a business, she knew that when opening a shop, one should choose a bustling, populous area. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to choose a place like this? Well, what you said makes sense. Looks like we can only give it a try. As he finished speaking, Chang Shang turned around and accidentally met her gaze. Both Chang Shang and Xiaobai were too shy to speak. The two of them locked eyes, their faces turning red at the same time, with the same thought, this is too close. Xiaobai shyly stepped back and thought to herself, Xian Zhang smells so good. At the same time, Xiao Chang woke up, yawning, Jia, have we arrived? Chang Shang got off the carriage, his face awkward with a youthful shyness. Ahem, what we need to do now is create a promotional event for the grand opening. When the time comes, we'll set up a stage in front, invite some theatrical troupes to promote the new shop, invite a few elderly monks to chant sutras, and then invite a few famous Taoist priests. The main point is to show that there are no more Bai Gue or Gue Lei here. Jingyang Xian Shirley Tang is now the cleanest place in all of Ditang. After hearing this, Xiao Chang widened her eyes in surprise and asked in a daze, Xian Zhang wants to perform a spell? Chang Shang, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "Well, if you say so, then it must be true." A moment later, he glared and frowned, his face showing displeasure like an old man, and exclaimed, "Whatever you say, just remember, don't declare outside that it's a spell, or no one will dare come." After saying that, Chang Sheng handed over a stack of flyers. "Take these, go outside and post them in different places, especially near the market entrance, the busiest spots. Keep an eye out if you see any officials, run away. Don't get caught." Chang Sheng handed the stack of papers to the two girls, then turned and smiled cheerfully, "I'll go in and clean up first. Remember to come back before dark. I'll make duck for you to eat." After a while, the two sisters Xiaobai and Xiaoqing set out to distribute flyers through every corner of the village. "Jia, is it really just to promote the new store that Xianzhang suddenly asked us to hand out these flyers?" Xiaobai asked, taking out one of the papers to check. From it, a strong spirit aura radiated. "This can't be right, no way. If it were just a regular promotion, why would Xianzhang give us these papers containing such powerful spirit energy?" The spirit energy from the flyer started to absorb into Xiaobai's body, causing her to close her eyes tightly and exclaim, "Earlier, Jia spent so much time on just 2 flyers. These papers are all Shenwu, and Xianzhang is not the kind of person to waste things. Xianzhang must have some other purpose in mind. It's just that our Dao Xing is too shallow for us to understand." Before long, the sky turned to dusk, the sun was halfway down the mountain, and the sunset bathed Jingyang Xian in golden light. Xiaobai and Xiaocheng stood behind a group of villagers who were reading the flyers. The two sisters sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. "Finally, we're done. We can go back and report to Xianzhang now." Just then, the crowd around the villagers grew, and they started discussing the flyers loudly. "Shen Tian too wants to perform a ritual? What kind of ritual is this? Doesn't it say here that they're having a grand opening with big discounts? A ritual would be fine, wouldn't it? With Xianzhang guarding the dangerous Shirley Tang, we can walk around freely now." Then, the man in the black robe added, "It's fine to perform the ritual. With the Xianzhang stationed at the Shirley Tang's dangerous land, we can move around freely." As he was speaking, suddenly a spirit wave pressed down on a flyer from the right. The spirit wave then continued to press down on another flyer to the right. Xiaobai and Xiaocheng, upon seeing the spirit pillars, were stunned and exclaimed, "Wait, is that John Fa?" In the sky above, powerful spirit pillars gathered to form a gigantic Bagua Yin Yangzhen that enveloped the entire Jingyang Xian. Upon seeing this scene, a loud voice shouted, "Zhu Lingdezhen, this Jingyang Xian has become a training ground." At Shirley Tang, underground, at this moment, thick evil energy began swirling around the coffin. This energy transformed into a Xiahun with 2 glowing eyes. The Xiahun circled the coffin and then entered. After a while, the coffin lid was forced open. From within the coffin, Chinuziri, demonic energy began to rise. Along with it, the form of a girl appeared, absorbing the evil energy. From the evil energy, a girl with one eye blinded spoke, "Ha, I've revived." Who would have thought that He Shan De Wang would use Yin Shi's power? He must have wanted to rely on the constant gathering of Yin Shi to break through his cultivation realm. But little did he know, I've profited from this. After finishing her words, the woman in red jumped out of the coffin, her entire body surrounded by thick evil energy. The energy nourished by Yin Shi this year is indeed not bad. Once I devour a man, I'll surely break through and escape Sanjia once more. I won't be in Wu Xing anymore. By then, even Yu Huang Da Di won't be able to do anything to me. That night, at Shirley Tang, Shin Mansion, outside the mansion, a dense evil energy enveloped the area. Inside the mansion, Chang Shang was soundly asleep, snoring loudly, and not only that, he was using a small teacup as a sleep mask, enjoying his slumber peacefully. Beside him, the two sisters Xiaobai and Xiaocheng were sleeping on the bed, their faces full of pleasure as they muttered in their sleep, "Mei is not drunk yet, Mei can still drink, the wine of Xianzhang is so delicious, Xianzhang, be gentler." Then, the evil demon moved forward with eyes full of murderous intent. She licked the tip of her fingernail and gave a strange smile, "That trap boy, when he struck me, I was left with only a remnant soul. Now, with this unsure energy, even if you're a fairy, you won't have the power to threaten me anymore. Scene transitions to the Changhuang Temple in Jingyang Xian. Inside the temple, Si Wufan stands alongside an official dressed in green, and in the center, a man is sitting on a chair. This man is none other than Xin Chenghuang. It is unclear who Xin Daozhang is, but despite his young age, he possesses profound fa. If he could stay in Jingyang Xian for a long time, we wouldn't have to worry about ghosts appearing in the future. After hearing this, Xin Chenghuang smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed, that's true. I would very much like to meet this esteemed person." Not only did he eliminate Mo Wang and Zichou Haozhai, but he also didn't even consider He Shan De Wang, effortlessly dispatching him. Having said this, Xin Chenghuang instructed the two officials, "Tomorrow, when you're free, come with me to pay a visit. We must avoid leaving a bad impression on this expert." Just as he finished speaking, something made Xin Chenghuang furrow his brow. "What is this Qi Nu?" Xin Chenghuang immediately turned to say loudly, "Si Wufan, today, did that esteemed person go to Shirley Tang?" "Yes, today, Xin Daozhang has moved to his new residence, the Hongsei Zhaifu of Shirley Tang." Xin Chenghuang could sense the immense energy coming from Shirley Tang's direction. The situation around Shirley Tang has changed, and the Qi Nuin energy here is far more powerful compared to Mo Wang at the Zichou Haozhai. It's like the difference between an adult and a child. We must get there quickly. This Qi Nu scent is definitely coming from that coffin, and Shen Xianzhang may not be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, the official widened his eyes and spoke, "If even Shen Xianzhang can't be its match, then I fear." This official was Shen Panguanwu. After hearing the words, Xin Chenghuang showed a serious expression and said, "Protecting the people is our duty. If we die, we must die honorably." Xin Panguanwu lowered his head and replied, "My apologies, sir. I spoke out of turn." Xin Chenghuang raised his hand, calculating in his mind, with Xin Xianzhang's immortal status, if something unexpected were to happen here, his family would surely come seeking an explanation later, and the responsibility would fall upon me. We must go there and see. If Xin Xianzhang is unable to fight back, then we must rescue him. As for eliminating this spirit, it can only be reported to Can Tianjian of Chaoting for resolution. After thinking for a moment, Xin Chenghuang, Si Wufan, and Shen Panguanwu used Fa Li to teleport to Chang Sheng's location. In no time, the three of them arrived in front of Chang Sheng's house. At that moment, the main door of the mansion swung open, and dense demonic energy poured out. Seeing this, Xin Chenghuang and the two other officials immediately rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Not good, Xin Daozhang is in danger." Xin Chenghuang stepped into the doorway with a worried expression and yelled loudly, "Yao Guai, leave immediately." While speaking, something suddenly struck Xin Chenghuang's eyes, causing him to stumble and fall backward, hitting his head against Si Wufan's face, which in turn made Si Wufan collide with Xin Panguanwu. Upon hearing the noise, Chang Sheng opened his eyes and looked toward the door. "What's going on?" It seemed that Chang Sheng had no idea that Gui Lei was lying sprawled across him, in a state of intoxication. Xin Chenghuang and the other two officials were at a loss for what to do when they saw this scene, and they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Without delay, the three young men quickly shut the door and, with a loud shout, called out, "Shen Xianzhang, we apologize for disturbing your spring night. Next time, we will come on our own to make amends." Chang Sheng sat up, yawning loudly with a disheveled look on his face. "Strange, what are these guys doing at midnight? They're acting like they've seen a ghost. What kind of spring night is this?" After saying this, he repeated his own words, his face turning pale. "Seen a ghost? Wait a minute." Chang Sheng immediately sat up, looking around his bed, but seeing nothing unusual. He remained silent for a long while, then, feeling reassured, lay back down and pulled the small fox to his chest, breaking into a bright smile. "What's going on? These guys are really pretending to be ghosts and fooling me. If they do anything unethical next time, they'll see what the punch of Thanos' glove feels like." At this moment, Gui Lei was crawling under the bed, her face pale, deep in thought. "How is this possible? As soon as I get near him, it feels like the spirit within me is being drained. My strength now is far beyond what it was before, even a grandmaster should be no match for me. I can't stay here anymore, I need to get away from this man first. After thinking this, she crawled out from under the bed, her whole body trembling. Xincheng Huang, Siwu Fan, and Shenpan Guanwu were standing on the roof, staring down, eyes wide and cheeks flushed. Xian Zhang is amazing, even Gui Lei can sleep with him. Truly, he's someone to be admired. Gui Lei sluggishly walked out of the door, breathing heavily, his whole body weak, and then he glanced over and saw something. It turned out that he was looking at Xincheng Huang's group and the two officials. The three of them were startled and panicked, and immediately used Fa Li to teleport in an instant. We didn't observe any further. If there was nothing more to discuss with us, we took our leave. Upon hearing this, Gui Lei gritted his teeth, his face darkened like a burnt pot, enraged and speechless. After a while of teleporting, the three of them returned to the Changhuang temple, panting heavily. At this moment, a group of people appeared before them and asked, "How is Darren?" Siwu Fan, upon hearing this, suddenly opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "The cultivation method of Xianzhang is something I've never heard of. It's truly earth-shattering. Xianzhang is indeed highly skilled. To think that the destruction of Yao Guai could be achieved in such a way." A young man, upon hearing this, turned pale, his eyes wide open as he exclaimed, "Oh, what in the world happened? Quickly, tell me, what cultivation method did the great expert use to kill Gui Lei?" This young man was General Gan Lu. Xincheng Huang, after hearing the question, began to recount the story. "At first, we planned to go to Shindao Zhang's aid." Before he could finish, Siwu Fan raised his hand in front to interrupt Cheng Huang, but we found the door to Shindao Zhang's house wide open, and the demon inside. At that moment, Shenpan Guanwu stepped forward to cut Siwu Fan off. Gui Lei crawled on top of Shindao Zhang. I saw it clearly, his whole body trembling, his eyes were abnormal, and he kept twisting. At this point, Shenpan Guanwu and his two subordinates blushed with embarrassment and heat in their bodies. The scene, the situation, it almost blinded me. And then? What happened next? Tell us more. So, Shenpan Guanwu continued, smiling as he continued the story, leaving Xincheng Huang sitting helplessly on the chair. What happened next? We were kicked out by Shindao Zhang, but we hadn't left yet. We were worried that Shindao Zhang couldn't subdue Gui Lei, so we waited on the wall, ready to rush in and assist at any moment. But before we even finished one cup of tea, guess what happened next? Before he could finish the thrilling part, Siwu Fan had already soared up, pushing Shenpan Guanwu aside, and continued, "Gui Lei is as weak as a cow, coming in and out. But even so, she still gently opens and closes the door, afraid of disturbing Shindao Zhang. Moreover, the Qi Nu on her is reduced by 99%. After hearing this, the subordinates' eyes gleamed, and they gasped, shouting loudly, "So exciting, no wonder Shindao Zhang is so impressive." Just as they were enjoying themselves, one of the subordinates stepped forward, raising his hand to express an opinion. "But I have a question. Could it be that Shindao Zhang can only last for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea?" No sooner had the young man finished speaking than the subordinates next to him clenched their fists, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and an intense murderous aura. Less than a moment later, a vicious foot slammed into the young man's face. "What do you mean Shindao Zhang can only last for a cup of tea?" It was just that Shindao Zhang was merciful and spared her life. Otherwise, how could Gui Lei's body endure the punishment of Shindao Zhang? Dare to slander our idol, brothers, beat him up. Hearing this, the subordinates immediately swarmed in, beating the young man mercilessly. "Shindao Zhang is our role model. You little brat, take a punch from me." "Boo-hoo, I was wrong. Shindao Zhang is someone that a mere soldier like you can't even speak ill of. Watch me teach you a lesson. Sorry, please stop hitting me." The scene shifts to Chang Sheng's mansion, where a dense accumulation of demonic energy is gathering in front of his door. This mansion truly is a holy place for cultivation. At this moment, the alternating yin and yang are in harmony with this evil energy formation, and my Fa Li has reached its peak in just an instant, she said, and Gui Lei appeared, her face twisted in fury, her teeth serrated like the demon venom, her voice grating. "Try again. Even if I can't kill the person in that room, I must scare him away." Just as she finished speaking, Changsheng stepped out of the door, yawning and stretching, his hand tightly gripping his belt as if he were about to relieve himself. Gue Lei, upon seeing him, was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly hid behind a large tree, her fear palpable. This is bad, this is bad. Why is he suddenly coming out like this? Changsheng, with a vague look in his eyes, scanned the area, searching for a place to relieve himself. After a while, he noticed the large tree before him. This is the one. As someone who often relied on invisibility spells, he couldn't see Gue Lei, who was standing right in front of him. Changsheng slowly approached the tree, unbuckling his pants as he walked. Gue Lei, upon seeing this, gasped, her face turning purple with panic. Has he noticed me? Changsheng stopped right in front of her, spreading his legs in position. Gue Lei, horrified, covered her nose with both hands. What are you going to do to me? In the next moment, Changsheng pulled down his pants, revealing a large weapon. Seeing this, Gue Lei's mind spiraled into chaos, her balance lost as she screamed, "No! Xian Zhang, I was wrong, I won't do it again, boo-hoo." Changsheng calmly urinated a stream of metallic gold holy water onto Gue Lei's head. The stream contained all the essence of heaven and earth, pungent and powerful. In an instant, Gue Lei turned to dust right on the holy water's spot. When Changsheng heard a strange noise, he was startled and yelled out, "Who's there?" What was that sound? Then, Changsheng calmly tightened his belt and glanced down at the puddle, muttering, "What's making noise in the middle of the night, trying to scare me to death?" After rambling, Changsheng turned and walked away. Time to go to sleep. When I'm rich, I'll definitely build a toilet with a proper toilet bowl in the room. At night, in some place in Jingyang Xian, a mansion was still lit. Inside, the light cast the shadows of a man and a woman in an intimate moment. "Wife, huh? Did you hear something just now?" It sounded like a ghost. Maybe Shindao Zhang is fighting with Yao Guai. Xinxian Zhang's martial arts are very powerful. Don't worry, we can continue. I think I saw something. I can't do this anymore. Huh? You don't want to do it, or you can't do it? You're really useless, scared by the smallest noise, can't even keep going? Below, a lonely young man walking by overheard these words and tears streamed down his face. On the other hand, Changsheng lay on the bed, hugging the little fox and sleeping. His mouth kept drooling as he mumbled in his sleep, "Ha ha ha, so much money, it's all mine, it's all mine." The next morning at Changsheng's mansion, a lion dance was being performed outside to celebrate the grand opening of the first promotional offer of Xiaoya Shenbao. A crowd of people had gathered to watch the lion dance, bustling and lively, all shouting in praise, "Good, good, good." Did Shindao Zhang really chase away the evil spirits in front of everyone today? Can it still be faked? I didn't expect that the advertisement for Shindao Zhang's roasted duck shop would be plastered all over the market. It's only Shindao Zhang who could do this. If it were anyone else who posted it like this, they'd have been arrested by Guanfu by now. What else could it be? When I heard the news, I immediately left the fields and ran back. I couldn't miss something like this. Among the crowd, there was also Feng Jixian. Behind him, a young man stepped forward and said, "Darren, with so many people gathering like this, it might cause trouble. How about I send some soldiers to disperse them?" Feng Jixian, hearing this, immediately turned around and slapped the young man. "Disperse them? What are you talking about? This is Xinxian Zhang. You're just a newbie, and you probably haven't even heard of the great name of Xinxian Zhang. Now, who in Jingyang Xian doesn't know the skills of Xinxian Zhang? You'd better remember this, in Jingyang Xian, meeting Xinxian Zhang is the true meeting of a Darren. Today, you stay here with me and watch how Xinxian Zhang subdues the Yao Guai." Yes, Darren, Shagwan has remembered. On the stage, Changsheng warmly waved his hand, greeting the people. As soon as the crowd spotted Xinxian Zhang, they began to shout loudly, "It's Xinxian Zhang, look over there. Xinxian Zhang is here, Xinxian Zhang, we love you. Xinxian Zhang, please don't catch Yao Guai, catch me instead." Now, Changsheng stood under the sun, while thousands of people were gathered around him, smiling kindly to himself, thinking, I didn't expect this title of fairies would have such an effect. Gathering so many people like this, it seems my Xiaoyashan Bao will become famous overnight. I can already smell the scent of wealth, ha. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Sheng began to speak. Dear elders and fellow villagers, today marks the grand opening of my roast duck shop, and also the day when I have completely eradicated the Yao Guai from our Shirley Tang, as everyone knows. The house behind me used to be Hongsei Zhaifu, and there were rumors about ghosts there. It is said that people from Hongsei even lost their lives because of it. Hearing this, the elderly and young alike began to murmur excitedly. Let me tell you, in the early years, I lived near Hongsei Zhaifu. What Shen Xianzhang says is true, everyone in Shirley Tang knows about this. The Hongsei house has had strange happenings time and time again. TSK, the worst part is, not a single person from Hongsei survived. Chang Sheng reached into his jacket to take out an iPhone 15 Pro Max, then he looked at the phone screen and smiled. He said that his beloved phone had helped with everything. After that, he pressed the power button on the smartphone, and the startup screen appeared, indicating the device was on. However, immediately after that, the screen displayed a low battery warning. Chang Sheng was delighted that the phone was still functioning and showed excitement with his beloved device. He turned to the door and told the group that he would temporarily leave but would return shortly. He then hurriedly ran into the house. Inside, the two sisters, Xiaobai and Xiao Cheng, proudly mentioned that they couldn't sense the presence of the ghost and thought it might be due to their low cultivation. They believed that the ghosts in Jaifu might be stronger than those in Zichou Haozhai, and he held up his phone to demand the ghost face its punishment. Chang Sheng held his phone out in front of him, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, PHCing, freedom, democracy, civilization, harmony, equality, honesty, justice, patriotism, development, understanding, respect for work. After hearing Chang Sheng's recitation, the crowd of villagers, who were sitting stunned, gaped and pointed ahead, shouting loudly, What's going on? Xian Zhang is bringing down the thunder to exorcise evil. Despite the terrified cries of the villagers, Chang Sheng remained calm, smiling serenely. Now, the sound coming from his phone was the wail of ghosts, the cries of spirits, thunder rumbling in the air. After a while, having allowed the villagers to broaden their horizons, Chang Sheng stood on stage and announced, Everyone, the evil spirits have been subdued by me. This Shirley Tang will no longer be disturbed by ghosts or demons. Upon hearing this, an elderly villager spoke up, Shenxian Zhang, may we see the Yao Guai? Chang Sheng's expression darkened at this question, but he reluctantly responded, Ahem, of course you can. I didn't expect these people to be so hard to fool. The villagers, with expectant faces, eagerly awaited a miracle. Chang Sheng took a deep breath. The villagers, not ceasing in their anticipation, looked forward to his unceasing smile. Chang Sheng shouted, Hey Siri. Immediately, the phone displayed, How can I assist you? The young men around him all shouted in unison, as if possessed, Oha. The Shagwan standing beside Feng Jixian saw the scene and widened his eyes in surprise. Xianrun, truly the methods of a Xianrun. Look at your innocent appearance. This is just Guilei, you haven't even seen the scene where Shenxian Zhang subdued Heishan de Wang and Huangnan Shan. A woman looked at Chang Sheng with admiring eyes, Thank you, Xianzhang. From now on, Shirley Tang will no longer have any Yao Guai. After saying that, she turned to scold her husband, seeing his slouched figure. Just a little noise from last night had made him unable to perform, and if he dares to use an excuse like that again, I will divorce him. Chang Sheng smiled as he looked at his phone screen. Guilei has been here for so long. Everyone in Shirley Tang has, to some extent, been infected with Yin Shi. Although this Yin Shi will naturally dissipate after 1 or 2 years, if we eat the duck I roast with fire Jiyang, it can be gone in less than a day. After saying this, Chang Sheng sighed, but my abilities are limited. I can only roast 10 ducks a day, and once the FA Li is used up, that's it. Please, my dear villagers, forgive me. Hearing this, the crowd rushed to offer their money. Like a flood of people, I'll pay 50 taels of silver. I'll pay 10 taels of silver. I'll pay 15 taels of silver. Hey, don't push, I'm going to fall. The Shagwan beside them saw Feng Jixian fall to the ground and quickly shielded him with his body. Fengji Xian, be careful. Don't mind me, quickly help me get a duck. The crowd surged towards Chang Shang, who was running around. Hey, don't push. Everyone, form a line and take a number. We'll use a lottery to buy goods. Ugh. Who dares to touch me like that? A man like you thinks you can take advantage of me? That night, somewhere, a boy was playing with a drum in the yard of his house. After that, he walked over to a well and gazed into it intently, when something made him turn his head in confusion. Behind him, the large figure of someone appeared, causing the boy to smile. Suddenly, a hand forcefully struck the boy's back. With just a light push, the boy fell completely into the deep well. Hearing the noise, the subordinates holding lanterns rushed in and shouted loudly, "It's bad, the young master has fallen into the well, quick, save him, save him." At the same time, inside the room, Chang Shang was pressing Xiaobai against the wall, raising his voice, "Are you going to do it or not?" Xiaobai, hearing this, nervously stammered, unable to speak clearly, "Xian Zhang, I. Chang Shang raised Xiaobai's chin with his finger, glaring at him, and said, "I will never treat you unfairly, alright. After Xiaobai agreed, Chang Shang immediately set off fireworks and shouted joyfully, "Alright, congratulations to the first store manager of Xiaoyishan Bao, the goal is to open a chain of stores in Changan within a year. In the next 2 years, we will cover the entire country, and in 3 years, we won't even count." While they were having a pleasant conversation, Xiao Qing suddenly rushed in with a flustered expression, Xian Zhang, someone is looking for you outside." Chang Shang and Xiaobai were startled, turning to stare with wide eyes, and then he turned away and said, "Don't be so surprised, we are also considered famous figures in Jingyang Xian. It's not unusual for a constant stream of people to come and ask for my calligraphy to ward off evil spirits." Outside the door, a middle-aged man entered with 2 subordinates, clasping his hands in a respectful salute, his face sorrowful. "Shindao Zhang, I am Zun Rong. I humbly respect you and apologize for disturbing you, Xian Zhang." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled warmly and replied, "Mr. Zun, you are too polite. I wonder if you're here to ask for calligraphy or to buy some roasted duck." Upon hearing this, Zun Rong got straight to the point, "Shindao Zhang, I recently returned to Jingyang Xian, but I have already heard of your abilities in suppressing evil spirits. My son passed away the other day, and I have come here to invite you to perform a ritual to guide his soul to the afterlife." Chang Shang, upon hearing this, quickly turned and started to leave. "A new job? I can write calligraphy to deceive people, but performing a ritual is not my expertise." Hearing this, Zun Rong immediately gestured to his subordinate, then turned to Shindao Zhang, "I apologize for being so forward. Your identity is noble, and I would never dare to treat you poorly. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Chang Shang, upon hearing about money, immediately shot a glance towards it. The subordinate opened the cheap wooden box, but inside, it was anything but cheap. "What an extravagant sight that could make anyone's eyes pop. This 200 liang is just a deposit. As soon as Xian Zhang performs the ritual for my son, I, Zun Rong, will personally offer an additional 500 liang as a token of gratitude." "You're kidding, right? Are you trying to lead me astray?" Chang Shang immediately changed his tone, "Mr. Zun, no need to be so polite. As a practitioner of Shindao Zhang, I exorcise demons and eliminate evil for the sake of Jingyang Xian. How could I be swayed by such mundane matters? It's just that I'm concerned for the safety of the common folk, for the peace of the world. Cultivators like us enter the mortal realm to assist those in need, for only through helping others can one achieve the Tiandao Ingwa." Finishing his words, Chang Sheng swiftly snatched the wooden box from his subordinate's hands, slapped it onto Zun Rong's shoulder, and continued, "Mr. Zun deeply loves his son. Your coming to me is by divine will. If I don't help, that would be going against heaven's will." Hearing this, Zun Rong immediately got into his carriage and rushed back home. "Mr. Zun, don't worry. Prepare everything. I'll come tomorrow to assist in opening the altar." Chang Shang sneaked into his house and cracked open the wooden box slightly. A burst of light, filled with the scent of money, shone in his face. "Ha, I've hit the jackpot. This is even easier than robbing a bank." Standing in the courtyard, Chang Shang held the gold in his hands, his feet dancing a tango, shouting like a madman, 200 liang plus 500 liang, I could buy a house in the capital with this. The scene shifts to the Changhuang Temple. Inside, Shinpan Guanwu is sitting, making entries in the ledger with a smile on his face. TCH, yesterday Shinxian Zhang's elimination of Yao Guai at Shirley Tang shook our entire capital. Shin Chenghuang, seated on the chair with his face resting in his hand, replied wearily, No, it's still Kan Tianjin that is stronger. For instance, what they deal with national fortune, human life, the malice of the world. Shindao Zhang is only formidable in exorcising ghosts, but this is something the Taoist masters of Kan Tianjin can also do. Just as he finished speaking, Siwu Fan whispered in his ear, Darren, be careful with your words. If Shindao Zhang hears this. You know, the Taoist Li Chunfeng from Kan Tianjin already apprenticed under Shindao Zhang. High-ranking experts like Shindao Zhang tend to be a bit proud. If Xian Zhang hears this, it could cause trouble for us later. Just as he finished speaking, they saw the figure of Chang Sheng dancing a chicken dance in front of Shin Chenghuang. Seeing this, Chenghuang froze and suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground with a loud thud, causing Chang Sheng to stop mid-dance in surprise. In the awkward moment, Chang Sheng forced a confident smile and said, Hello, everyone. Everyone's here, huh? Ha ha, ha ha. The old saying holds true. Legendary Taoist thieves like to hide in dilapidated temples. Turns out, it's really like that. After thinking for a moment, Chang Sheng stepped forward and gently bowed, greeting, Excuse me, De Huzi, or rather, Siwu Fan. Then, Chang Sheng quickly approached Siwu Fan and whispered, Sorry, I wanted to find you to ask for help, but I didn't expect your companions to be here as well. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Life isn't easy. People like you have to use these kinds of methods to make a living, I understand. The group behind Shin Chenghuang overheard the two of them talking secretly and muttered, This Shin Xian Zhang is here so suddenly, surely not to investigate us? Coming at midnight to disrupt the Taoist temple and play with Guilei? What should we do now? Shin Xian Zhang doesn't seem like the kind of person who acts out of sudden anger. Upon hearing this, Shin Chenghuang stepped behind the door, feeling a little regretful. We need to speak carefully from now on, don't provoke Shin Xian Zhang. After a while, Shin Chenghuang stepped out, his face bright and cheerful. Chang Sheng approached and clasped his hands in a respectful salute, My apologies, my apologies. The last time we met, it was so rushed in the middle of the night that I didn't realize it was you, Shin Chenghuang. And this person beside you, if I'm not mistaken, is Shin Pan Guanwu and General Gan Lu, right? After speaking, Chang Sheng made a naive face and thought to himself, as expected, it's a mysterious organization, everyone has such professional titles. Hearing this, Cheng Huang responded happily, Shin Xian Zhang, about the incident last time, it was our mistake. We didn't know that you had come this time for something. I didn't even notice your presence. Could it be that his Fa Li has surpassed even those at the Changhuang Temple? Chang Sheng stood below, contemplating the group of Shin Chenghuang's people, filled with killing intent, and thought to himself, Am I done for? Have I really walked right into the tiger's den? From the looks of this, if I don't spill some blood today, there's no way I'll leave this temple. After finishing his thoughts, Chang Sheng shed 2 tears and spoke, This esteemed company here, you are all exceptional talents in the field. Since I first met Siwu Fan, I've held great admiration for all of you. The reason I've come this time is to promote exchanges in our profession. Upon hearing this, Shin Chenghuang's face turned pale, and sweat poured down like a waterfall. Exchanges in our profession? We only possess a bit of modest skill. Fa Li Shin Xian Zhang is so profound, as long as you don't mind, that's all that matters. Exchanges in our profession? You aren't here to cause trouble, are you? What should we do now? After a while of discussion, Shin Chenghuang read aloud to Chang Sheng to take notes. This is the funeral custom, it's best to use a ceremonial flag, followed by a hand gesture to invoke the incantation, to help the soul pass on first, then summon the spirit to settle, speak the invocation, and then step onto the platform to perform the ritual. Earlier, I just demonstrated the process to Xian Zhang, Fae, and Zhu Ju have also drawn up a diagram for Shin Xian Zhang. Please have the Taoist temple review it. Very well, very well. Good work, brothers. After noting down the entire process, Chang Shang immediately carried a basket of tools back with a happy demeanor. On the other hand, Xincheng Huang's group collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily like dogs.
Although, Shen Xianzhan really enjoys making us suffer. Talking about exchanging professional knowledge. He's clearly mocking us. He's from the Xian men, why would he need to consult people like us about performing rituals?
Si Wufan, upon hearing this, glanced at Xincheng Huang. It's probably because earlier, Cheng Huang Darren TCH he must have heard us complaining, otherwise, why would he torture us like this from dawn until dusk? After hearing Xincheng Huang get angry and shout loudly, the people below looked up in surprise. Then, Xincheng Huang used Fa Li to fly into the air and spoke about Xin Daozhang as a famous person, stating that there had been no actions today to insult or ridicule him. As the spirit golden light continued to absorb the power of Xincheng Huang, he smiled comfortably, explaining that the Fa Li within his body had greatly strengthened. Soon after, spirit pillars appeared outside the temple, piercing through the symbols, accompanied by shouts that they had surpassed and that Xin Daozhang was a fairy. Chang Shang, standing outside and listening to the crowd scream, covered his ears and tensed up, his face grim, wondering what they were doing and whether they were simply borrowing the ritual props to perform their magic. The next morning, at the Zun mansion in Jingyang Xian, outside the mansion, the scene was one of a brutal funeral as Xin Daozhang arrived and was invited in. Inside, many people in mourning surrounded a coffin, while a woman burned paper money. Old Zun Rong led Chang Shang to the altar, and he looked around, feeling regretful over the passing of the wealthy and the young people with green heads. While walking, something made Chang Shang widen his eyes in surprise. He looked inside the house and froze when he saw the horrific scene before him. He then turned to Elder Zun Rong and said, "Mr. Zun, I wonder if you could take me to see that well?" "All right, Daozhang, follow me." The girl sitting there, burning joss paper, absent-mindedly threw gold and silver joss paper into the fire, her face dark and emotionless. After a while, Elder Zun Rong led Chang Shang to the well. From the well, a thick stream of demonic energy rose up. "Mr. Zun, is this courtyard intended for the funeral of your son?" After saying this, Chang Shang walked over, placed his foot on the edge of the well, and leaned his head down to look inside. It was night at that time. The servants who were mowing the grass had gone to rest, and after I finished my meal, I also went to my room to rest. I knew Fu Gue had run outside to play. I really feel guilty toward him, and also toward his late mother, Boo-hoo. My Fu Gue truly had a hard fate, suffering from idiocy since he was in his mother's womb. His mother also passed away early, and because I was always busy with business, I didn't take good care of him. Over the years, I've always hoped that this mental condition of his might suddenly improve. I didn't care for him well, I owe him, and I also owe his late mother. At this point, old Zun Rong trembled all over and burst into tears. When the servants pulled the boy up from the well, he was still moving, his body covered in blood and mud, his limbs broken. Yet, he remained obedient, clutching the rattle drum I had given him, continuously calling out, "Father, Father, it hurts, it's my fault, I deserve to die, Mr. Zun Rong, please don't grieve too much." Upon hearing this, Chang Shang lowered his head and shut his eyes tightly. "In the end, I will do my best." A noise came from inside Chang Shang's tool basket. He sat down to retrieve the props, and to his surprise, a little fox spirit crawled out from the basket, causing him great astonishment. "When did you get into my basket?" "Stay put and wait for me here, don't run off." Chang Shang took a piece of paper out of the basket and continued, "Old Zun Rong, don't grieve too much. The dead cannot be revived. I will recite a passage of Jingwen for your son first. I hope that in this life, the boy can escape the heavy karma and live a joyful and happy life in the next life." The little fox spirit stood below, gazing at Chang Shang with its sparkling eyes, thinking to itself, "How could I miss the chance to see the immortal master perform a ritual up close?" Breaking its thoughts, the little fox spirit glanced over and saw something. Rising from the well was the lingering soul of a beautiful young woman, her face filled with sorrow and pain. The little fox spirit recoiled in shock and broke into a sweat. "What is this? What kind of ghost is this? Where did this wandering soul come from? It's broad daylight, how dare it appear?" The lingering soul flew in front of Chang Shang, clasping its hands and listening to the sutra. "What is happening here?
Wasn't it said that the person who jumped into the well was old Zunrong's son? Oh my god, has the Immortal Master already performed the Soul Realm ritual? The scene shifts to Shirley Tang, Xinjia. At this moment, Xiao Qing is walking across the courtyard when a stream of spirit descends from the sky right in front of her. Holding 2 ducks in her hands, Xiao Qing is startled and panics, shouting loudly, "Ah! Who is that?" It turns out that the stream of spirit was from Xincheng Huang ascending. "Miss, I am Xincheng Huang from this place. I have something to discuss and would like to pay a visit to Shindao Zhang." Oh, I'm too late. Shindao Zhang has already returned to Jingyang Xian to assist others with their rituals. As Xiao Cheng finishes speaking, Cheng Huang immediately uses his spirit to soar and disappears. "Thank you, miss. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, see you again." Xiao Cheng, witnessing this, is left speechless. While Xiao Cheng is fuming, a voice comes from the kitchen as Xiaobai calls out, "Xiao Cheng, have you finished with the ducks? Hurry and bring them here. May is coming, Jia. These people are so rude." If it weren't for Xianzhang not being home, I wonder if they'd still dare to fly around in Xianzhang's residence. At the same time, Xincheng Huang returns to the temple, holding a book in one hand and using the other to perform divination. So, it turns out that the foolish son of old Zun Rong has died. It's likely that Xianzhang went to perform a ritual at their house. But wait, why is there a spirit that's been wandering for over a decade, only now going through reincarnation? Could it be an angry ghost? That night at Zunjia in Jingyang Xian, a man walks up to Chang Sheng and says, "Shen Xianzhang, we've set up the ritual altar in front of the memorial hall as you requested. Please rest today. If you need anything, feel free to call on me at any time." Alright, thank you, Wang Guanjia. A while later, Chang Sheng ran in all directions within the old Zunrong mansion. This old Zunrong mansion is really something else. I got lost just looking for the restroom. This is miserable. While running, something caught Chang Sheng's attention, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. It turned out he was standing in front of the memorial hall. Hey, when I came in this morning, there seemed to be only one coffin in the hall. Since when did another coffin appear? Could it be that the Zun family has someone else to mourn? I've never heard old Zun Rong mention anything about this. They must be charging extra for it. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to the restroom yet, and he jumped up in alarm. He couldn't hold it any longer, he needed to find a bathroom first. Later, after taking care of himself, Chang Sheng wandered aimlessly through the mansion. At the same time, a very beautiful girl, with a big heart, a slim and graceful figure, was also walking down the same path. When Chang Sheng saw her, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, Hey, someone's there." Upon noticing him, the girl lowered her head and gave a coy smile, her emerald eyes sparkling, and her hair flowing smoothly. "This young lady is so beautiful." Chang Sheng approached the beautiful girl to get a better look at her. Moments later, he reached out towards her, his eyes still wide in disbelief, and called out, "Miss." Hearing this, the girl quickly ran away, causing Chang Sheng to go pale, shouting, Hey, why are you running? I just wanted to ask where the restroom is." That night, after releasing his sorrow, Chang Sheng returned to his room and went to sleep. At that moment, a shadow was staring at Chang Sheng's face, calling out, Shen Xianzhang. Hearing the call, Chang Sheng opened his eyes and saw the face of Xincheng Huang breaking into a friendly smile, saying, "Shen Xianzhang." Without any hesitation, Chang Sheng immediately sat up and punched Xincheng Huang in the face. Ha! After the punch, 5 fingerprints were left on Xincheng Huang's face, with one cheek looking gaunt and the other puffed up. Chang Sheng ordered Xincheng Huang to kneel at his feet and began questioning him. "Why do you keep barging into other people's rooms in the middle of the night? Speak up, what is it that you need to find me for now?" After hearing this, Xincheng Huang furrowed his brows and replied, "Shen Xianzhang, this morning I went to Shirley Tang to find you, only to learn that you had gone to Jingyang Xian to help someone perform a ritual. After that, I investigated a little and discovered that old Zun Rong seemed a bit off. I was worried about you, so I came to inform you." Chang Sheng, after hearing that, closed his eyes and muttered, "What are you saying? Can someone like you be right when you've killed someone?" This guy is being so kind. Does he want to steal my business? I see. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to sleep.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Huang grinned widely, thinking to himself, Shen Xianzhang is so calm, he must have known about the vengeful spirit in this house already.
Looks like I've been overthinking things.
Then, he continued, I've disturbed Shen Xianzhang's rest. If you need it, our Cheng Huang temple can take care of this matter for you. Chang Shang, hearing this, turned sour, his arms crossed and a sharp aura radiating from his body as he muttered, so that's what this guy has been circling around for, trying to get a piece of the business.
Fine.
He immediately kicked Shen Cheng Huang out the door, then gave him a hard shove that sent his face into the dirt, shouting loudly, this is not something someone like you should be involved in.
Go back to where you came from.
Cheng Huang, picking his head up from the ground, his face bruised and full of fear, asked, is this something I can't interfere with?
What do you mean by that, Shen Xianzhang?
The demonic energy, thick and oppressive, was slowly closing in on Shen Cheng Huang outside Chang Shang's room. Shen Cheng Huang looked up to the sky, sensing the flow of demonic energy, and made a grimace as he thought to himself, could it be that the vengeful souls in Zunjia are as powerful as Guilei and Zichou Haozhai and Hongsei Zhaifu? With this thought, Shen Cheng Huang immediately raised his legs and fled. Thank you, Shen Xianzhang, take care. After running for a while, Shen Cheng Huang stood before the door of Zunjia, muttering to himself, how shameful. I, the Cheng Huang of a county, have to trouble Shen Xianzhang to eliminate demons and destroy evil every time. I am too weak. This time, when I return, I must make sure to train the lazy ones in the temple properly, together with me. As soon as he finished speaking, two beams of light appeared from the ground behind Cheng Huang, and a voice immediately rang out, Cheng Huang, is that you? Hearing this, Cheng Huang glanced over his shoulder. Two young men, one in black and one in white, emerged from the beams of light. The man in black, with a stern expression, whispered to the one in white, Hey, Bai Wu Chang, I'm stuck. Pull me up. The man in white, hearing this, exerted all his strength to pull the man in black up, causing his whole body to tremble. Seeing this, Cheng Huang spoke up, Bai Wu Chang, hey Wu Chang, what are you two doing here? Of course, we came to collect the souls of the dead. Someone is about to pass away tonight in Zunjia, so I'm here to escort them. Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng Huang's face darkened, his teeth clenched as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Tonight, someone is actually dying in Zunjia? Given Shen Daozhang's temperament, he would surely try to help, but I fear this will lead to a conflict with these two. After some thought, Shen Cheng Huang turned to He and Bai Wu Chang and said, Gentlemen, please wait. There is a powerful practitioner in this estate, and it's better if you two leave now. He Bai Wu Chang, after hearing this, made a face full of sharp intent, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a sinister smile. A master, huh? Even greater than Yan Wang Yi of our side? This person was personally written down by Yan Wang Yi in the Book of Life and Death. Cheng Huang Darren, it's best if you mind your own business, or else you might invite disaster upon yourself. Having said that, He Bai Wu Chang used demonic energy to fly straight into Zunjia right in front of Shen Cheng Huang, causing Cheng Huang to be taken aback, astonished. Wait, you just say and leave like that? Shen Cheng Huang, standing behind, looked at the two streams of demonic energy slowly entering the gates of Zunjia, his face turning purple with anger as he muttered to himself, Arg. What's so great about that? Is Yan Wang Yi really that impressive? The noise from outside had woken Chang Sheng up. He sat up with a pale face. What's going on now, fixing things in the middle of the night? Chang Sheng followed the sound and went out of the room. From the noise, it seemed like it was coming from the ancestral hall in the courtyard. After walking for a while, Chang Sheng arrived at the ancestral hall and accidentally spotted someone sneakily walking in. With so many people, what are they up to? Inside the ancestral hall, old Zun Rong was standing in front of a coffin, silently watching his two subordinates seal it, without saying a word. Zun Rong's face was dark as he whispered to himself, Fu Gui, this time there will be people taking care of you below as well. Father can only help you this far. Old Zun Rong cried bitterly but then twisted his face into a twisted smile. Don't worry, not long from now, Father will join you down there too. Even if it's Difu, I will protect you, make sure no one can bully you. Inside the coffin, there came the miserable sound of wailing and crying from the living person. Chang Shang, standing outside, heard it and clenched his teeth in anger, his face darkening as he thought to himself, is that crying coming from inside the coffin? How can there be a living person in the coffin? Ridiculous. At this moment, after securely sealing the coffin, old Zun Rong ordered for the two coffins to be placed side by side. He then decorated them with red flowers, connecting the two coffins together, and proceeded with the ghost marriage ceremony for his son. During the ritual, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from outside the door, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." Hearing this, old Zun Rong turned his head to look. Outside the door, Chang Shang, with clenched fists, stepped in, his face dark and his teeth grinding, clearly enraged. Upon seeing Chang Shang, old Zun Rong nervously stepped back, his face filled with worry. The sound of crying continued to come from inside the coffin. Chang Shang said nothing and swiftly brushed past old Zun Rong, causing him to be taken aback and exclaim, "Shenxian Zhang, what are you planning to do?" Chang Shang did not answer Zun Rong's question, instead immediately kicking the subordinate who was nailing the coffin in the head with a loud thud, causing the man to bleed from his nose. After that, Chang Shang continued to land a fatal kick on the other man, causing the hammer in his hand to fall to the ground. Once he was done, Chang Shang stepped on the chest of another young man. His entire body radiated a strong aura, his face was dark and grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "Did I not tell you all to stop earlier? Why didn't you listen?" As he finished speaking, a hand reached down to grab the hammer on the ground. It turned out to be Zun Rong, his face a sinister shade of purple as he swung the hammer down, driving in the final nail with a loud crash. "This concerns my son's happiness. It cannot be stopped." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shang immediately kicked Zun Rong, sending him crashing into the wall. Zun Rong groggily sat up, clutching his head, his face contorted in pain. Chang Shang walked up to him, his expression filled with fury. Seeing this, Zun Rong screamed, "Shenxian Zhang, I summoned you to perform a ritual for me. You can't just turn a blind eye to what's happening tonight." Hearing this, Chang Shang immediately grabbed Zun Rong by the collar, causing the man to break out in cold sweat. In the next moment, Chang Shang yanked him to his feet, pointing at the two coffins, and shouted, "Look carefully. The woman locked inside is the preordained fate of Yin and slaughter. If she is paired with your son's ghost body, the consequences will be just as devastating as the Hongse Zhaifu." Chang Shang immediately imagined that if the girl died early and turned into a ghost, she would drain the vital energy of innocent people to break through evil energy and increase her power. By then, not only would your Zun Jia family be finished, but even this Jingyang Xian would be doomed. After hearing this, old Zun Rong's face turned purple and his whole body trembled. "Shenxian Zhang, are you serious? Will that woman really do such a thing? But I have already entrusted someone to calculate her Bazi and Jingchang. Did you find someone at Tianjin?" Chang Sheng then raised his tone and boasted, making his nose grow 8 feet, "Don't talk about others, even at Tianjin, they must listen to me." Old Zun Rong's eyes sparkled when he heard this. "No wonder you are Shenxian Zhang." He said that out loud, but inside he was praying in front of the Tianjin sign, just borrowing the name to create some influence. "Don't blame me, don't blame me." After borrowing the name, Chang Sheng cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, this is not the time to try to win my favor. Hurry up and release the person. If you wait until she dies, you're all doomed." Old Zun Rong immediately urged his two subordinates, "Didn't you hear what Shenxian Zhang said? Hurry up and open the coffin." "Yes, yes, yes." Chang Sheng stood behind, watching his subordinates pry open the coffin, silently thinking, saving a life is like building 7 towers. Luckily, everything is still in time. After a while of prying, the coffin's lid was opened. Inside the coffin lay the beautiful girl, resembling a fairy, whom Chang Sheng had met when he was looking for a bathroom. "Shenxian Zhang, what should we do next?" Chang Sheng stepped forward to the coffin and said, "You all step outside first. I'll handle the rest." Chang Sheng stared intently at the coffin and murmured, "I have saved her life." Suddenly, 2 tiny white and black feet stepped into the room. Hearing the footsteps, Chang Sheng glanced over and exclaimed, "Not done yet?" Turning around, he saw Heibai Wu Chang and Xincheng Huang, then whispered, "Is this really the right way?" Disguising as Heibai Wu Chang is quite convincing, even the tongue is still moving, almost like the real thing. but it's a bit unreliable, too much dust on them. The man in black glared at Chang and whispered, "This guy's not bad looking, but that's about it." So-called experts are really just like this. Breaking the silence, Cheng Huang spoke up, "These two are the officers of the underworld, Hei Bai Wu Chang." The man in black put on a serious face and said, "Bai Dong Ni's lifespan is over.
We are here to take the soul back under the order of Yanwan Yi.
Whether you're a fairy or an expert, you cannot stop us." Chang Sheng, after hearing that, fixed his gaze sharply on Cheng Huang. "Very clever, so you reached out to the two of them to form a new team in order to rescue her, right?"
Don't tell me Zun doesn't trust what I've said. So you specially invited them here to trick me into handing over Bai Dong and I, right? You're afraid that as soon as I leave, she'll be buried alive the moment I step out.
At this point, Cheng Huang looked like he was saying, "Don't look at me, I didn't offend them, sob sob." After thinking for a moment, Chang Sheng slammed his hand on the coffin. Then, he turned to Hei Bai Wu Chang and said, "Bai Dong and I is still alive."
What's next?
I'm telling you, her lifespan is nearly over.
Hand her over obediently.
After hearing what Hei Bai Wu Chang had to say, Chang Sheng arrogantly raised his head and snorted, his nostrils flaring like a bull pig, and said, "What if I don't hand her over?" Bai Wu Chang, hearing this, exhaled a long breath and muttered, "Truly clueless." Hei Wu Chang immediately gathered a stream of demon energy in the palm of his hand and said, "Then I will personally come to take it." With that, Hei Wu Chang quickly rushed forward. He gathered the demon energy into the tips of his fingers, pointing forward to perform the Wu Chang Zhuaming technique. Xin Sheng Huang, witnessing this, was drenched in cold sweat. "It's over, this is so embarrassing." In contrast, Chang Sheng stared in astonishment at the scene. "This little comedy show isn't bad, and he even has his own fan." Hei Wu Chang stared at Chang Sheng's face and grinned coldly. "Just an ordinary person, yet you dare dream of stopping Wu Chang's Zhuaming?
Truly, you must be dreaming."
The four eyes of Chang Sheng and Hei Wu Chang met, both with serious expressions. Xin Sheng Huang, standing between them, muttered, "Perhaps they might be able to pressure him with the divine aura of Xin Xian Zhang, but I'm not so sure, let's keep watching." A while later, Hei Wu Chang opened his mouth wide in a state of chaos, thinking, "What is this? Where is my soul? How could my soul, this large, just disappear?" Hei Wu Chang then turned and looked at Bai Wu Chang. Their gazes met in confusion. After a moment, Bai Wu Chang took out his weapon and held it forward. "You're just an ordinary person, yet you dare to play tricks? Hand over Bai Dong Ni's soul at once." Upon hearing this, Bai Wu Chang quickly pushed Chang Sheng aside, saying, "No more wasting words with him. Let's just take action." Chang Sheng fell to the ground, his eyes half closed in anger, frowning, "Fatty, you have no martial virtue at all." With that, Chang Sheng grabbed a branch and shouted, "If you want to fight, you'll have to see if I agree first." After speaking, Chang Sheng immediately threw a powerful punch at Bai Wu Chang's head. Bai Wu Chang's tongue nearly slipped out of his mouth, and with just that light punch, Bai Wu Chang collapsed to the ground, his head swollen, unconscious. Seeing this, Hei Wu Chang raised his staff and shouted loudly, "You dare lay a hand on my brother? Let's see how I'll beat you."
Chang Sheng was not to be outdone.
He immediately swung his shovel and shouted, "You dare bully a delicate young lady, a fragile girl like this?" With those words, Chang Sheng immediately launched a sideways thrust, and a burst of spirit jingguang radiated out, sending Hei Wu Chang flying into the wall. Hei Wu Chang was struck with a fatal blow, slumping against a pillar. The demonic energy within Hei Wu Chang's body evaporated and flowed out, and his staff snapped in half.
"Oh! My ku zang bang, woo woo."
Hei Wu Chang sat up, clutching his broken weapon, crying bitterly, his eyes a tangled mess.
Fa Chi ku zang bang has never been broken before. How am I supposed to explain this to Yanwan Yi?
Chang Sheng, holding a shovel in his hand, stepped forward, his cold and sharp gaze fixed firmly on Hei Wu Chang, causing him to flinch and break out in a cold sweat, stammering, You.
What do you want to do now?"
Just as he was about to strike Hei Wu Chang with the shovel again, Xin Sheng Huang rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting loudly, Stop, please, don't hit him anymore." Xin Sheng Huang dropped to his knees and clutched Chang Sheng's leg, screaming,
please, don't hit him, you'll really cause a death here. Hearing this, Chang Sheng turned to him with a darkened face, his eyes full of menace. What's the matter, you want to join in too? Upon hearing this, Shin Sheng Huang quickly backed off and said, you can hit them, but don't hit me. Chang Sheng immediately engaged in a fierce battle with He Wu Chang, grabbing hold of He Wu Chang's tongue and pulling it out for several meters, while his foot continuously stomped on by Wu Chang's back. Shin Sheng Huang, witnessing this, was helpless. Oh my god, this is so brutal. After a while, Chang Sheng emerged victorious, and to top it off, he tied He Wu Chang's two long tongues into a cute little bow. Are you still going to bully the weak with your size? The two, their tongues tied up, muttered in defeat, we won't do it again, we know we were wrong. Chang Sheng raised the shovel, sticking out his tongue with a sinister grin, his eyes turning yellow as he smiled smugly. What? Still don't know your mistake? Hey by Wu Chang, terrified, turned pale. Save us. I will. Go. The person who releases our tongues, sob. Once I find the rope, I will take you to Guanfu. Finishing his words, Chang Sheng quickly began searching for a rope. Behind him, Shin Sheng Huang gently approached He Bai Wu Chang, immediately trapping him under his arms and lifting him up. Without hesitation, Shin Sheng Huang soared into the air with He Bai Wu Chang, leaving the ancestral hall instantly. Two of you, my apologies. My tongue, ahuhu. After Shin Sheng Huang and He Bai Wu Chang had left, Chang Sheng stood alone in the ancestral hall, surrounded by fallen gold paper and money. Hearing the loud noise, Lao Zunrong rushed in a panic. Xianzhang, what happened just now? Chang Sheng closed his eyes tightly and smirked lightly, replying indifferently, it's fine, I was just fighting with something that wasn't human. Lao Zunrong, upon hearing this, staggered back in shock, his mouth agape, aging prematurely. Could it be that Bai Dong and I has turned into Guilei? Hearing this, Chang Sheng was at a loss for words. It's not Bai Dong and I, it's someone else. Old Zunrong clutched his head in panic and said, Chang Sheng, please listen to me, Guilei is threatening my life, I'm going to die. Chang Sheng let out a helpless sigh, then couldn't help but raise his voice, calm down a bit. Old Zunrong was startled upon hearing that, and then Chang Sheng explained the situation. If you hadn't tried to use Bai Dong and I to marry the demon, there would be no reason for you to bring Guilei here, craving her body. Old Zunrong admitted his fault, and Chang Sheng said he would help him subdue Guilei. Old Zunrong confessed his guilt, and Chang Sheng smiled wickedly. Old Zunrong immediately responded, and Chang Sheng smiled brightly. The scene shifts to Yan Wangye's palace. At this moment, He Bai Wu Chang returns to report to Yan Wangye, Dairen, I am so wronged. That man, at that time, without asking for any reason, took a shovel and struck me on the head. Look here, even the Fa Chiku Zangbang you gave me has been broken by him. Hovu, truly not a human. Dairen, you must take justice for us brothers. Yan Wangye, upon hearing this, immediately opened the Book of Life and Death to check Bai Dongni's death date. Bai Dong and I died from suffocation due to being locked in a coffin on the 7th of October, Bingshan year. Who dares to be so bold? To block the emissary and prevent the soul summoning? Do they think they can defy hell and the underworld? Furious, Yan Wangye raised his hand and struck forward. Instantly, a surge of green demonic energy erupted. Let me investigate this person's life. The demonic energy soared into the air, wrapping around the Book of Life and Death. Then, Yan Wangye shouted loudly, Jingyang Xian, Xinchang Sheng, appear. In the next moment, the demonic energy materialized, revealing the portraits of the youths listed in the Book of Life and Death. Not this one, Dairen, none of them. Yan Wangye saw the result, his eyes wide in shock. How could we not trace this person? This is strange. In Sanjia, even fairies' miracle doctorate Guai are recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Unless this person has jumped out of Sanjia and is no longer within Wu Hang. Could it be that he really is a powerful divine being, capable of escaping the cycle of life and death? Such figures usually have unclear backgrounds, and I fear someone is protecting him, he thought. This is troublesome. Above, Yan Wangye was racking his brain, and below, He Bai Wu Chang kept kowtowing and shouting for mercy. Please, Dairen, make a decision for us.
Yan Wangyi, sitting above, had no other choice and answered dismissively, well, let's put this aside for now. Xin Changsheng isn't in the Book of Life and Death, which is quite strange. After I investigate thoroughly, I will make a decision. At this point, Yan Wangyi suddenly remembered, as for Bai Dong and I, their lifespan has ended. Then Yan Wangyi looked at the Book of Life and Death, which was fluctuating intensely. In the next moment, the Book of Life and Death immediately altered Bai Dong Ni's fate, marking their death at 1 o'clock on May 17th of the Jihai year. Yan Wangyi saw two eyes bulging out, extremely shocked, and yelled, oh, I've encountered a ghost, it's changed. Spectral Punisher and Hei Bai Wu Chang, sitting below, heard this and simultaneously spoke, what has changed? Yan Wangyi sat silently above, saying nothing. Then, Yan Wangyi glanced at the official beside him and whispered, could this alter destiny technique be that person's work? What should we do about this? The official looked at Yan Wangyi's expression, then grinned slightly and whispered, it hasn't changed, Dairen. You must have misjudged earlier.
Dong and I passed away at 1 o'clock on the 17th of May in Jihai.
After speaking, the official and Yan Wangyi gave each other a thumbs up and smiled brightly like flowers. Exactly. After discussing, Yan Wangyi slammed the wooden block on the table and said, ahem, by Dong and I or whatever, clearly, the person hasn't reached the end of their lifespan yet, how could you two go off and snatch their soul? Your work attitude is irresponsible, and you've committed a basic error. I'm deducting half a year's salary from both of you. Hei Bai Wu Chang, after hearing this, stared with wide eyes and mouth agape, confused, really? What did we do wrong? Suddenly, from outside the door, a Guiji entered and reported, Dairen, the Shirwang of Zunfu Gue is about to arrive, so it is time to release her back to the earthly realm to visit her relatives. After that, Guiji pointed to the beautiful woman beside him, who was Zunfu Gue, and said, this person is the biological mother of Zunfu Gue, who died 10 years ago. She still has unresolved attachments and has been lingering in the earthly realm for a long time. It is time for her to reincarnate. Upon hearing this, Yan Wangyi immediately issued an order, Hei Bai Wu Chang, you two handle this matter.
Don't mess it up again, understood? Yes, obeying the command, Dairen.
Back in the earthly realm, Chang Sheng was walking through the Zun family estate when he heard the voice of old Zun Rong from within a small courtyard, son, it is because your father lacks the ability that he cannot take good care of you.
I can only do so much. Chang Sheng inadvertently overheard and widened his eyes, muttering to himself, what's that sound? I should go take a look.
Inside the room, old Zun Rong was trembling all over, crying bitterly and lamenting, son, don't die.
I will join you soon, just a little longer. Chang Sheng stood outside the door, secretly eavesdropping. Old Zun Jia couldn't perform the ghost marriage, so now he's asking his son for forgiveness?
At this point, Chang Sheng's face turned dark as he thought to himself, Zun Rong is acting strange. From what he says, there's a deep sense of guilt towards his son. It sounds like he's admitting to pushing his son into the dry well, causing the boy's death. After some reflection, Chang Sheng went over to the well, stuck his head out, and stared down into it. As expected, something's off. Zun Fu Gui's death wasn't an accident, he was killed by his own father. A while later, at Feng Jixian's mansion, a loud scream echoed through the house, Shen Xian Zhang, wait! Chang Sheng dragged Feng Jixian along, moving as fast as the wind, there's no time to waste. If we wait any longer, Zun Rong, who's guilty of murder, might escape.
What exactly does this mean, Shen Xian Zhang?
With the speed of a gust of wind, Shen Changsheng made Feng Jixian's hat nearly fly off his head. Zun Rong is well known as a kind and generous person in Jingyang Xian, how could he possibly commit murder? Hearing this, Chang Sheng's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he said plainly, I suspect that Zun Fu Gue didn't accidentally fall into the dry well he was pushed by Zun Rong. After running wildly at the speed of Superman for a while, Chang Sheng brought Feng Jixian to the dry well. This bloody handprint could prove that when Zun Fu Gue fell into the well, he had grabbed the rim of the well rather than falling straight to the bottom and dying. He must have been struck by someone with a brick to leave this handprint. I hadn't noticed before, but Zun Rong had locked a living girl in a coffin to carry out a ghost marriage for his son. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and stopped it.
Afterward, I began to feel that something was wrong with Zun Rong.
He would always mutter in front of Zun Fu Gui's coffin, acting as if he was ashamed. I took it as the sorrow of a father for his son. But when I felt uneasy, I went to the dry well to investigate, and I was certain the brick that knocked Zun Fu Gui down was still at the bottom of the well. In the morning hall, the thick scent of incense rose in the air. Old Zun Rong heard footsteps approaching and turned to look. When he saw Chang Sheng walking in with Feng Jixian, Zun Rong curiously asked, "Why is Feng Jixian Dairen here so late?"
"Shenxian Zhang, what do you mean by this?"
Chang Sheng, filled with righteous anger, his eyes burning and his face as dark as coal, called out to Zun Rong. The next moment, Chang Sheng immediately pointed at the face of old Zun Rong and shouted, "Zun Rong, why did you personally kill your own son?"
Old Zun Rong, upon hearing this, calmly responded, "Shenxian Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about?
How dare you speak so recklessly in front of Feng Jixian Dairen?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng sneered and directly addressed the issue, "Zun Rong, whether it's nonsense or not, you're the one who knows best." Chang Sheng stretched out his hand in front of him and casually said, "In front of the incense smoke and the coffin of your son, if you lie, your tongue will be torn out when you descend to hell." Chang Sheng fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself, in the past, this old man acted terrified when talking about Gui Lei, but today, when it comes to killing his own son, he's unervingly calm.
This is unusual.
It would be strange if there weren't something supernatural involved. If he's afraid of ghosts, it would be better to pretend to be a god or a ghost and trick him for once. At that moment, the old man Zun Rong approached and said to Feng Jixian, "I didn't know the esteemed Feng Jixian had arrived.
I couldn't greet you from afar.
This Shenxian Zhang was someone I invited to perform a ritual for my deceased son.
Perhaps he was dissatisfied with the money offered, and that's why he made false accusations. I must have been too polite. It seems there might be some misunderstanding here, doesn't it?" While they were talking, Chang Sheng began to show off, raising 2 fingers and shouting loudly, "I would want myself, baby, please believe me, I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah." Next, Chang Sheng continued to point his 2 fingers towards the incense smoke and the coffin of Zun Fu Gui, chanting, "So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy, that shit won't end well." As soon as he finished chanting, the candle on the incense holder suddenly went out. Zun Rong was greatly surprised upon seeing this. Chang Sheng, noticing this, smiled and whispered, Wah, heaven is helping me now." A gust of wind came out of nowhere, waiting for me to break down this old man's guard. Seeing everything going according to plan, Chang Sheng continued to show off, pointing forward and speaking loudly, "You foolish child, if your soul has returned, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of demonic energy appeared, and the soul of Zun Fu Gui emerged from the swirling energy. The boy held tightly onto a small rattle as he stepped through the door. Both old Zun Rong and Feng Jixian were stunned upon seeing him. Their faces turned pale, drained of color, and sweat poured down like rain. The soul of Zun Fu Gui brushed past Feng Jixian, sending a chill of fear through him. Seriously? The soul of Zun Fu Gui has truly returned?
Zun Fu Gui's soul walked up to old Zun Rong, crying bitterly, his whole body trembling as he lamented, "Father! Father! It hurts so much, please don't push me away." Seeing this, old Zun Rong reached out as if to embrace his son, but Zun Fu Gui stepped back.
Fu Gui, have you really returned? It's my fault, I was wrong." Chang Sheng stood on this side, gazing at the scene before him, dumbfounded, and wondered, "Oh? Did I manage to break through already, even though I've just started?"
At this moment, Feng Jixian turned to give Chang Sheng a thumbs up. This enigmatic soul technique from Shenxian Zhang is truly terrifying, it really opens one's eyes.
"You're too kind, too kind.
But it's just a psychological trick, really. Late at night, when everything is quiet, is when people's hearts are the most vulnerable. Besides, your ancestors were the most superstitious."
Zun Rong, who has already lost his son, is constantly uneasy.
Today is the Shirwang of Zun Fu Gui, so it's the perfect time to break through his mental defenses. Having finished speaking, Chang Sheng stepped forward and grabbed the old man Zun Rong by the collar.
"Zun Rong, do you have anything left to say?"
The bloody fingerprints by the dried-up well and the bloodstained stone at the bottom of the well are all evidence that your son was murdered. Upon hearing this, the old man Zun Rong began to weep uncontrollably, his whole body trembling.
Fu Gue, my son, can you come here? Father has wronged you. I was wrong to you and your mother. I shouldn't have pushed you into the well.
I shouldn't have killed her. Chang Shang and Feng Jixian, upon hearing this, were startled and their faces grew sorrowful. What are you saying?
Who has died?
The doctor explained that the wife's health was poor and she could not bear children. The husband said that since the birth of their child, his wife had always been sick, and he wanted to help her escape the torment of her illness. The father blamed himself for allowing his wife and child to suffer. On the surface, he did not let his wife see the child often, but in reality, he just wanted her to be healthy. In his dream, he heard his wife's accusations, blaming him for not letting her see their child.
At that moment, the spirit of Zun Rong's wife appeared and spoke to Zun Fu Gue, brother, I was wrong.
After I passed, you should not remarry, but instead raise Fu Gue to adulthood. But later, when I am no longer here, you will not be able to protect him. Others will bully him. At that moment, old Zun Rong was sitting on the edge of the well, using a large stone to strike Zun Fu Gue's hand, causing the boy to scream in agony, Father, Fu Gue's hand hurts so much, Father, Father. As he recounted this, old Zun Rong began to cry uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he awkwardly said, That's why.
That's why I.
Fu Gue, everything I did was to protect you, everything I did was to protect you. He knelt before Fu Gue, tears falling from his face onto the stone floor, and said, Please forgive me, can you forgive me?
As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shang rushed forward and slapped old Zun Rong hard. Do you really think you are great? After saying those words, are you moved by yourself? Who are these tears really for? Before you killed them, did you ever ask them if they wanted to die?
After hearing Chang Shang speak, old Zun Rong turned to stare at the soul of his wife and called out to her. Chang Shang pointed at his face and said loudly, Your wife knew her health was failing, yet she still bore you a son. She clearly knew she didn't have long to live, but she had no regrets.
And what have you done?
And then there's Zun Fu Gue, the poor boy, just a fool with the intelligence of a 3-year-old.
You pushed him down the well, and yet, who's the one who's been bullying him all along?
At this point, Chang Sheng kicked Zun Rong in the face with force and shouted, You're a damn bastard. Feng Jixian stood silently, watching as Zun Rong collapsed to the ground. He could not find the words to speak. Then, Feng Jixian looked toward the two souls of Zun Fu Gue and his mother and sighed, Indeed, it's tragic, yet so deserving of hate. Just then, the sky began to brighten, and the crowing of roosters echoed. The two souls walked out the door, Fu Gue and his mother alongside Hei Bai Wu Chang.
By Wu Chang, it's time. The mission is complete.
While that person hasn't realized we're gone, we should leave now. Upon hearing this, Hei Wu Chang turned and stared in confusion. Shortly after, Hei Bai Wu Chang and the two souls left the Zun family and returned to hell and the underworld. Before long, daylight had arrived. Feng Jixian ordered 2 guards to seize Zun Rong and bring him back to Guanfu for legal processing. Suddenly, at that moment, Dong and I quickly ran towards Chang Shang, causing Feng Jixian to be startled and shout out, Shenxian Zhang, be careful. In the next moment, Dong Ni's white and round chest collided with Chang Shang's, and the young girl made an innocent face with longing eyes, exclaiming, Shenxian Zhang, take me with you. Chang Shang, upon feeling the 2 soft mounds press against his chest, froze, his face turning a shade of red. After a moment, he snapped out of it, startled, and leaned back in shock, You, what are you babbling about? Dairin, this little girl, by Dong Ni, has been sold by her family to Zunjia. Now, this incident has happened, and Dong Ni really has no home to return to.
Please take me in. I will do anything. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang handed Dong Ni a pure white handkerchief.
He then kneeled down with a friendly smile and said, If that's the case, then come to my place and help with things like boiling water and cooking. Dong Ni, upon hearing this, held back her tears, her face looking incredibly adorable with her cheeks flushed red.
Thank you, Master. Dong and I will follow you in everything.
At the same time, at the Xincheng Huang Temple, the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Inside the temple, sitting on a chair and smiling brightly, surrounded by an aura of abundant spirit, a voice asked, Dairen, Shen Xianzhang really fought Bai Wu Chang from the underworld? That wasn't fighting, it should be called bullying. Xincheng Huang recalled the scene from the previous night, his face turning pale, sweat pouring down like rain. That scene was truly brutal. As he was speaking, a young woman entered the temple with Nu Jia, Prince, please be careful. Then, the three others continued their discussion. Bai Wu Chan used the Bai Yi Xing move first, and the sky suddenly darkened. But Shen Xianzhang wasn't afraid at all. With just a light swing of his weapon, he shattered the overwhelming Fa Li. Below, the young woman knelt before the statue of Xincheng Huang, clasping her hands in prayer. I, Chang Lo, a mere woman, humbly ask for your blessing, so that my mother may live a long life and recover her health. I also hope that on this journey, I may meet the fairies who can cure her illness. After praying, Chang Lu and Nu Jia beside her both bowed their heads before the statue of Xincheng Huang. But strangely, at that moment, a beam of Jingguang light suddenly burst forth from Chang Li's body, shining directly into Xincheng Huang's face. He widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment, "Who is this? Such a sincere filial heart?" After hearing this, Shinpan Guanwu spoke up, "My lord, this is the princess of the current king, the Empress Dowager. You just congratulated her biological mother, Chang Zun Huangho. It's such a pity, though, as Chang Zun Huangho's fate was already sealed in the Book of Destiny. Even a small figure like Xincheng Huang cannot do anything to help." At the same time, outside the temple, Feng Jixian had brought Chang Shang and Bai Dong and I along. Chang Shang looked around, then smiled brightly, muttering to himself, "That blonde guy earlier even brought people to snatch away my business. Now that Feng Jixian is here, I can just conveniently use Feng Jixian's influence. My lord will surely put them in their place." Having thought this, Chang Shang turned and clasped his hands in respect. "Feng Jixian, please come into the Xincheng Huang temple with me." "Is there something wrong with Hang Shenzhen? I am but an ordinary man, I fear I cannot be of help." Feng Jixian smiled lightly and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just taking you to meet someone." "Heh, Feng Jixian, you're too superstitious." After speaking, Chang Sheng quickly led Feng Jixian towards the temple. He waved his hand forward, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, "Xincheng Huang. Do you see who's behind me?" Hearing this, Xincheng Huang, sitting above, gaped in fear. Has Shen Xianzhang brought Bai Dong and I here to personally demonstrate his cultivation method? Knowing he could not escape, Xincheng Huang materialized and landed on the ground. Xincheng Huang appeared and, along with Wu Fan, greeted warmly, "Why does Shen Xianzhang do this?" "Shen Xianzhang's divine powers are vast, we have known this for a long time, indeed. Chang Lu and Nu Jia, upon witnessing the scene before them, widened their eyes in astonishment. Their faces turned pale as they cried out, "Is this the true form revealing itself? Prince, it seems we've encountered real fairies." Upon hearing Xincheng Huang's words, Chang Sheng opened his mouth and smiled brightly, "It's good that you know. Just don't make the same mistakes again in the future, alright? A bunch of swindlers really are here. Even though there are many of you, when you meet Guanfu, aren't you all still forced to bow down and be human? Who told you to dare steal my business?" Xincheng Huang pondered over Chang Sheng's words. "It seems that we have underestimated the customs of ghost marriage and have upset Shen Xianzhang. This is to remind us not to be careless in the future. Yes, we swear by the heavens that we will not repeat this mistake again." Ha. It's good to know. Meanwhile, Prince Chang Lu and Nu Jia observed Chang Sheng's group with glittering eyes. "Prince, this person is truly powerful. Just a casual word from him can summon Xincheng Huang to appear in person. But the most frightening thing is that he patiently guided Xincheng Huang, and Xincheng Huang didn't dare to object to a single word." Nu Jia leaned in and whispered, "Prince, do you think Shen Xianzhang might be?" Before she could finish speaking, Chang Lu, who had been kneeling, suddenly stood up and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, she fell to her knees in front of Chang Sheng with tears welling in her eyes, calling out, "Xianzhang." Changla clung to Chang Shang's legs, sobbing uncontrollably, leaving both of them wide-eyed in surprise. Please, save my mother's life. Feng Xian, upon hearing this, recalled Chang Shang's words by the temple and immediately realized, breaking out in a cold sweat, is this what Shen Xianjiang meant? The person Shen Xianjiang wants me to meet is none other than the beloved Changlu, the prince most favored by the court? At this moment, Changla tightly grasped the hem of Chang Shang's clothes, tears welling up in his eyes. Shen Xianjiang, my mother, she suffers from a chronic illness. My father, the emperor, has invited miracle Dr. Zun CMO to treat her. Although many years of treatment have passed, there's still no effect. Please, take me back to Changan to save my mother's life. Whatever the conditions, my father will agree to them. After hearing this, Chang Shang whispered into Chang Li's ear, Shen Xianjiang, as for the matter of Chang Zun Huangho, apart from someone like you who can save Bai Dong and I fear no one else will be able to help. Oh. So that's how it is. On the surface, it appeared calm, but inside, he was boiling with rage. Are you for real? Chang Zun Huangho has asthma. I'm just a technical student, without any special medicine. How can I save her? If miracle Dr. Zun CMO couldn't treat her, what chance do I have to even dare try? Changla waited for a long time but saw no reply from Chang Shang, so she clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with tears, and sincerely said, I, the little girl, know that disturbing the peacefulness of Xianjiang is wrong, but Changla truly wishes to save Muho at all costs. Please, Dao Zhang, be merciful. After hearing these words, Chang Shang's face grew pale, sweat pouring down like a river. I also want to show mercy, but I am not a doctor. If the illness can't be cured, death is certain. However, not going is not an option either. If Changla returns and tells her father, I fear Huang Di will directly have my head chopped off. What should I do? Is this the inevitable outcome, to die? Guanfu, as a whole, is superstitious, and at this moment, it seems the only way to have any chance of survival is to continue down the path of Cheng Huang. After some thought, Chang Shang spread his arms wide and closed his eyes tightly. Ahem, it's not that I am unwilling to help. The truth is, the fate of Chang Zun Huangho has already been sealed. This act of defying the heavens, I can only be certain of two parts. Upon hearing this, Chang Li's eyes widened in clear joy. Even if it's only two parts, there is hope. Chang Lo, creating fairies, prays for mercy. Wu Fan and Xin Cheng Huang, upon hearing this, stared wide-eyed, their faces turning pale. They gawked in disbelief, exclaiming, the death date is already recorded in the Book of Life and Death, and yet Shen Xianjiang dares to claim he has two parts certainty in this heavenly defiance? Truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. After finishing packing, the three of them set off together from Jingyang Xian to return to the city of Chan'an, a journey that would take quite a long time. Though they spoke casually, their hearts ached. This system has only about 140 hours left, and who knows how long this trip to Chan'an will take. I need to make a large sum quickly. Shen Xianjiang, don't worry, I'll take good care of your mansion while you're away in Chagan to treat Huang Ho. A few days later, the carriage of Prince Chang Lu and Chang Shang arrived at Chan'an, at Mingdemen. After traveling a long distance, Chang Lu suggested, Shen Xianjiang, you must be tired from the journey. Please rest for a day at the inn. I'll go report to Fu Huang, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the palace to treat Mu Ho. Chang Lu stood up and took Chang Shang's hand. Shen Xianjiang, we cannot delay. We should depart for Chang'an now. There's no rush, no rush. Let me first go back to the old house in Shirley Tang to get some necessary items before we leave, it's not too late. Chang Shang, hearing this, forced a smile. I will follow Prince's arrangements, but in his heart, he was seething with anger. Ho, if it weren't for fearing your father would have my head, I'd never be free to go all the way to Chang'an to treat Huang Ho or anyone else. After finishing his words, Prince Chang Li's horse-drawn carriage left. Chang Shang, carrying a basket over his shoulder, wandered through the streets, saying, Chang'an is indeed as prosperous as its reputation suggests. If you have some free time today, take a walk around and, especially, try the goat meat soup at a tavern near Mingdemen. On the table was a fragrant bowl of food, overflowing with fish and meat and garnished with plenty of coriander, enough to make one hungry just by looking at it. At this moment, Chang Shang was sitting in the tavern, holding a duck leg in his hand, muttering, although this duck leg has been left out for a day and is a bit cold, luckily, it's still good.
Just then, an old man entered and said, "Excuse me, sir, may I share this table with you? There are no more seats in the shop."
Upon hearing this, Chang Shang quickly pulled his bowl of food closer to himself, then gestured for the old man to sit. The old man placed a small box on the table, sat down gently, smiled, and said, "Thank you, sir.
I am Ruan Chang, a doctor."
Shortly after, a waiter brought a bowl of food and placed it on the table, saying, "Sir, your goat meat has arrived."
Old Ruan Chang opened the wooden box on the table.
It was a box full of vegetables with a fragrant aroma rising from it, the scent of fresh greens wafting into Chang Shang's nose, making him astonished.
"Celery?
This is something that helps to clear the palate," the old man whispered with a smile as he noticed Chang Shang staring intently at his box of greens.
The sour celery I make is the best in Changan.
It seems that even people from other places can't avoid craving it. A moment later, a fragrance from something else hit the old man's nose like a hand stroking his face.
What's that delicious smell?
Looking closely, he realized that the scent was coming from the duck leg Chang Shang was holding in his hand, the very same duck leg that Xiaobai had made, which stirred people's hearts.
It's the duck leg. Why does this duck leg smell so good?
Chang Shang, sitting across from him, saw that old Ruan Chang was so tempted that saliva was dripping down onto the table. Looks like there are still some people in Changan who have never experienced much of life, Chang Shang thought to himself, and then immediately spoke up.
Hey, what if I trade my duck leg for your sour celery?
Upon hearing this, old Ruan Chang immediately nodded in agreement.
He murmured as he watched Chang Shang savoring the celery with a satisfied look. To trade a delicious duck leg for some sour celery that can be found anywhere? This Xianjiang must be a fool, right?
After speaking, old man Ruan Chang also raised the duck leg, letting everyone smell its fragrance. From the aroma of the duck leg, the imposing presence of a golden dragon spirit, Jingguang, shone brightly, surrounding old man Ruan Chang.
He inhaled deeply and was suddenly startled. Is this the dragon spirit?
Without much thought, Ruan Chang immediately took a big bite out of the duck leg. Soon after, it seemed like he had entered a realm where fairies flew around like butterflies, his face flushed with excitement.
This taste, oh my god, I feel my whole body filled with energy.
Chang Shang, sitting across from him, watched as Ruan Chang trembled, his mouth constantly muttering strange sounds.
He thought to himself, could it be that everyone in Guanfu was ill?
So, he immediately stood up, threw his basket over his shoulder, and rushed out of the restaurant, thinking to himself, following the standard procedure, once he wakes up, he'll probably hug my leg and thank me.
It's better to run first and figure it out later.
A while later, when Ruan Chang regained his senses, Chang Shang had already disappeared. Ruan Chang frowned, looking displeased, and muttered to himself, using the excuse of changing the temple's celery, giving me this opportunity, turning around and leaving without accepting anything.
So he's a great master. On the second day in Changan, Chang Lo led Chang Shang into the main hall and reported to his father, Fu Huan, this esteemed immortal is the wise man I mentioned to you.
Upon hearing this, the emperor spoke, Shen Xianjiang, I have heard of your deeds.
Thank you for your tireless efforts in treating my empress. If you succeed, I will certainly reward you. You seem remarkably youthful, unless the rumors of rejuvenation and restoration, returning to simplicity and authenticity, are true.
Chang Shang, upon hearing this, clasped his hands together respectfully and said, You are too kind.
After a while, at the empress's residence, Chang Shang entered the inner chambers.
At that moment, the emperor was sitting beside the empress and gently said, Huang Ho, I have brought this immortal to treat you. The empress, hearing this, slowly opened her eyes and murmured, all right, let him come over. When she saw Chang Shang, she thought to herself, this person seems rather ordinary.
Could it be that the emperor, wanting to treat my illness, has been deceived by someone?
Huang Di stood up, spread his arms, and said, Shen Xianjiang, please.
Chang Shang, upon hearing this, raised his hand and shook his head continuously, no need. At that moment, Chang Shang, trembling in fear, whispered to himself, if Zun CMO can't even cure asthma, what am I even diagnosing? Your Majesty, Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I can only continue to deceive you. After thinking this, Changsheng raised 2 fingers, speaking loudly, life and fate are truly hard to change. I do have a method, but there is only a 20% chance of success. If it succeeds, Your Highness will recover immediately, never to suffer from illness or misfortune again. But if it fails, then... At this point, Huang Ho suddenly stood up, and both Huang Di and Huang Ho interrupted Changsheng in unison. If it fails, then what? Changsheng closed his eyes and spoke calmly, if it fails, I'm afraid she won't make it past June 21 of this year. Upon hearing this, Huang Ho froze and thought to herself, these past few days, I've been having dreams where the judge of the dead tells me that I will die on June 21 Saint. This Taoist isn't even paying attention to me, yet he can predict this much unless he's truly a fairy. On the outside, Changsheng appeared calm and composed, but in his heart, he was secretly relieved. Luckily my years of compulsory schooling weren't wasted. I know when you'll die, otherwise, it would really be hard to find a way out. Huang Ho thought for a moment, then turned to Huang Di and said, Ahem, Huang Shang, please allow Shenxian Zhang to treat me. I am willing to try once. Upon hearing this, Changsheng continued with his dramatic gestures, pacing back and forth and pointing to the sky. My method is very simple. You just need to take a pear and a bowl of water, wait for me to personally boil it into a bowl of li ji, cool enough, and then let Huang Ho drink it. Huang Di, after hearing this, immediately turned to Tai Jian and ordered, quickly go and fetch the items Shen Xianzhang needs to bring here. Yes, Your Majesty, Tai Jian replied. As soon as Tai Jian stepped out the door, 4 people appeared and walked in. The 4 who entered through the main door were Chang Zun Wuji, Zun CMO, Yuan Tianquang, and the old man Ruan Chang. In unison, they said, Huang Shang, do not harm my Mei. Huang Shang, please reconsider carefully. Huang Di heard this and stepped out in front of the door, pointing ahead and shouting loudly, you dare to intrude into the imperial palace of Huang Ho? Are you trying to rebel? Chang Shang, standing inside, heard this and smiled, whispering to himself, they're arguing now. Let them argue, it's the perfect time for me to find a way back to Shirley Tang to sell some roast duck. Outside the door, Huang Di was furious with the actions of the officials. Behind him, the oppressive force of a brilliant Jin Long manifested, surrounded by fierce Shandian. The 4 officials, seeing this spectacle, immediately lowered their heads in reverence, saying, we dare not, we dare not. What we meant is that after I die, you would dare, wouldn't you? Please, Huang Shang, calm your anger. At the same time, Huang Di clasped his hands behind his back and signaled to Tai Jian. Tai Jian, understanding the gesture, hurriedly went to Chang Shang's side. Shenxian Zhang, please come with me to Yushan Fong to prepare the divine medicine for Huang Ho. Please, I beg you to lead the way. At this moment, Chang Shang stood there in a daze, his mind scattered, thinking, is this for real? They don't trust miracle Dr. Zun CMO, but they trust someone they've never met like me? Li Shimen of Emperor Taizong of Tang, the wise ruler from the rumors? Just before, when Chang Shang had gone, miracle Dr. Zun CMO had knocked his head hard on the ground and called out, Huang Shang. Afterward, he raised his head and spoke, that person has an unknown background, he's a fraud. Don't believe the lies that will harm Huang Ho, Huang Shang. Such heretical words, deceiving the people, cannot be tolerated, and we certainly cannot trust him. Huang Di, upon hearing this, became enraged and pointed forward, shouting loudly, what is this? Are you implying that if I believe Shen Xianzhang's words, I will be considered the debauched king? Upon hearing this, Lao Ruan Chang stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, Huang Shang, please think carefully. Huang Di, with his face darkening and a scowl of displeasure, replied, Ruan Chang, is this something you need to meddle in? Matters of the household are none of your business. Lao Ruan Chang stepped forward and explained, Tianzi has no personal matters, what happens in the household of the Tianzi is national affairs. Huang Ho is the Empress Dowager of a country, and matters concerning her life and death are of utmost importance. I beg your pardon, but I cannot ignore it. The person in question has an unclear background where they come from,
what their upbringing was, how old they are. Huang Shang has no knowledge of any of this. Yet, just based on Chang Lu Prince's words, you are willing to believe them without question. That is not something a virtuous king should do. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of someone's footsteps approached, and a voice called out, "Wan Chang Dairen, so it's Chang Lu Prince." She stepped forward confidently and said, "I saw everything with my own eyes, how could it be false?" Upon hearing this, Lao Ruan Chang immediately pulled Chang Lu Prince toward him, glaring at her with an intense gaze and questioning, "Chang Lu, your intention to save your mother is understandable, but it is common to be deceived by others. The methods of those swindlers are many and varied." At the same time, Lao Yuan Tian Quang also stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, "Huang Shang, I have consulted countless omens. Huang Ho's ascension to the heavens is her destiny. Even if fairies were to descend to the mortal world now, it would be impossible." Huang Di, after hearing this, immediately grew serious and questioned, "Miracle Dr. Zun CMO, you are a miracle doctor. For these past few years, Huang Ho has relied on your prescriptions to prepare the medicine as food. You have arranged everything, but have we seen any significant improvement? Yuan Tian Quan, you are in charge of Kan Tianjian, issuing laws and eliminating demons and ghosts. Now, you tell me that the will of heaven is hard to defy. What have you actually accomplished, that you are sitting here spouting such nonsense?" As he spoke, suddenly a loud shout echoed, "Miracle cure is here." The four officials, startled by the sound, turned to look. Huang Shang and Chang Lu Prince smiled when they saw it. Of the four officials, aside from Zun CMO and Chang Zun Wuji, Yuan Tian Quang and Ruan Chang had expressions of utter surprise and panic. Chang Sheng entered along with Tai Jin and greeted warmly, "Huang Shan, my Li Ji is ready. Seeing how anxious everyone is, perhaps we should have someone test for poison first." Then, Chang Sheng made a smug face and muttered to himself, "Anyway, it's just regular Li Ji. No matter how much you drink, nothing should happen. If you think it's too little, I can always cook another pot." Old Zun CMO immediately turned around and yelled loudly, "Huang Shan, this is not possible. Pears naturally have a cold nature. Even if cooked into Li Ji, which removes the cold properties, it is still useless for Huang Ho's illness." Huang Di, hearing this, was so furious that his face turned purple, and he glared with wide-open eyes, shouting, "Zun CMO." At the same time, Chang Sheng stepped forward, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, and gently said, "The miracle doctor's words are correct. I only possess a limited amount of magic, at most 2 parts certainty, and I am fundamentally incomparable to the miracle doctor's profound medical skills. If not, Huang Shang should still follow the miracle doctor's advice." Upon hearing this, old Zun CMO trembled with anger, unable to speak, only cursing inwardly, "I have saved people for so many years, and now he is mocking me, helpless before the illness. How could this be? How could this be?" Old Ruan Chang, who was standing nearby, saw Chang Shang and quietly muttered in surprise, "So it's the mysterious Daozong from the market, the one with the dragon's spirit hidden in the duck's thigh. Surely, his Li Ji must be just as miraculous." After thinking for a moment, Ruan Chang spoke up, "Huang Shang, I oppose." Elder Chang Zun Wuji and Elder Zun CMO, standing nearby, eagerly thought to themselves, as expected of someone with deep knowledge in the imperial court. Even the true Dragon Emperor would need to point out a mistake to be correct. Ruan Chang Dairen truly has profound knowledge. Surprisingly, just a moment later, Ruan Chang tightly shut his eyes, furrowed his brows, and said loudly, "Shen Xianzhang's cultivation method is extraordinary. I have had the chance to experience it myself. Therefore, I oppose the toxicity test. I believe this Li Ji can be directly given to Huang Ho." Elder Zun CMO and Elder Chang Zun Wuji were so shocked that they almost fell over. Chang Sheng glanced at Elder Ruan Chang and forced a smile, "So, you are Ruan Chang. I gave you duck legs, and now you turn against your benefactor, trying to push me to my death, huh? Huang Ho suffers from asthma. Can a bowl of Li Ji from me cure him?" At the same time, Yuan Tian Quang stepped forward and knelt before Huang Di, saying, "Huang Shan, does Yuan Tian Quang also want to challenge me, just like those two?" Elder Zun CMO, standing on this side, had some faith, "Yuan Tian Quang, although you are mysterious every day, when it comes to a crucial moment, we must rely on you. Unlike that old man Yuan Chang, he is simply untrustworthy. Old Yuan Tianquang immediately reported, Huang Shan, you misunderstood. I agree with Yuan Chang, and I have also seen the cultivation method of Xin Xianjiang. The two old men standing behind heard this and spat blood out. He dares to compete with Yan Wangyi, even confidently claiming to have a 20% chance. Xin Xianjiang truly has profound cultivation. Seeing everyone gossiping endlessly, Changla stepped forward and said, Father, we cannot delay any longer, let me try reading for Mother. With that, Changlu immediately scooped a spoonful of Li Ji and swallowed it. A burning sensation surged within, and his eyes closed tightly, unable to open. Old Shang Zun Wuji saw this and immediately turned to point at Chang Shang, shouting loudly, Indeed, there's something wrong. Guards, arrest this fraud. It's over now. I told you, how could Li Ji deceive Huang Di? Could it be that Xin Chang Shang will be executed here today? Changla collapsed to the ground, making a face of ecstasy, while a pressure from a Feng Huang golden light appeared beside him. Heavens, after drinking this Li Ji, it feels like my body is filled with spirit, making it impossible to control myself. Changla stood up after speaking and performed a ballet dance in front of the two elderly men, Yuan Chang and Yuan Tianquang. Yuan Tianquang, should anything be added to this lychee of Xin Xianjiang? I feel like the condition of Prince Chang Lu is not quite right. As for this, I'm not a miracle doctor, so I can't be sure. After a moment of pleasure, Changla snapped out of his trance, eyes wide with confusion. The prince, feeling embarrassed, stepped forward to apologize to Huang Di. Father, please don't worry. It's just that the lychee is so delicious that it made Chang Lu act inappropriately. I truly believe this lychee can save my mother's life. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, was stunned. Prince, you are overthinking it. This is just a normal bowl of lychee, I simply added too much sugar. Then, Huang Di took the bowl of lychee inside the imperial palace to Huang Ho. Huang Ho, this is the miracle cure personally prepared by Xin Xianjiang, you should drink it now. Huang Ho took the bowl of Li Ji and drank it in one go without thinking. As soon as she finished drinking, it seemed as though she entered the world of fairies. Flowers bloomed in all seasons, her spirit felt refreshed, her cheeks flushed, and her skin transformed, becoming youthful once again. Huang Ho then turned to Huang Di's cage and softly said, Huang Sang, this miracle cure has the true spirit of Xin Xianjiang, it's truly extraordinary. It really makes me feel at ease both physically and mentally, it's like I've really regained my health. Lao Zun CMO, Lao Chang Zun Wuji, and Chang Shang were all left confused and unable to understand. Lao Zun CMO, not believing it, immediately flew over to check on Huang Ho. Impossible, how could this be? After feeling her pulse for just a second, Lao Zun CMO widened his eyes in shock and cried out, It's true, she's really healthy. Lao Ruan Chang and Lao Tianquang stepped forward, expressing their admiration. No wonder, it really is Xin Xianjiang. The cultivation method is profound and leaves no trace. Xin Xianjiang truly can achieve anything, truly a person of exceptional skills from beyond the world. What's going on? Zun CMO couldn't cure asthma, but one bowl of Li Ji from her can do it. What kind of miracle is this? At this moment, Elder Zun CMO began to believe and looked towards Chang Shang, contemplating, this person looks so young yet is a master in the art of medicine, able to make Huang Ho revive from the dead. After thinking it over, Elder Zun CMO knelt down and clutched Chang Shang's leg, crying bitterly as he shouted, Xin Xianjiang, please save me. On the night Huang Ho recovered, Huang Di hosted a banquet to honor Xin Chang Shang, Yuan Tianquang, and the others. Inside the palace, there was lively dancing and singing before Huang Di and the officials. Today, thanks to the miracle cure of Xin Xianjiang, Huang Ho has recovered. I am overjoyed, everyone, please enjoy yourselves. Just after speaking, Crown Prince Li Jitsung stood up and said, Father, on this occasion, I propose amnesty for prisoners, so that the people may also share in the joy. Elder Yuan Chang and Chang Shang, upon hearing this, raised their hands and cried out loudly, It cannot be. Huang Di, upon hearing this, was extremely surprised. Why does Xin Xianjiang oppose this? Can you explain it to me? Chang Shang immediately stood up, cupped his hands, bowed deeply, and respectfully said, Huang Sang, the laws of Ditang are already lax, and most of the prisoners have committed severe crimes. I fear that granting amnesty too easily could harm the victims, going against your wishes, Huang sang. After finishing his words, Chang Sheng's face turned petrified as he thought to himself, "It was lucky that I remained humble. I should continue to be cautious, lest my secret be exposed later." Crown Prince Li Jitsong, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows in anger and scowled, muttering to himself, "Why does he always oppose me like this?" After thinking for a moment, Crown Prince Li Jitsong stepped forward and spoke, "Father, I was truly foolish and made a mistake, so I would like to offer a cup to Shen Xianzhang to seek his guidance." "All right, go ahead." Though Crown Prince Li Jitsong was given permission, his face was filled with killing intent, his sharp gaze fixed forward. The Crown Prince then took the teacup and approached Chang Sheng's table, greeting him with a smile. "Allow me to offer you a cup, Shen Xianzhang." As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince leaned in and whispered in Chang Sheng's ear, "If Shen Xianzhang does not want to die a miserable death, he should stop meddling in matters that don't concern him, speak less, or else." Chang Sheng, hearing this, smirked and interrupted the Crown Prince, saying, "I wonder if the Crown Prince's illness has been cured yet." How pitiable! Truly pitiable! Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Li Jitsong froze in shock, his heart racing as he struggled to find words. Seeing this, Chang Sheng quickly grabbed the Crown Prince's hand, then stood up and gently helped him, saying, "Crown Prince, please be careful." He then leaned close to the Crown Prince's ear and whispered, causing the Crown Prince to be speechless, "I advise the Crown Prince to be careful with his words. We are not intruding into each other's territories." Hearing that, the Crown Prince reluctantly left. Chang Sheng smiled and muttered to himself, "Kakik, you dare to threaten me? Let me see if I can scare you to death, ha." The Crown Prince left, but his mood was full of frustration, his teeth gritted as he muttered to himself, "No, it can't be. How did he know about me keeping a man? So annoying." After thinking for a moment, the Crown Prince turned to look at Chang Sheng, who was leisurely enjoying his wine, and seethed with anger, "This person knows too much. I must find a way to silence him." After drinking 3 rounds of tea and wine, Huang Di continued to raise his glass and drink as if he had never been drunk. By now, Huang Di was completely intoxicated, closing his eyes and laughing unconsciously, mumbling nonsense. "Shen Xianzhang, I ask you, how can I be ageless like you? How do I preserve my youth forever?" Chang Sheng, also drunk, looked up at the ceiling, releasing many white bubbles from his mouth. Then he suddenly jumped up, slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed and sluggish as he stood up. "Youth, huh?" Finishing his words, Chang Sheng staggered away from his position, then forced himself to stand upright, and after that, he opened his mouth wide and laughed foolishly, muttering to himself, "I know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey, oh." Afterward, Chang Sheng moved to the center of the palace and began his morning exercise routine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every movement he made emitted a radiant stream of spirit golden light. After finishing his exercise, Chang Sheng continued to practice martial arts, surrounded by abundant spirit, moving with precision. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Elder Yuan Tianquang and Chang Zun Wuji, sitting below, looked at the scene before them and exclaimed, "Each movement, seemingly simple, releases so much spirit. The movements are perfectly coordinated, not a bit chaotic, and they align with humanistic philosophy." No wonder Shen Xianzhang could write those words. It turns out he had already reached this level long ago. After practicing martial arts for a while, the spirits surrounding Chang Sheng formed a Bagua magic circle beneath his feet. Then, Chang Sheng transformed into a small fish swimming in the water, darting playfully in the clear blue stream. Suddenly, a wave of water surged up and splashed over Chang Sheng's shoulders. He continued dancing, leaving Huang Di and Huang Ho in awe. The pure water splashed directly onto Huang Di, startling him. A cultivation method of this level. "I've never heard of such a thing," he muttered in shock. After finishing his swim, Chang Sheng immediately assumed a taekwondo stance. Instantly, a powerful spirit appeared in front of him, accompanied by glowing golden light symbols. From a different angle, one could see Chang Sheng standing within a radiant sphere of golden light. The light was so dazzling that even Huang Ho and Huang Di had to shield their eyes with their clothes. Shen Xianzhang is truly on another level. Afterwards, Changsheng stepped forward on the hill, raised his hands to the sky, and laughed like a madman. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After laughing, he collapsed to the ground, causing his younger sister, Nu Jia, to stare in shock with her mouth agape. Hey, 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 Shinxian Zhang. Huang Di, upon seeing this, widened his eyes in surprise. Yuan Tianquang, what's wrong with Shinxian Zhang? Hearing this, Yuan Tianquang stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and said, From what I see, it seems Shinxian Zhang must have gotten completely drunk. Nu Jia supported Changsheng's head and slapped him hard on the face, causing him to mumble in a daze, I'm drunk, I'm really drunk. Upon seeing that scene, Elder Tianquang stepped forward and whispered to Huang Di, Huang sang, I see that this cultivation method, the supreme truth, the later heaven 8 trigrams, the 5 elements cycle, is truly effective for immortality. A method of this caliber is likely not easy to pass on to others. Shinxian Zhang must have intentionally gotten drunk to share this cultivation method with us. What do you think? How should I reward him? Hearing this, Elder Wan Chang stepped forward and spoke, Huang sang, I believe that a secluded master like this has never followed any rules or restrictions. When the time comes, you can simply let Shinxian Zhang decide for himself. Wan Chang is absolutely right. After hearing the opinions of the officials, Huang Di had no other choice but to agree. Then tonight, Shinxian Zhang will stay at my residence. After tomorrow's meeting, I will meet with him to bestow my reward. I obey the command. That night, 2 attendants carried Changsheng back to the estate on a stretcher to rest. Although Changsheng was deep asleep on the stretcher, his face was still smiling like a blooming flower, and he exhaled 3 suns, can't drink anymore, if I drink more. Sleep. Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Changsheng made a motion to vomit, causing the 2 attendants to panic in alarm. The next day, Changsheng wandered through the streets of Changan and unexpectedly encountered Huang Di. This event had occurred when he was still at Xiaoting. Huang Di granted Changsheng a chest of gold and told him that if he did not wish to serve as an official in Xiaoting, he need not keep the gold, expressing hope that he would accept this gesture. Changsheng confidently smiled upon hearing about the gold, but to his surprise, his purse suddenly filled with gold. Huang Di and the old man Wan Chang were taken aback and seemed intrigued, wondering if it was some kind of immortality magic. Changsheng, embarrassed, considered it merely a small trick, although in reality, he was extremely angry with the system he had purchased just a few days ago. His anger toward the system was immense when he realized that the system had just sold him a chest of gold at an incredibly low price, with no clear source. Changsheng was furious when he saw it, wanting to smash the disgraceful system. Receiving rewards? What the hell are you talking about? Come here and let me show you. He raged. Changsheng reminisced, feeling heartbroken. The road to making money is truly bleak. As he was wallowing in his sorrow, suddenly someone beside him started shouting, Xian Zhang, here is the first fish I caught today, I'm giving it to you as promised. Upon hearing this, Changsheng immediately turned his head. What caught his eyes was a typical fortune-telling booth on the street, Know Your Fortune, divining the balance of yin and yang, 101 per session. Sitting underneath was an old man with white hair and a fan in his hand. He was Gu Shouzhe. Changsheng was dumbfounded and thought to himself, a bustling place like Changan has ended up like this. This colleague really amounts to nothing. After thinking for a moment, Changsheng took out a small piece of gold from his pocket and stared at it. Maybe I should ask when the time can be turned back. With that, Changsheng stepped forward and forcefully placed the piece of gold on the table. He glared at the old man, sneered, and arrogantly said, Deshur, read my fortune. Tell me my fate. Old Gu Shouzhe, after hearing this, casually handed Changsheng 3 coins. Young master, please. Changsheng pinched the coins between his fingers and smiled inwardly, thinking, this old man looks like he has deep, inscrutable knowledge. But I wonder if this is for real, or is he just casually throwing this out there? Without hesitation, Changsheng immediately tossed the 3 coins onto the table. The result was that all 3 coins stood upright on the surface. Changsheng widened his eyes in astonishment. Holy shit, what kind of luck is this? Am I going to be mistaken for wrecking the shop by my colleague? After a moment of reflection, Chang Sheng anxiously glanced around the street. No one's going to rush out and kill me, right?
Which way should I run?
Old Gushoja stared intently at the table, his face frozen in shock, his eyes wide open as he gasped, what is this? At that moment, a Bagua golden light spirit formation appeared on his desk, radiating abundantly. He studied countless divinations, but this was the first time he had ever seen a hexagram like this.
Let me see which deity you are.
Thinking this, old Gushoja placed 2 fingers on his eyes and muttered some incantation. Immediately, a stream of green spirit energy radiated out. The next moment, his gaze released 2 streams of history. In the eyes of Gushoja was the image of a mighty emperor, his entire body exuding endless spirit. After seeing this, the old man's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping in the face of the golden light. He could no longer hold himself together and fell backward in a state of panic and confusion.
Chang Sheng, upon seeing this, was shocked and muttered under his breath, "No way, is this because the divination can't be made, and he's preparing to throw a tantrum, or is he trying to summon an immortal? Is Changan really that deep?"
Immediately after, Gushoja sprang up and knelt on the ground. He returned the gold to Chang Sheng, saying, "Senior has broken free from the 3 realms. You are not within the Wu Xing, and this kind of fate is beyond my understanding.
Today, Shoja has embarrassed himself, and I still hope that Senior will take back the money." Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, remained silent and did not speak.
He extended his hands to receive the gold. Afterward, Chang Sheng walked away, his face blank as he thought to himself, still not learning to save money. No wonder he's still dressed so poorly. 1 foot of someone kicked straight into the table, causing the cup of water to topple over. A nasty young man glared, clenched his teeth, and swung his fist forward, saying, "Old man, I told you your fortune-telling is dangerous. I think you're just a fraud.
Come on, tell me, will it be sunny or rainy tomorrow? If it's sunny, what time will the sun rise? If it rains, how long will it last?"
Hearing the shouting, Chang Sheng turned his face and looked over. With this tone, it seems trouble is coming. Tomorrow, at 5 o'clock, there will be clouds, at 6 o'clock, thunder, at 7 o'clock, rain, at 8 o'clock, heavy rain, with a water level of 3 cubic meters. The young man, upon hearing this, cracked a sinister smile. Fine, if tomorrow doesn't match what you said, I'll smash your shop." Chang Sheng, standing to the side, heard this and his face darkened as he sighed deeply. Old Gushoja, noticing Chang Sheng staring at the young man, thought to himself, Xian Zhang must have seen through him immediately, considering past causes and consequences, feeling sympathy, and helplessly sighing for the man. After looking at the young man, Chang Sheng turned his face away and exhaled a long breath of smoke, muttering, "This big master really doesn't know how to be a person. By being so specific, isn't he just giving people a reason to smash his shop?" Later, outside the city gates, there was a bustling crowd. Prince Changlo, accompanied by a lovely young boy, walked down the street, his face beaming as he waved and called out loudly, "Shenxian Zhang, over here." Upon hearing the call, Chang Sheng immediately walked over and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you in private, Changlo Prince. There is no need for such formalities." Changlo Prince pointed to the lovely boy and said, "This is my brother, Li Chang. He is 9 years old. Our father asked us to wait here to see Shenxian Zhang off." Upon hearing this, Li Qing clasped his hands in greeting, and after meeting Shenxian Zhang, Changlo Prince had prepared a magnificent carriage for Chang Sheng, which left him quite surprised. "Please convey my thanks to Huang Sang on my behalf," he said. A few days later, Chang Sheng arrived back at Shirley Tang Shenzai in Jingyang Xian. He walked up to the door and knocked, knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, the door opened, and Bai Dong and I stepped out, her face bright and her eyes wide with joy as she shouted, "Shenxian Zhang." A moment later, Bai Dong and I curtsied and adopted an innocent expression, her eyes closing slightly, her face flushed with a soft pink hue. "You finally returned," she said, her voice filled with relief. "I was afraid you might not come back." The younger sister Bai Dong and I and the little fox pounced to entangle themselves around Chang Sheng, leaving Prince Changla stunned. Let's talk about it inside." That night, Shen Chang Sheng returned, and the women had prepared a feast to welcome the wind and cleanse him. Shin Changshang held a glass of wine, his face full of excitement. I, Shin Changshang, am back from Changan. From now on, I will lead all of you to develop rapidly, so you can witness a different world. Get ready to be shocked by technology from 2,000 years in the future. The sisters Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and the little fox, upon hearing this, all fought in unison. Is Xian Zheng saying that in the future he will take us to ascend to fairyland? After thinking this, the two sisters Xuanlong stood up and raised their glasses. Shen Xian Zhang, we, your GMA, are willing to dance a performance to express our gratitude for your great kindness. Ah. Alright, Prince Chang Lu responded with a bright smile, raising his hand.
Xian Zhang, I brought my pipa with me. I can play a tune as an accompaniment.
Thus, the prince played the role of a pipa musician, strumming the instrument with graceful melodies and an enchanting expression that captivated everyone. Then, the dancer Xiaobai began her graceful dance. Xian Zhang, do you see how we dance? Finally, Xiaoqing performed a fresh new movement, showcasing her smooth, fair back and full, firm curves. Xian Zhang, look at me too. Chang Shang had someone pouring wine directly into his mouth, and before him, there were people dancing and singing for his entertainment, truly a life of luxury.
Ha, beautiful, so beautiful, babe. Shin Xian Zhang, another cup please.
At that moment, the little fox jumped onto the table and sniffed a few drops of wine.
Is this the elixir of life brewed by Xian Zhang?
After licking a drop, the little fox's eyes widened, and deep down, its body was completely overwhelmed by some force, making it twitch uncontrollably.
The spirit is so rich, this taste is absolutely intoxicating.
Li Qing sat leisurely, savoring a chicken drumstick, drooling as her eyes sparkled with excitement. You Jia are so beautiful. After the dance, the two sisters, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, stood close to each other in a sensual pose, showing off their figures and their chests.
Hee, Xian Zhang, what do you think?
Meanwhile, Xin Cheng Huang and Wu Fan stood atop a cliff, staring intently down at the Shinzai of Chang Shang. When Xin Cheng Huang and Wu Fan saw the scene, they were filled with admiration and exclaimed, "The mystical fox and the Xuanglong woman are truly fortunate, indeed, to be able to be with a sage like Shin Xian Zhang, we truly envy them." After a night of drinking with a few girls, the sun had already risen. Chang Shang lay sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly, his body completely naked, except for his pants. He then turned over, burying his face into something, mumbling, "Ah, it smells so good." Chang Shang then absent-mindedly started to grope around, causing Bai Dong and I, who was lying next to him, to moan softly. Not finished yet, Chang Shang, still not satisfied, continued groping to check the elasticity, but Bai Dong and I couldn't take it anymore and screamed out, which startled Chang Shang awake, his eyes opening wide. When he saw the scene before him, his pupils almost popped out as he thought, "Ah,
why is Bai Dong and I in my bed?" Chang Shang lay back down, dazed, his mind spinning as he muttered, "What exactly happened last night?"
After saying that, he turned away. He bit his finger tightly, eyes welling up with tears, whispering, "What should I do? What should I do?
Did I get so drunk last night that I lost control?"
BCH Bai Dong and I sat down behind him, still in a state of panic, and called out, "Shin Xian Zhang."
Hearing this, Chang Shang jolted, goosebumps all over his body.
The poor guy, drenched in sweat, pretended to snore loudly to trick Bai Dong and I. Upon seeing this, Bai Dong and I chuckled and sat up, quickly putting on her clothes. After dressing, Bai Dong and I hurriedly walked toward the door, opened it, stepped outside, and shut it tightly behind her. As soon as Bai Dong and I left, Chang Shang immediately sat up, pulled down his shorts, and peered inside, checking to see what had happened.
His eyes widened. "Mouth agape, what should I do? What should I do? Did something happen last night?"
Calm down. A 21st-century young man like me would never fall into something like this.
At worst, I could just get married. An idea suddenly popped into Chang Shang's head.
He quickly searched Google. "My boyfriend slept with someone else on the same bed, he said he was drunk, what should I do?"
If a man is really drunk, he can't perform, that's the theory and reality of it.
So there's nothing to worry about, right, I was so drunk last night, there's no way I did anything, it's safe. Later, Bai Dong and I came back carrying a bucket of water from the well, chuckling to herself as she walked. Shenxian Zhang, last night was really something, heh. In the courtyard stood the battlefield of Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and the little fox. After drinking, they immediately found a spot to sleep right there, murmuring in a blissful expression. They were saying that Xian Zhang, Jia, belonged to them. At this moment, Prince Chang Lu and Li Qing stepped forward to greet Chang Shang. Their father wanted Li Qing to be the manhua of His Excellency, and they were unsure of His Excellency's opinion. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang was stunned, silently thinking to himself, Li Qing Daogao Tong, to be my apprentice? Before he could respond, Li Qing had already knelt and bowed before Chang Shang, requesting to be accepted as his disciple.
Once the matter was settled, Chang Shang ordered Prince Chang Lu to return to the city of Changan, finally achieving peace after several days of toil.
At Huangdong City, outside the palace, the imposing presence of a massive Shui Long appeared. Li Shimin, come out here, I want you to pay for your life. The next morning at Shinzi of Chang Shang, before us are 3 secret manuals, the soap-making formula, the steamed liquor brewing formula, and the method for making delicious roasted meat. The system's display shows the remaining time is 1612, 33, 23. Will you accept the reward? Chang Shang stared at the 3 manuals on the system screen, frowning in dismay. Before, when I didn't take many people's offerings, they gave me these 3 things. This time, even if 648 people offer it, you can't deceive me, right? After speaking, Chang Shang pressed the shortcut key on the system screen to confirm the receipt of the reward.
A moment later, a gigantic treasure chest appeared before Chang Shang.
Upon seeing it, his cheeks flushed bright red, his nostrils flaring, and his tongue lolling out as he drooled in anticipation. The reward from 648 is truly different. There's even a chest. Quick, let me see what's inside. Before he could open it, the chest suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, causing Chang Shang to stagger backward. He shielded his eyes from the blinding glow and looked on eagerly. What is this? The Golden Light Manual with 3,000 questions about animal husbandry was published. When Chang Shang saw it, he threw the manual onto the ground and became furious, shouting, "Why is it this damn thing again?" While still fuming, Chang Shang heard a noise outside the door. He quickly put the manual away and asked, "Who's there?" It was Li Qing. The boy asked, "Sifu, apprentice wants to know what to do today?" Chang Shang smiled wickedly and thought, the roast duck shop can make money, and Li Qing just happens to be free labor. The system has conveniently given instructions on pig farming. After thinking this, Chang Shang opened the door and sternly asked Li Qing, in order for the people of Ditang to be able to eat cheap meat, are you willing to endure hardship? If Sifu has a way for everyone to eat meat, don't mention just enduring hardship. This life of yours, too, would be offered to Sifu. Chang Shang handed the manual to Li Qing and asked, if you raise a herd of pigs using the method in this book, and one day, all the people in the world will naturally have meat to eat, are you willing to endure the hardship? Li Qing picked up the manual and responded, apprentice can endure. While the 2 guru disciples were talking, Bai Dong and I hurriedly ran in from outside the gate, panting heavily and speaking loudly. Shenxian Zhang, an old man outside, claiming to be Yuan Tianquang, says he has something he wants to discuss with you. Outside the door, old Tianquang knelt down to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, Shenxian Zhang, save me. As he cried, a voice called out, Yuan Tianquang. Chang Shang stepped forward, his eyes tightly shut, sweating profusely. Get up first and speak, he said. This. Shenxian Zhang, this matter is not something I can discuss with others. Surely this old man isn't suffering from some strange illness and wants me to cure him, is he? A moment later, Chang Shang helped the old Tianquang to his feet and turned to Bai Dong and I and Li Qing. Li Qing, follow the manual I gave you. Go with Bai Dong and I and buy a few pigs to raise and test them first. Yes, master, Li Qing replied. Yes, Sifu. After Bai Dong and I and Li Qing left, Chang Shang whispered to old Tianquang, all right, now that they've gone, what exactly is going on? Are you sick or is there something preventing you from meeting people? It's not me, it's Huang Sang, old Tianquang replied. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in shock, mouth agape, you just treated Huang Ho,
and now it's Huang Sang? This doesn't make sense.
The imperial doctor said Huang Di suffers from epilepsy and keeps saying things like "Don't come here, don't look for me." When Huang Di was lying on the sickbed, he instructed me, Yuan Tian Kuang, my life might only be saved by Shen Xianjiang.
I will definitely invite Shen Xianjiang.
After examining him, I found that Gu Xian was attached to him, but with my cultivation, I am unable to exorcise it.
If we ignore this, I'm afraid Huang Sang doesn't have much time left. Shen Xianjiang, please save Huang Sang.
Chang Shang, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and closed his eyes tightly. Wait a moment, let me think. Chang Shang then imagined himself being beheaded, his face turning pale and sweating. From the description of that old man, it seems Huang Di suffers from paranoia of being harmed.
I don't know how to treat this. If I fail to cure Huang Di, I could be executed.
What's more, if his condition is truly paranoia, I might be mistaken for an assassin and be beheaded on the spot. I'm still young, I don't want to die in some ambiguous way like this. Lost in thought, old Tian Kuang shouted loudly, Shen Xianjiang, Huang Sang knows I'm coming to find you, so he has placed all his hopes on you. Chang Sheng heard this and his face turned pale, silently cursing, truly, a teammate is dumb as a pig. If I go now, I might get chopped to death. If I don't go, it's just as bad watching someone die and doing nothing to help.
I really do thank you, though.
A chance to make merit like this, and you think of me first. Shen Xianjiang, please don't be so polite, Huang Sang is in danger, please come immediately, he finished, speaking quickly.
Old Tian Kuang immediately pulled Chang Sheng along, which startled him. What about Li Chang? Aren't we taking him back too?
Huang Sang said that Li Qing is still young, and doesn't want him to see Huang Sang in his current state, old Tian Kuang explained.
Then, old Tian Kuang led Chang Sheng to 2 horses. Shen Xianjiang, you can ride, right? I've brought a horse for you from the inn.
Chang Sheng stared at the horse and thought, over 100 miles, I was already tired just sitting in the carriage.
Do we really have to ride horses all the way to Changan? Is it really necessary to ride to Changan?
Hearing this, old Tian Kuang thought about Chang Sheng riding the sword and mused, could it be that Shen Xianjiang originally wanted to sword ride on the wind to Changan, but out of consideration for me, had to reluctantly choose to ride a horse instead?
Truly, Shen Xianjiang is extraordinary. I still hope Shen Xianjiang rides the horse there.
Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng tightly shut his eyes and let out a long sigh. Thankfully, I learned horse riding back in college, so I'm not too timid. But I must say in advance, I'm not very skilled at riding horses, so my speed might not be very fast. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly the sound of barking came from afar. Old Tian Kuang and Chang Sheng turned to look, and they saw the little fox, looking adorable. Last time, you didn't take me to Changan.
This time, I absolutely have to come with you. Chang Sheng picked up the little fox and smiled brightly. So, you want to come to Changan with me?
The little fox, held in his arms, blushed and said, yes, 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 that's the place.
It feels so wonderful.
Chang Sheng gently stroked the little fox's head and said, all right, I will take you along. After saying that, Tian Kuang and Chang Sheng sat together in the carriage and began their journey to the city of Changan.
Yuan Tian Kuang, lead the way. Before leaving, Chang Sheng instructed the little fox, once we reach Changan, don't go licking everyone's saliva, understood?
Not to mention, you are Shen Xianjiang, the strongest mystical fox of my Shanko, and you are no different from a pet. Scene shift to Huanggong. Tian Kuang and Chang Sheng had arrived at Changan. He grabbed Chang Sheng's hand and swiftly pulled him into the imperial palace, saying, hurry, let's go meet Huang Sang. As they were walking, something suddenly made Tian Kuang and Chang Sheng halt in their tracks, staring ahead. At the entrance to the imperial palace, 2 generals were standing guard, one holding a sword, the other a steel whip. They must be Li Zhigong and Qin Xiong.
As expected, their presence is imposing and majestic.
Tian Kuang, please help me bring the Wenguanxi bout here, Chang Sheng said, then placed the physical black stone on the paper.
From somewhere, Chang Sheng retrieved a pen and stared intently at its nib.
Dead people become ghosts, ghosts die into shadows, and ghosts are afraid of shadows just as people are afraid of ghosts.
No wonder you are the Shen Xianjiang, even a paperweight is not ordinary. It is the stone used by Nuan Yang Nyang to patch the sky.
Still in a daze, Tian Kuang clasped his hands and bowed. Please, Shenxian Zhang, use your cultivation method to subdue the Guixian and rescue Huang Sang. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng muttered to himself, damn.
You bring me here and expect me to do it alone? You just want someone to take the bullet for you, don't you? I've been taught anti-fraud propaganda since I was young. Don't think you can send me in alone.
If Huang Di really dies, we'll share the same fate.
Yuan Tian Kuang, come with me. I still need your help.
Yes, I will follow your lead. As Chang Sheng entered, the two generals turned to discuss. The young man who just came in doesn't seem very capable. There's no other choice at this point.
Chang Shang walked into the room and saw Huang Di in a state of mental collapse, surrounded by thick demonic energy.
It indeed appeared to be a mental issue. Let me try the most common modern treatment method first, he thought. Chang Sheng raised his pen to dip it in ink, and then used the pen to draw serpentine lines on the paper. Immediately after, a strange stream of black and white energy rose up. As the symbol appeared, Bai Gui recoiled. The black and white energy surged toward Huang Di and continually absorbed into his energy center. This energy surrounded Gui Xian, who was positioned before Huang Di's energy center. Huang Di, in immense pain, rolled his eyes back, entranced and dazed. Lo Tian Kuang, standing behind, witnessing the scene, gasped in awe and whispered, "Immortal."
The cultivation method, Shenxian Zhang, truly possesses vast powers. Even Gui Xian is no match for him.
Gui Xian, trapped within Huang Di's chest, was suffering intensely due to the power of the spirit flow created by Chang Sheng. He roared in agony, "Why? Why can't I use my divine power, and instead, get trapped by this symbol? I die so unjustly." Chang Sheng smiled at his achievement. Indeed, dealing with superstitious individuals requires the most effective method treatment through words. After Gui Xian and Huang Di's body passed away, Huang Di suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open.
Shenxian Zhang, you finally arrived.
Earlier, Ruan Chang had already informed Panguan Inferno.
He assured me that I would be safe. Fortunately, thanks to you, I've avoided a trip to Inferno.
Chang Sheng heard this and smiled, his eyes squinting in amusement, clasping his hands in salute. Huang Sang, rest assured, everything is under my control. Li Shermin has not yet recovered, and he's started babbling nonsense again.
This is a clear sign of somnambulism.
At the same time, in the hall of Yan Wangyi paced back and forth, clutching his head in worry. Panguan was entrusted by Ruan Cheng to bring Li Shermin back, but why hasn't he returned yet?
Could something have happened?
Just as he was filled with anxiety, the death registry suddenly moved. Yan Wangyi turned his head to look, his eyes wide, mouth agape in confusion. What now? Yan Wangyi stepped forward and stared at the death registry, his face pale with no color left, shouting, wasn't it already determined that Li Shermin would die in the 11th year of the Zhongguan era? Why has it changed to the 33 RD year of Zhongguan? Yan Wangyi slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Then, he swung his hand forward, gritted his teeth, and glared with wide eyes, his pupils red. I can't let this go any longer. Ox-headed and horse-faced, Hey Bai Wu Chang, come out here. As soon as they heard Yan Wangyi's summons, ox-headed and horse-faced, along with Hey Bai Wu Chang, immediately appeared in the blink of an eye. They then knelt and clasped their hands in reverence. Greetings, Yan Wangyi. Standing before He Bai Wu Chang and ox-headed and horse-faced, Yan Wangyi shouted, Li Shermin has tampered with the fate, and you must immediately go to Changan and bring his soul back here for me. Back in the earthly realm, within the imperial palace, an old man entered, clasping his hands in respect. Shenxian Zhang, although you have locked Gui Xian away, why have you not eradicated Gui Xian completely? Of course, it's because he needs to be dealt with through words.
Nonsense, do you really believe what you're saying, that Li Shermin has a ghost? Do you understand science?
Chang Sheng turned his face and gave a slight smile as he responded, it has been suppressed by me, so for now, it's fine.
On the contrary, you should be asking Huang Sang, what has been happening lately?
Upon hearing this, Huang Di grabbed his head, his face darkening. After the Taoist priest left, I met someone in a dream who claimed to be Jinghe Long Wang. That person told me that because I made a bet with Gu Shouja based on his bazi, in order to win, I secretly altered the time and amount of rainfall.
Now, the heavens want Wan Cheng to kill me.
Please, save me, and once everything is done, I will ensure Changan has prosperous weather for 1,000 years. I agreed to Long Wang's request, so I invited Wan Cheng into Huanggong to play chess. We played all day until Wan Cheng fell asleep from exhaustion. Afterward, the Long Wang turned into Guatian to claim my life, saying that I had broken my promise.
Upon hearing this, Chang Shang's face darkened as he responded sharply, "Are you for real? This isn't the storyline from Journey to the West."
Wait, no, after observing things, I can tell that there are plenty of martial arts experts in Ditang. The flying flame and fleeing bricks are very familiar, but the real truth is always just one, a god who is immortal and above the law trying to scare Huang Di into believing this is true. At this point, Huang Di clutched his chest in pain, his eyes tightly shut. Although I was completely unaware that Wan Cheng killed Long Wang in my dream, Long Wang broke the rules, and he deserves to die.
What did I do wrong?
Chang Sheng saw this and walked over to pat Huang Di on the shoulder. This was truly not Huang Sang's fault.
These Ditang people were too superstitious.
Perhaps if he spoke frankly, they still wouldn't believe him, so he would have to take the path of being a disher. At the same time, 4 streams of demonic energy appeared outside the door, flying straight towards Huang Di's residence. The 4 streams of demonic energy landed, and one by one, ox-headed and horse-faced and Hei Bai Wu Chang appeared.
Horse-faced immediately blew out a stream of soul-confusing demonic energy.
The 2 generals, upon inhaling this energy, froze and stood motionless. Let's go. Today, we'll pull Soul Li Shermin back.
If we do it well, our superiors will reward us.
As they entered the palace, ox-headed and horse-faced and Hei Bai Wu Chang stood frozen for a few seconds. Hearing the noise, Chang Sheng turned around and muttered, as expected, "Some people want to come and capture Huang Di. And they even cosplay like this, thinking others are fools." Upon seeing Chang Sheng, Hei Bai Wu Chang's eyes turned fiery with rage.
Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "It's him."
Without a moment's hesitation, Hei Bai Wu Chang immediately struck out with his weapon, sending powerful streams of demonic energy towards Chang Sheng. "You
hand over your life."
Wait, so it's you guys." Chang Sheng held the physical black stone in his hand, his body radiating abundant spirit energy, and he smiled inwardly, thinking, if it were another expert, I might be somewhat afraid, but with your unprofessional skills, you're just here to entertain me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Sheng gripped the physical black stone tightly and charged straight towards Hei Wu Chang. However, this time Hei Wu Chang was smarter and managed to dodge Chang Sheng's strike, smirking proudly, "You're just relying on Yao Fei to suppress my magic, but if it's only this little bit of martial skill, you are no match for me."
Chang Sheng stared ahead, retracting the physical black stone, and spoke in a cold voice, "Dare you dodge again?"
Hearing this, Hei Wu Chang's eyes widened as he sneered mockingly, "Ha ha. Yao Fei truly doesn't know martial arts, just watch me." Before he could finish his sentence, Hei Wu Chang's eyes went wide in shock as he was struck with a fatal blow from Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng had used the physical black stone to strike directly at Hei Wu Chang's chest, sending him flying through the air. A light blow was enough to completely knock Hei Wu Chang to the ground at Chang Sheng's feet.
He stepped on Hei Wu Chang's body, grinning maliciously. "So, still wanna brag? Do you want to play singles or group matches? I'm always ready. Just make sure you all understand, this guy is a lesson for you. When facing so many opponents, you need to figure out how to suppress them." Ox-headed, seeing Chang Sheng's actions, frowned in displeasure and thought to himself, "This person seems elegant and refined, but his cultivation doesn't appear to be anything special. There's no trace of any Fa Li fluctuations around him." After thinking this, Ox-headed slammed his trident onto the ground, then glared ahead and spoke, "Inferno, get to work. Those not involved, step back. Today is the day Li Shermin dies. The dragon on your body is waiting to descend and face judgment, so no matter what, you cannot stay in the earthly realm any longer." Chang Sheng fell silent upon hearing this, thinking to himself, so arrogant. I suspect the people around him have been drugged and knocked out.
Ox-headed stepped forward, his voice growing more insistent. Come with me, now. Huang Di, hearing this, was filled with fear and shouted, Guards, protect me, protect me.
Don't waste your energy. The ones who could come have already fallen asleep.
Right now, you all have no choice but to obediently follow this path. After speaking, the ox-headed glanced over and said, As for you, Shinchang Shang, you are someone trained in physical combat but have repeatedly obstructed the actions of Inferno, committing the crime of interference. Therefore, you too will come with us. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang was not afraid. He tightly gripped the physical black stone beside him, with streaks of golden lightning flashing brightly. Is there more to say?
Do you think I will obediently follow you? Never. Watch me.
Faced with Chang Shang's attack, the ox-headed stared with sharp eyes, releasing two beams of light. It focused intently on the physical black stone and thought to itself, just the tricks of an ordinary person.
All it takes is embrace the dark.
The next moment, as the physical black stone was about to strike his face, the ox-headed realized, oh, why can't I unleash my Fa.
This isn't good, I can't dodge it.
As a result, the ox-headed was struck with a powerful blow to the head, spinning several dozen times. Ox-headed fell to the ground with a thud, staring blankly at Chang Shang, confused. Why? I clearly tried to dodge, but I couldn't. What kind of Yao Fa is this? Before he could even stabilize his position, Chang Shang continued charging forward with the physical black stone in hand, gritting his teeth and shouting, Seems like your head's still pretty hard, huh?
I was really hoping you'd be tougher.
At those words, Chang Shang immediately lunged and began relentlessly punching Ox-headed in the face. You're not even close to my level, trash, worthless, give up already. After being pummeled for a while, Ox-headed's head finally turned into that of a milk cow.
What's going on?
My cultivation's getting weaker.
Is it true what he said? Could it be that this is some sort of divine language technique?
After thinking this, Ox-headed passed out, his head spinning, foam bubbling from his mouth. At that very moment, the little fox, furious, puffed up its fur and leaped forward, barking loudly, woof, woof, woof. At Bai Wu Chang in horse-faced. Seeing this, Chang Shang turned and looked at Tian Kuang, saying, Tian Kuang, look at this. You're worse than a little fox.
It knows to help me when I'm fighting, while you.
Oh, right, Shen Xianzhang's might is so grand that I can't even get involved.
At that moment, the little fox's rage exploded, and behind it appeared the imposing image of a nine-tailed fox.
Bai Wu Chang and horse-faced, seeing this spectacle, broke into a cold sweat.
Horse-faced, is that it?
Yes, a nine-tailed fox, a mystical fox.
I think we might not be able to win this.
While still in a daze, the physical black stone suddenly flew straight towards him. See this? With one shot, it struck directly. The physical black stone flew right into the face of the horse-faced man, causing him to topple backwards.
At this moment, the horse-faced man was in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do wrong? I haven't even touched anyone.
Then, Chang Shang stepped forward, picked up the physical black stone, and juggled it in his palm, flashing a smirk. Ha, now it's just you left.
Come on, attack me.
Upon hearing this, Bai Wu Chang raised his trembling hand and, forcing himself, shouted, I'll risk it all with you, I'll fight you till the end, ha. Bai Wu Chang charged toward Chang Shang like a gust of wind, but Chang Shang remained confidently still, not moving an inch. No need to move too much. When the enemy rushes, all I need to do is counterattack gently with the physical black stone, and that will make them cry. In just a few short seconds, Chang Shang had defeated Bai Wu Chang and the ox-headed and horse-faced. He then gathered them together in a pile. Afterward, he bent down, picked up the little fox, and said with a grin, it's done. Chang Shang immediately flipped the little fox onto its back and started rubbing its belly, teasing it, which made the little fox feel a delightful pleasure coursing through its body. Good little fox, you even know how to help me. The old man with the white beard saw this and turned his face away, sweating. As he spoke, Shen Xianzhang, this ox-headed and horse-faced figure is the Guansha of Inferno, and Bai Wu Chang is also an emissary who pulls souls for Inferno. If we harm them, it might not bode well for us. Although Inferno's strength is average, they are still fairies, and behind them, there are many more powerful fairies. We really cannot afford to offend them.
Upon hearing Yuan Tianquang's words, Chang Shang stroked his chin and thought, from Yuan Tianquang's tone, it seems that the underground organization called Inferno is indeed very powerful.
After all, they dared to break into Huang Gong and kidnap Huang Di.
Their strength cannot be underestimated.
But since we've already offended Inferno, the only choice left is to cling to Huang Di. As long as I earn his trust, when the time comes, he will sweep away the evil once again. By then, forget Inferno, even the heavens themselves will have to bow down to you. But first, I should use the great healing technique to treat Huang Di, or else everything will be in vain. Thinking of this, Chang Sheng stepped forward to Huang Di, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. Huang sang, the evil persons of Inferno have paid for their crimes, but I still need to know the details of the Guixian within your body. I wonder if you could share them with me, of course, if possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire body of Huang Di emitted swirling streams of dark purple evil energy mingled with pure white mist. Then, it seemed as though some force arose within Huang Di's body, causing him great pain. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, Aya! In the blink of an eye, a soul figure of Huang Di appeared behind him. Two sharp dragon horns protruded from its head, its eyes rolled back, filled with resentment, and its mouth continuously muttered words of grievance, injustice.
I was wronged. I died unjustly.
Seeing this, Chang Shang was startled and shouted loudly, Huang Sang, Huang Sang. Chang Shang looked toward ox-headed and horse-faced, silently thinking, I can't even speak to the second personality of Huang Di. It seems that to solve this problem, I must trace its origin. In order to fully resolve his mental affliction, I'll have to make use of these fake gods and ghosts first. With that, Chang Shang turned and slapped ox-headed hard. Moments later, he gave horse-faced a sharp slap as well, evening things out. After being beaten, ox-headed and horse-faced were left dumbfounded. What did I do wrong? Come on. Chang Sheng crossed his arms, his face darkening, and sternly said, You two, now I want to ask you a few questions.
Think carefully before you answer. If not, I don't know what will happen, understand?
Upon hearing this, ox-headed and horse-faced nodded rapidly, at a loss for words, not daring to resist. We understand, Xianrun, you may ask. After hearing this, Chang Sheng unexpectedly slapped horse-faced hard, causing a sharp sting. I am a Xian Zhang, where does Xianren come from? Horse-faced glared angrily, grinding his teeth, arg. I can be killed, but I will not endure such humiliation. Upon hearing this, ox-headed immediately turned and used his two horns to strike horse-faced in the face with a deadly blow.
Afterward, ox-headed turned to Chang Shang and said, Shenxian Zhang, there is no such thing as Xianren, you are right.
After speaking, ox-headed glanced at horse-faced and whispered, the person in front of us might be a grandmaster, at the very least, one of the 8 immortals transformation.
Do you know the limits yet?
Horse-faced, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and repeated the words, no mistake, it makes sense, such a grand background, Chang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and walked back and forth. Is it wrong for Jing He Long Wang to cause trouble for Xian Wuqing in order to protect his people from harm? Upon hearing Chang Sheng's question, the soul behind Huang Di shouted loudly, I am not wrong. Then, Chang Sheng took out the physical black stone and juggled it in his hand while asking about Xian Wuqing. Is it wrong for someone to fortune tell for others just to have a better life? Ox-headed, seeing the physical black stone, widened his eyes in shock and trembled. Not wrong at all. As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Di within also frowned and muttered, indeed, not wrong. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward and bowed his hands in respect. Huang Sang, with his compassion, promised to save Long Wang, but in the end, due to his lack of magic, he couldn't uncover the issue and let Yuan Cheng kill the dragon in his dream.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Huang Sang, with all his heart and soul, of course, is not wrong, Huang Di answered. Hearing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward, bracing his hands on his hips, his face darkening. Then why are you still here causing trouble for Huang Sang?
Do you still want to drag Huang Sang's soul away?
Ox-headed and horse-faced, upon hearing this, were thunderstruck, their faces turning pale, sweat pouring down like a river. They responded in unison, that
we were wrong, we were only following orders to carry out the task.
Chang Shang, hearing this, glanced over with a grim face, his eyes full of killing intent. Ugh.
Watch out.
Ox-headed and horse-faced, helpless and worried, spoke from behind. How are we going to explain this to Yan Yi when we return?
How should we explain?
The four of us will have to reach the underworld first, then we can talk. At this moment, the lingering soul behind Huang Di spoke up. Shenxian Zhang, I know death is certain this time, but my heart is in great pain. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, lowered his head and sighed. In the end, if your name is in the death note, it's hard to escape the inferno, hard to go against fate. Hearing this, Horse-Face turned and said, Ox-headed, I remember this person has changed the death note twice recently, right?
Shut up. What if Xianrun can hear our telepathy? Don't make things worse for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Shang turned and flashed a sinister smile. You guys are right, aren't you? The two ox-headed and horse-faced from Inferno. The ox-headed and horse-faced figures were startled and panicked, their mouths agape in astonishment. Holy shit, we've been heard. Xianrun definitely heard us. Then why aren't you shutting up already?
Chang Shang glanced at Huang Di and thought to himself, right now, I just need to persuade this Dragon King's personality to let go of its bindings and voluntarily disappear. If so, Li Shimin should be more than 70% likely to succeed.
Dragon King, everything is determined by fate.
You've accumulated a lot of good karma in your past life, so your next life won't be too bad.
Don't get tangled up and create more bad karma for yourself.
The lingering soul behind Huang Di, upon hearing this, softened a little and smiled as it spoke. I understand now.
Thank you for your guidance, Shenxian Zhang.
After speaking, the soul transformed into the mystical energy of a green dragon and left Huang Di's body, returning to the heavens and earth. With the matter settled, Chang Sheng turned and left. We must hurry, don't waste any more time.
The tone here suggests it's already finished, right?
At the same time, old Tian Kuang stepped forward and whispered into his ear, Shenxian Zhang, the soul on Huang Sang has been removed, but how should we deal with the four from Inferno?
After hearing Tian Kuang's words, Chang Sheng clenched his teeth, his face turning purple as he thought to himself, is Tian Kuang an idiot? How can people like us be the ones to pass judgment on a criminal case like this? Does he want to get his head chopped off?
After thinking this, Chang Sheng turned to Tian Kuang and said, this crime is one of the 10 major offenses under the laws of Detang, but what exactly happened? Huang Sang is the king of a nation, so of course, it is Huang Sang who will pass judgment. Huang Di, sitting on the bed, laughed upon hearing this. Shenxian Zhang first says this is one of the 10 major offenses, then says it's for me to decide. This is to give me face and also an opportunity to restore my authority over the Inferno.
Many thanks, Shenxian Zhang, I now know what I should do.
Ox-headed and Horseface stood frozen for 5 seconds, staring blankly. Ox-headed, does Shenxian Zhang intend to use us as gifts to be presented to Li Shimin?
Shut up, I don't want Shenxian Zhang to beat us anymore.
Tian Kuang stepped forward, helping Huang Di to his feet and guiding him towards Chang Shang. He said solemnly, Shenxian Zhang has saved Huang Hou and then saved me. For the next few days, please stay in the Huanggong so I can prepare a banquet to express my deep gratitude to Shenxian Zhang.
Chang Sheng thought to himself upon hearing that, noble? What does noble mean? What makes someone worthy of being an emperor?
It's simply knowing what you want and getting it, everything else follows the arrangements of the Huang Sang.
A moment later, Prince Chang Lu approached and warmly said, Shenxian Zhang, the party will be held tonight. My father has asked me to accompany you for a walk in the Huanggong.
Chang Sheng gently replied while holding the little fox in his arms, Prince Chang Lu, Shenxian Zhang, up ahead is Yingwu, an extremely majestic place. Let me lead you to see it. Soon after, Prince Chang Lu took Chang Sheng to visit the royal zoo, where they had a collection of wild beasts, including the king of the mountain forests, polar bears, and prehistoric eagles. Suddenly, the little fox jumped out of Chang Sheng's arms with an angry and fierce expression, causing him to panic and shout loudly, Little fox, little fox.
But the little fox was too fast for Chang Sheng to catch. It jumped away, hopping from rooftop to rooftop, until it eventually disappeared. Chang Sheng panicked as he looked ahead but still couldn't spot the little fox. He whispered to himself, "This is bad. The little fox is running around like this. What if it bites one of Huang Guifei's pets? Then both of us will be doomed." Suddenly, from behind, Crown Prince Li Jitsong appeared and spoke, Wah, isn't this Shen Xianjiang, the wonder-working cure?" After saying this, the Crown Prince immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "This is all because Jitsong was overly concerned about my mother and spoke a bit rudely. I hope Shen Xianjiang will forgive me." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng raised his hand and gestured, "Your attitude is still quite sincere. Unfortunately, for someone like you, Crown Prince, who plans to rebel, I should still keep my distance. I'm just a rough monk from the wild mountains. There's no need for the Crown Prince to be so concerned. I still need to quickly find the little fox. Even if it doesn't bite anyone's pet, if it gets bitten by another pet, it won't be good." Just as he was about to leave, Tai Jian, who had been walking beside the Crown Prince, chased after him and shouted loudly, "Hey, you! Stop right there!" Crown Prince Li Jitsong, standing behind, sneered and thought to himself, it's the perfect time to teach this fake Daoist a lesson." Chang Sheng turned around, crossed his arms, and stared intently at Tai Jian, then retorted with a sneer, "You scoundrel, do you dare insult me? You scoundrel, I insult you now." Hearing this, Chang Sheng casually twirled his pinky finger in his ear and grinned provocatively, "So, the scoundrel is insulting me, huh? Ha. Tai Jian, enraged by the words, steamed with fury, immediately summoned his guards and ordered them to point their swords at Chang Sheng. "Where is the security? Arrest this commoner who dares to disregard the dignity of the royal family and intrude into the inner court of Huanggong." Chang Sheng, unfazed, smiled calmly and replied, "Crown Prince, so Tai Jian here represents the royal family's dignity?" A mere security guard hearing this then glared, opened his mouth, and shouted loudly, "You dare, kneel immediately." At that moment, Prince Changla stepped forward, his brow furrowed in displeasure, his face showing clear anger. "Everyone, step back. Shen Xianjiang is a person personally rewarded by Huang Sang to meet without needing to pay respects. Do you all want to die?" The security guards, upon hearing this, immediately knelt before Chang Sheng and repeatedly knocked their heads on the ground, apologizing, "Please forgive us, Xianjiang." Chang Sheng's face darkened, his eyes fixed ahead as he let out a sinister smile. "Crown Prince, I don't need to kneel when meeting Huang Sang, yet I must kneel before you, the Crown Prince? Does His Highness the Crown Prince feel impatient and wish to replace Huang Sang?" Crown Prince Li Jitsong, upon hearing this, could no longer stand steady. His eyes tightly shut, unable to open, he awkwardly responded, Shen Xianjiang, please don't joke like this. How could I possibly?" As soon as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li turned and kicked Tai Jian in the mouth, causing him to spit out blood. "You reckless fool, go away and take 80 lashes. If even one lash is missing, just hang yourself." Chang Sheng, witnessing this, stepped forward and patted the Crown Prince on the shoulder. "You're so funny, Crown Prince. There's no need to go that far. It's just his loose tongue. This has nothing to do with you, and it certainly doesn't warrant 80 lashes. That would almost kill the person. The truth is, I've recently encountered some difficulties in my cultivation and wanted to ask the Crown Prince for a favor." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince smiled faintly, secretly thinking, TSK, seems like this person is no different from those ordinary people. It's all for fame and fortune. Shen Xianjiang saved my mother, and I should have repaid that favor. Please, Shen Xianjiang, just say the word." Chang Sheng immediately turned around and kicked Tai Jian in the face, causing his appearance to distort as blood gushed out uncontrollably. Here, this is what happened, haha. The Crown Prince, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger but could do nothing, unable to speak a word in response to Chang Sheng's smug expression. At that moment, the little fox, having just returned from a martial arts battle, rushed over and threw itself into Chang Sheng's arms, covered in wounds. "I've defeated the monster in Huanggong, praise me." "Your dog is at it again, fighting with others, right? Woof.
Chang Sheng held the little fox in his arms and turned to Chang Lo. Prince, this little fox has been fighting with the pets in the palace, could it be? Before he could finish, Chang Lo interrupted, Shenxian Zhang, don't worry, nothing will happen. After Chang Sheng left, Tai Jian staggered forward and grabbed the crown prince Li Jitsong's clothes, sobbing and shaking as he called for help. As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince drew a sharp sword and, without hesitation, stabbed Tai Jian in the back, delivering a fatal blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Now, the crown prince had become a cold-blooded killer, mercilessly slaying anyone who crossed his path. His face twisted in anger, his expression dark. Good for you, Shenxian Zhang. Today, you laugh in my face, but wait until I ascend the throne. The first person I will kill will be your Dao Shi. The scene transitions to Yuan Zi of Wei Guifei. Inside Yuan Zi, Wei Guifei, in a fit of anger, holds the injured black cat in her arms and says, "Who is so daring as to harm my black cat? Investigate this immediately." At the evening banquet, inside the Grand Hall, a lively performance of dance and singing is presented before Emperor Huang and Empress Huang, surrounded by various officials. Emperor Huang, holding a cup of tea, has a very cheerful expression. This time, I nearly went to the inferno. Fortunately, thanks to Shenxian Zhang going against heaven's will and altering my destiny, extending my life for several decades.
Shenxian Zhang's cultivation method is profound, even gods and spirits must show respect. I raise my glass to you.
Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, picks up his cup of wine and responds warmly, I don't dare, Your Majesty. Huang Sang is destined by heaven, with heaven's heart in his decision. His achievements surpass even the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors. Even without me, Huang Sang would still turn misfortune into fortune. The crown prince, sitting across from them, hears these words and his face turns as black as coal, thinking to himself, TSK, so it's all just flattery. The officials below, upon hearing this, widen their eyes in surprise, so Huang Sang is truly wise, his martial prowess is indeed extraordinary. Huang Di, with a face full of energy, laughed loudly, haha, good, good, with these words from Shenxian Zhang, I would die without any regrets. Everyone, let's all have a drink. After drinking since the afternoon, it was already 3 a.m., but the lights were still on in the place. At this point, Chang Sheng, thoroughly drunk, staggered in front of Ruanchang and said, You. Everything is fine, it's just that you place too much importance on reputation. Be careful after you die, after death, what will happen then? Huang Sang, sitting at the top, heard these words and fell into deep thought. Did Shenxian Zhang use drunkenness to reveal the secrets of the universe to us? After pondering, Huang Sang looked at Chang Sheng and spoke, Shenxian Zhang, although the world is peaceful now, it still always feels insufficient. I wonder if Shenxian Zhang has any suggestions. After hearing this, Chang Sheng turned around with a blank expression and gave a silly smile. Li Shermin, I have a few words for you. Only those who work can eat. If you don't work, don't ask for anything. With that, Chang Sheng drank down his cup of wine, and as soon as he finished, he collapsed onto the ground and began snoring loudly, surprising even Huang Di. The next morning, at the city of Changan, the little fox curled up on Chang Sheng's face, sleeping soundly and breathing out indescribable sounds. Just as he was deep in slumber, Chang Sheng suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, his face pale. No, this isn't right, holy shit, what did I say yesterday? Chang Sheng sat up abruptly, clutching his aching head, and the little fox, startled, buried its head into the floor. You get what you work for, if you don't work, don't ask for anything. Now Huang Di holds the power over the world. Realizing this, Chang Sheng quickly grabbed the little fox and threw it over his shoulder, hooking its legs over his neck, and started running. No, this is bad, I have to run quickly. As soon as he stepped out the door, he bumped straight into Prince Changlo, who had been waiting there all along. Shenxian Zhang, you're awake? Chang Sheng froze, his face darkening, stiff as a board, eyes wide and mouth agape, standing frozen for 5 seconds, damn it, blocked at the door. Now, Chang Sheng was terrified, his eyes wide open, his body covered in goosebumps, his face a picture of dread. What now? Is the next step going to be sending me to the dungeons, and then? Chang Sheng did not dare to look directly at Prince Changlu and immediately turned his face away, whispering, calm down, stay calm. Chang Sheng, you are following the path of an ascetic. You just saved Huang Di's life, so he won't do anything to you.
Shunxian Zhang, are you having a headache? Let me send someone to make some sobering soup or prepare breakfast for you.
Hearing this, Changsheng turned to change the topic. I suddenly realized that something is about to happen in Jingyang Xian.
It seems I won't be able to stay in Changan for long.
I should find an excuse to leave Chang'an first and observe Li Shimin's reaction before deciding on the next step. Just after he finished speaking, a loud cry echoed, Huang Sang has arrived, Shindi Ziacheng has received Changsheng manner.
It seems I really have a special connection.
Inside the Gongdian, Huang Di was talking to his beautiful wife. My concubine congratulates Huang Sang on receiving the protection of Xianrun. After hearing this, Huang Sang laughed joyfully, ha ha. A horse's hoof struck the ground heavily, and Changsheng appeared with an enthusiastic spirit. Not only did he not pursue my rude words, but he even gave me Changsheng Manor, which is located outside Shannan. It seems I've really latched onto Li Shimin's leg. With that, Changsheng spurred his horse and set off on his way back.
After traveling many miles, Changsheng finally arrived at the territory of Jingyang Xian.
At this moment, it seemed the dark energy waves were chasing after his carriage from behind. At the Xingyin, Fu Run, with her dignified and elegant demeanor, expressed her desire to buy a house in this county.
My husband, could you help me find a quiet place, one with a good environment?
Inside the inn, a man holding a book spoke to the woman in front of him. There is an empty house near Shen Xianzhang's residence. The rent is a bit high, 200 taels per month, but it is the safest and best place in the county. After hearing this, the woman smiled and responded, I will listen to my husband's advice.
Who is Shen Xianzhang, and how powerful is he?
I never expected such a wondrous place to exist.
This is 100 times better than the place where I practiced before.
This lady is by Fu Run, by Gui Jing, 1,000-year-old immortal. Upon hearing Changsheng's name, the man praised him loudly, saying, talking about Shen Xianzhang could go on endlessly, but one thing is certain, he is indeed very capable. The scene transitions to Changsheng's mansion, where a loud scream can be heard from outside the courtyard.
De Hua, don't run.
Your brothers and sisters have already taken a bath. If you don't bathe, you'll be disliked. It turns out to be little Li Qing, holding a brush and chasing after a pig, shouting loudly in a commotion.
De Hua, stop right there. I, as the crown prince, command you to stop running.
While running, De Hua accidentally bumped into Bai Dong and I, who was coming out of the courtyard, causing her to stumble and fall. Fortunately, as she fell, her face collided with something, and she muttered, this feeling is so familiar.
When Dong and I looked up, she was overjoyed to see that it was Changsheng, Shen Xianzhang. Has the day finally arrived?
Yes, you're back.
In the cool afternoon at Changsheng's residence, Dong and I and Changsheng sat opposite each other in a cozy room.
Dong and I gently called out, brother, Shen Xianzhang. What was that, Shen Xianzhang? Recently I found a cultivation manual for dual cultivation, but I'm afraid of encountering problems when using it, so I need you to guide me. After hearing this, Changsheng's face turned bright red, and he muttered to himself, why did I agree to let Bai Dong and I sleep with me and let Li Qing sleep alone?
Oh dear. How can anyone resist something like that? Ahem, a cultivation manual for dual cultivation?
Then show it to me, I'll just give you some advice. At the same time, in the mansion of Bai Gui Jing, she was sitting in the yard, cultivating evil energy under the bright full moon. This place is indeed my blessed land. One night of cultivation here equals half a year of hard work in the mountains. Bai Gui Jing raised 2 fingers in front of her and chanted a spell. Bai Guin Feng, did Dao Gong Chang, Hua Chi Rugu, Ran Hundang Wuchi, Zhen. As she cast the spell, it immediately transformed into a skeleton. In front of her, something appeared, surrounded by an inner circle of evil aura. It's almost done, almost done.
The ancient illumination grand divine ability is almost ready.
Before she could finish speaking, a loud groan came from Dong and I outside the house. The sound distracted Bai Gui Jing from her cultivation, causing the ancient illumination to disappear immediately. She angrily clenched her teeth and glared towards Changsheng's mansion, muttering, who was that?
I will kill you, you coward.
Bai Gui Jing made up her mind to cultivate once again. She clasped her hands together, creating a memory. Immediately, a surge of evil energy burst from her body, gathering around the grand divine skill. The great work is almost complete, there can be no mistakes.
Grand divine skill, halt!
Just as success was within reach, Dong and I shouted, Xian Zhang, Lord, Lord, not there. And so, the grand divine skill dissipated once again. Bai Guijing gritted her teeth in anger, revealing two long, sharp fangs. Her hair stood up, her eyes bloodshot, and two streams of evil energy poured from her eyes. Her body was entirely flesh, but her hands were nothing but white bones. You're truly a Taoist without morality. Bai Guijing sat sulking on the wall, propping her chin in helplessness. For the sake of the grand divine skill, I will endure. Nearby, Bai Dongni's constant cries of awe. Xian Zhang, it hurts, could still be heard. 2 hours later, Bai Guijing sat in the courtyard, muttering to herself, finally, it's quiet. They must have fallen asleep by now. Bai Guijing resumed her transformation into a skeleton and continued her cultivation, the grand divine skill. It is now time, halt. Moments later, Bai Guijing had successfully cultivated the skill. The grand divine skill had successfully condensed, from now on, I alone shall reign supreme, above and below, unmatched. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Dong and I continued to groan loudly, so, the grand divine ability has vanished immediately. At this moment, Bai Guijing's face turned completely black, and tears began to fall. You've ruined my cultivation, destroyed 100 years of my hard work, you vile Daoshi. In his rage, Bai Guijing transformed into a grotesque face and shouted loudly, today, I will seize the soul of the person in your dreams, soul summoning technique. After 500 rounds of battle, Chang Shang and Bai Dong and I lay exhausted on the bed. At the same time, the evil energy from Bai Guijing gradually began to approach them. Bai Guijing manifested and rushed toward Chang Shang, thinking to himself, as expected, Daoshi hasn't cultivated properly, there's nothing in this room to protect him. Without another thought, Bai Guijing broke into a sinister smile, clasped his hands together, and performed Fa Li, if you were a lustful Daoshi, you will die in your dreams. Then, Bai Guijing pointed his finger at Chang Shang's head, and a flash of evil energy glimmered before him. As Bai Guijing entered Chang Shang's dream, he found him sitting, enjoying a lavish life surrounded by beautiful girls, and among them was Bai Guijing himself. The younger sister walked over to Chang Shang, her face flushed pink. Gongzi, Nu Jia is tired. How about we go upstairs and rest for a while? All right, Chang Shang chuckled. In a dream, I was a beautiful young woman, and then, with the blink of an eye, I became a skeleton. Only now, with my cheeks flushed, did I realize it. Seeing this, Chang Shang's face turned pale, and he fell silent. A moment later, he swiftly launched a strike that sent the skeleton flying through the air. Well, Yao Guai, you dared to deceive me. I could tell with just one glance that you were no human, Chang Sheng declared. With that, he waved his hand and cast a spell, as brilliant beams of light flashed, De Xia Tian Long, Bor Fo, Di Zong Pusa, Bor Baluomi. Immediately after, Chang Sheng sent the spirit Jingwang towards Bai Guijing, which transformed into a golden dragon that carried Bai Guijing out of the mansion. Bai Guijing yelled loudly, I will definitely return. Inside the room, Dong and I, hearing the strange noise, suddenly woke up and rubbed her eyes in a daze. She then gently pulled the blanket over Chang Shang, and so, Chang Shang and his younger sister Dong and I embraced each other and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. On the other side, after returning, Bai Guijing's skull was shattered, and evil energy continuously poured out, exhausting him until he became nothing but a skeleton. Sitting in silence, staring at the ground, Bai Guijing said angrily, Daoshi broke my necromantic bone magic, damn it. Tonight, it's either you die or I die. You just wait for me. Earlier, I was sensible enough not to check and fell into a dream at the peak of your strength. Now, I'll enter your childhood dream and see how you, the starving soul, deal with it. When he was young, Chang Shang often sat in the temple reading scriptures. He appeared very cute, holding the book with a bright smile on his face. In the book Chang Shang was holding, there was an image of Sun Wukong defeating Bai Guijing with the Rui golden cudgel. Afterwards, Bai Guijing transformed into an adorable figure, standing hesitantly before Chang Shang and calling, Shen Xian Zhang. Seeing this, Chang immediately summoned the Rui golden cudgel.
Without hesitation, he swung the stick forward, opened his mouth wide, revealing a set of completely broken teeth, and yelled, "Yao Guai, take a strike from venerable son."
The Rui golden cudgel in Chang's hand immediately extended, striking forward and piercing through Bai Guijing's body.
After the blow, Bai Guijing was reduced to a broken, tattered form, seething with anger, thinking to himself, "Good, very good, you were able to break my soul binding once. Let's see if you can survive the third round of my oniromancy." A moment later, suddenly from outside the door, an elderly couple walked in, calling, "Xiao Rui heir? Xiao Rui heir." The elderly couple trembled, their eyes tightly shut as they entered, muttering about why Xiao Rui heir hadn't returned home yet.
Chang, carrying the Rui golden cudgel on his shoulder, heard the call and turned around, looking confused. Suddenly, the elderly couple burst into tears, eyes wide open. "Dao Shi, here is the one who has returned my daughter's life." Chang, sensing something strange, immediately used his fiery golden eyes to peer through the world. After a moment, his face turned pale, and he stared intensely at the elderly couple, speaking in a cold, threatening tone, "He, you dare to deceive son Jejo of yours." Finishing his words, Chang summoned the Rui golden cudgel once more. Without hesitation, he swung the cudgel and struck a deadly blow. "Take a blow from venerable son." The hands of the elderly couple, reaching out, glinted in the Jingwan light, shining brightly. A few seconds later, Bai Guijing turned into ghostly energy, flying away in a flash. Chang sneered, not sparing any words, pointing forward and cursing, "Heh, were you about to disguise yourself as your husband, huh? If you're not afraid of death, then come at me." After a while of wandering through Chang's childhood dream, Bai Guijing returned with half of her skull shattered, the dark energy surging out more and more. Holding her head and tearing up, Bai Guijing said that this Shindaoshi was a high-level Taoist, and she couldn't stay here for long. She had to quickly recover her true form and leave by tomorrow morning. The next day quickly arrived.
Chang was exercising in front of Bai Guijing's mansion.
When Bai Guijing opened the door and saw him, she was startled and panicked. Bai Guijing looked at Chang, his face flushed, and wondered to herself what he was doing blocking the door.
Was he planning to kill her?
When Chang smiled with squinted eyes and greeted her warmly, Bai Guijing ran into the courtyard and slammed the door shut, leaving Chang utterly astonished. Behind the door, Bai Guijing was sweating profusely, wondering to herself that her appearance didn't look like someone who was trying to kill him, but what was the meaning of him blocking the door and not letting her leave? Still in shock, Chang stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Miss, I don't stay at home often, please help Bai Dong and I and the others a little."
"I will thank you for it." Bai Guijing, inside, whispered in fear, "What does he mean by this? Does he want to lock me here to watch over his house?"
No, the 3 knocks earlier had a different purpose. The 3 knocks were at 3 a.m. He said he would thank me. Could it be that he wants me to go find him at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night? That evening, Chang stood in front of the room talking with Bai Dong and I.
Dong and I, with a cute expression, blushed and coyly said, "Shenxian Zhang, there are still many things I don't understand. I need your guidance in dual cultivation."
Chang, with a hollow face, his cheeks sunken and drained of strength, his face pale, replied, "Dong and I, tonight I must observe the cultivation in the courtyard. You should rest first." Hearing this, Dong and I approached and pressed her full chest against Chang's face, causing him to redden uncontrollably.
But Dong and I sees that the sky is cloudy tonight.
Chang left with a haggard face, his eyes blank, unable to smile. "I am the heir of Marxism-Leninism and the victor on the battlefield of the university entrance exam, a person who has decided to remain single for 30 years, yet now I am wasting my youth on women." Dong and I silently thought, I was too hasty, but if I don't do this, I truly fear Shenxian Zhang will one day leave me all alone. Chang had made up his mind not to practice dual cultivation anymore, so he turned and left, leaving his younger sister Dong and I deeply disappointed. "This matter of cultivation, if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Rest for now." At that moment, the little fox spirit ran up from behind, looking at Chang with eyes full of admiration, enviously eyeing his looks. "Oh my, how can Shenxian Zhang be so seductive? I really want to do that with him." As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the little fox spirit immediately imagined a scene where Chang Sheng gently held her, smiling warmly at her.
Then, the little fox spirit jumped and giggled innocently, ha, ha.
Chang Sheng, at this moment, blankly stared up at the sky, his face lifeless. Anywhere you are, I am near.
Anywhere you go, I'll be there. Anytime you whisper my name, you'll see.
Chang Sheng stood in the middle of the yard, murmuring to himself. At the same time, Bai Guijing from the neighboring house also stood in front of something in the middle of her yard. It turned out she was looking into a mirror, checking if she could be considered a beautiful girl.
This is the most decent outfit I have. I wonder if it can pass the discerning eyes of Shen Xianjiang.
After saying that, Bai Guijing clenched her hands and placed them on her chest, appearing slightly distressed. No, Shen Xianjiang is not like those people. He seems more like a hooligan than anything else. So, Bai Guijing decided to change into a seductive cherry blossom outfit that revealed all the things she wanted to flaunt.
Shen Xianjiang.
Then, Bai Guijing stood above, staring intently at Chang Sheng, silently thinking, even if it's just a toy, I'll accept it, as long as you can spare me a way to live, Shen Xianjiang. Just as she finished her thoughts, unexpectedly, her little sister fell from a height and crashed face first onto the ground right next to Chang Sheng. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Chang Sheng, upon hearing the noise, was startled and immediately turned his face to glare, his mouth agape as he shouted, "Who is it?"
Seeing his younger sister Bai Guijing, Chang Sheng's face turned pale, his body sweating as he thought, is this some kind of joke from Ditang?
Dressed like an animal and climbing over the wall to my house, and she's still embarrassed?
After saying this, Chang Sheng pointed a wooden stick at Bai Guijing's face, frowning and scowling as he shouted, "Speak quickly.
Why are you climbing over the wall in the middle of the night? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" Bai Guijing, upon hearing this, was completely confused and replied, "Huh? Didn't you knock on my door 3 times this morning, signaling me to meet you at 3 o'clock?
Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, felt an urge to smash the table in anger, his blood boiling as he raged, 3 a.m. to meet me?
Are you Sun Wukong? Do you think I'm the old ancestor Bodhisattva? What is this, journey to the west?"
Chang Sheng glanced down at Bai Guijing and thought, but wait, I did knock on her door 3 times this morning.
Could she have misunderstood? Shen Xianjiang, Su shouldn't have provoked you.
It's all Su's fault. Whether it's in the house or for nightly visits, Su is willing. I hope Shen Xianjiang will punish me. After hearing that, Chang Sheng's face turned pale, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth fell open.
What? What are you talking about? This is a huge misunderstanding. Could it be that Bai Fu Ren is intentionally pretending to be my girlfriend?
This woman has probably been drooling over my looks for a long time. I must be careful in handling this, I can't let her misunderstand any further. Quickly, Chang Sheng helped Bai Guijing to her feet and whispered, "Ahem, Fu Ren, you've misunderstood. This morning when I knocked on your door, I just wanted to greet my neighbor. In the future, we can look out for each other.
There's no other intention."
Bai Guijing sulked, thinking to herself, is this a warning not to have any inappropriate thoughts?
Chang Sheng smiled.
So, you've accepted that? Then, he draped a coat over Bai Guijing's shoulders and said warmly, the Yin energy is strong at night, Fu Ren. You should rest early. With my coat on, even if you pretend to be my girlfriend, it should be enough to deal with things for now. When Bai Guijing wore Chang Sheng's coat, it felt as though some power within her body was unleashed, the Lingli energy continuously swirling around her. He's given me so much pure spirit.
Ah.
Chang Sheng saw Bai Guijing twisting in front of him, her face darkened as she asked, "Does Madam want me to send the person off?"
"That's right, babe."
Chang Sheng was angered by the situation, bringing the criminal so close to his home. He took Bai Guijing home while muttering a few words.
The little fox stood behind, silently contemplating the allure of Shen Xianjiang.
After bringing Bai Guijing back to her house, Chang Sheng fought with her for 500 rounds. Bai Guijing screamed and fussed, begging Shen Xianjiang. The next morning, Chang Shang saw a familiar figure standing in the middle of the gym, their face dry and exhausted after a hard night of work, looking dazed and absent-minded. It turned out to be by Gue Jing. She stepped forward to perform a greeting, her face flushed, her entire body radiating energy. Su Su has come to greet the master.
Last night must have been exhausting for the master.
Chang Shang, upon hearing this, lowered his head, deep in thought, unable to speak a word. After a moment, Chang Shang lifted his head and gazed at the sky, lost in thought, silently thinking, "No, I can't.
I need to do something. I can't be lost in this place, I'll die here."
After thinking this, Chang Shang turned towards the house, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, "Li Qing, quickly call Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang over here.
Sifu wants to do something big."
There's a scroll on the table.
"Look at it, this is the new project we'll be working on, Xiaoyashan Bao."
Chang Shang and the younger girls gathered around the table, staring intently at the map in front of them.
Xiaoyashan Bao? Upon hearing this, Chang Shang's spirit surged with energy as he responded, "Yes, indeed.
We will build Xiaoyashan Bao and expand the production of roasted ducks, using this as a leverage to stimulate the local economy and promote regional economic prosperity." Dong and I, Li Qing, Bai Guijing, and Shuang Long, after hearing those words, were left dizzy and panicked, clutching their heads and simultaneously exclaiming, "Shen Xianjiang, please stop chanting."
Chang Shang, seeing this, turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. "Seriously? You all don't understand anything?" The girls and Li Qing, upon hearing this, nodded repeatedly.
Chang Shang immediately raised his hand, glaring and smirking proudly. "Well then, forget it. Listen to my command, everyone. Xiao Bai, go find someone trustworthy, they will be the ones to roast the ducks for us. In the future, you will teach them how to roast ducks." Xiao Bai stood in front of the group, clenched his fist, and spoke up, "Everyone, listen to me.
We must follow his will.
Stick closely to Shen Xianjiang and do everything as Tianlei commands." The group, after hearing this, immediately repeated the words, "Do everything as Shen Xianjiang and do as Tianlei commands."
Next was by Su Su.
She went to hire several strong men and invited them to help build our Xiaoyashan Bao. She would pay them herself, as there was still money in the roast duck shop. Shen Xianjiang was clearly testing his own strength, but being just an ordinary person, I could control a whole bunch with just a wave of my hand. Next, Bai Dong and I said, "Prepare the food, don't let the workers go hungry." So, Dong and I carried out the task, arranging the dumplings on the table while cheerfully shouting, "Big dumplings here, big dumplings here." The strong, muscular men and the middle-aged workers are all diligently working, some carrying wood, some pushing sand, together building the Xiaoyashan Bao for Chang Shang. At the same time, Chang Shang sat next to Li Qing, asking the boy to press his handprint onto a piece of paper. "Finally, my good apprentice, you must sign this contract on behalf of the royal family with Sifu, so that the royal family can receive 3 parts of the income from Xiaoyashan Bao."
"Sifu, why is that?"
After hearing this, Chang Shang patted Li Qing's head and said, "Silly child, only with a full national treasury can certain national policies be implemented, allowing the country to prosper and stay safe, and more people can live better lives. It's not just about Xiaoyashan Bao. In the future, when you start selling the pork you make yourself, the royal family will also receive 3 parts of the profit." Li Qing, hearing this, looked extremely excited, his eyes wide open as he exclaimed, "So that's why. No wonder sometimes Ruan Cheng's suggestions are so good, but apprentice's father always delays. It must be because the national treasury is empty, and that's why father is always so worried." Chang Shang saw the excited expression on Li Qing's face and, with a darkened look, muttered, "It would be best if you actually believed it, because if I told them the truth that you received money from your father, Li Shimin, as a bribe to give him money, then you'd probably collapse from embarrassment." As soon as he finished speaking, someone's foot kicked over a water basin. A man dressed in luxury, accompanied by a group of strong young men, walked over shouting, "Everyone stop right now.
Who allowed you to build here? Stop it immediately."
The man was Hu Lai, son of Li Ting from Shirley Tang. In response to Hu Lai's words, the young men working for Chang Shang ignored him and continued their work. Furious, Hu Lai immediately ordered the young men to grab their clubs and charge forward, shouting, "This is unacceptable.
How dare you ignore my command? Brothers, show these filthy peasants whose turf this is. Just as he finished speaking, someone raised a hand, shouting, "Stop!" The group of young men turned and saw something that made their eyes widen in shock, their faces pale, and a cold sweat broke out in fear. The moment they saw him, the young men hesitated, their fear making them call out in unison, "Shun! Shin Xian Zhan?" Chang Shang was angry, his eyes wide with fury, staring ahead with furrowed brows. Hu Lai, seeing this, angrily opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "He's just a fake Daosher, what are you all so afraid of?" A young man turned to speak, "Big brother, you wouldn't know since you've just returned, but this Daosher isn't a fake god or ghost. The Yao Guayat Shirley Tang, and even the Yao Guayat Zichou Hao Zhai, everyone in the county knows him. This Daosher truly has some skill." At this moment, Chang Shang was seething with anger, his entire body exuding a cold aura. "That man, this Daosher is not a place for people to act recklessly. Be careful not to bring disaster upon yourself, those people seem to know about my ghost hunting. It's always better to avoid trouble. It seems like the law and order in Ditang needs improvement, I'll need to have a talk with Feng Jixian." Hu Lai, hearing this, clenched his teeth, his face twisted in anger as he thought to himself, "He even knows my name is Hu Lai, could it be that he predicted this beforehand?" Bai Susu stepped forward, offering a gentle smile, "Shen Xian Zhang, this person is so bold, should Susu take care of him?" Chang Shang saw the young men eyeing Bai Susu hungrily, so he immediately turned and said, "Don't cause any more trouble. Isn't going to deal with this just putting yourself at risk?" Hu Lai saw Bai Susu and made a grotesque face, pouting, "Fairies, huh? Since when did Jing Yang Xian start having sexy beauties like this? Shen Xian Zhang, right? Let this beauty serve me for a night. I won't cause trouble, and I'll even give you silver. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chang Sheng turned pale with anger and quickly stepped forward to block him, whispering, "See? It's better when she doesn't show up. The moment she does, everything goes wrong. This really is a case of fatal beauty. Looks like we're in for a fight. 1 against 4, our chances are too low. It would be great if Li Chunfeng were here, he'd be able to fight." As soon as he mentioned him, the person appeared. Behind Chang Shang, Chunfeng, firmly gripping his sword, leapt over Chang Shang's head and yelled loudly, "You shameless scoundrel!" Chunfeng, furiously bristling like an angry dog, charged forward and kicked the young man, breaking his jaw. "How dare you be so rude in front of my Sifu?" Chunfeng struck the young man, knocking him flat to the ground. He then stepped on his chest, holding his sharp sword out in front of him as a warning. The young man trembled in fear upon seeing this. "Please spare me, spare me." Hu Lai, standing beside them, turned pale with fear and said, "Don't come any closer. My father is Li Ting. If you come near, I'll make sure you face the authorities and spend the rest of your life in prison." Just as he finished speaking, a footstep sounded from behind him, and a voice rang out, "You're just the son of Li Ting, and you're daring to bully my young man?" It turned out to be Feng Jixian, who, enraged, pointed ahead and shouted, "Today, I'm not just throwing you into prison. I'll arrest your father too for failing to properly educate his son." Hu Lai turned around in shock and horror, his face drained of color. He screamed, Feng Jixian." Chang Shang, with his eyes tightly closed and brow furrowed, clasped his hands behind his back and spoke up, "I told you not to act recklessly. You're asking for trouble." Soon after, the young men were arrested. Chun Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect before Chang Shang. "Sifu, I've arrived late. I've let the unruly disciples disturb your peace. Please, punish me. It's fine. Luckily, you came back in time. Get up, ha ha. Free labor and the old man is back." After speaking, Chang Sheng turned to look at Feng Jixian and asked earnestly, "I wonder what brings you here, Feng Jixian?" Shen Xian Zhang, with urgent matters over 8,000 kilometers away in Changan, Huang Seng said, "I have finished building the Changsheng Manor for you and was wondering when you would be willing to visit it." Upon hearing this, Chang Shang responded with a serious expression, "Very well, very well. Once I finish the work here, I will set off for Changan to see the Changsheng Manor." Though his expression was serious, inside, he was as pleased as if he had won a prize.
continuous good fortune. Indeed, Shin Changsheng is truly the bearer of great luck in Detang. At this point, Feng Jixian, curious, turned to him and, eyes wide, asked, Shin Xian Zhang, what kind of work is this?
Do I have to keep it a secret? In half a month, Feng Jixian will know.
A few days later, at the construction site of Xiaoyashan Bao, there were red banners in front of the roast duck shop. The banners had golden words that emitted a brilliant light, filling the air with spirit that enveloped the young men standing before the shop. After absorbing the spirit, the young men's faces turned bright red, and they joyfully hugged their faces, saying, just as the princess said, the enjoyment is endless.
Yes, just standing here for a moment feels like I've gained half a year's worth of cultivation.
While enjoying themselves, suddenly an old man with snow-white hair appeared from behind the group of young people, stepped forward, and spoke, what a bunch of clueless fools. With a vacant look in his eyes, a crooked smile revealing his decayed teeth, the old man stared ahead, his cheeks flushed.
In this writing, there's enlightenment to be gained, my dear children.
Chang Shang, Bai Su Su, and Bai Dong and I, who were standing behind, saw the group of young people and the old man absorbing the spirit from the characters they had written, and were overjoyed. Chang Shang said, seeing that everyone values the banner I wrote so much, I can rest easy. Hearing this, Bai Su Su spoke up, the calligraphy of Xianrun, personally written by Shen Xianrun, I can only understand about 3 parts of it.
For them to be able to grasp it, that's their fortune. Dong and I shyly added, as long as Shen Xianjiang is happy, that's enough.
Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng turned and patted Bai Dong Ni's head.
Dong and I, you don't need to make me your master everywhere. You should have your own thoughts and preferences.
When Bai Su Su overheard these sweet words, she couldn't help but feel jealous, thinking to herself, how despicable, this little wretch wins once and forgets that Shen Xianjiang always pities the weaker ones.
After that, Bai Su Su raised 2 fingers and recited an incantation to gather evil energy into the tips of her fingers.
Dong and I, you are nothing more than an ordinary person, Tai Yong Huang Huang, Tai Yin Shang Shang, Suiyu Painong, Bai Hota Shinju, execute. However, the spell that Bai Su Su cast was ineffective and had no effect.
Her face turned pale with anger, sweat dripping from her forehead. Why is this happening?
At the same time, unexpectedly, Chang Sheng turned around and, seeing the scene before him, frowned with displeasure. He immediately slapped Bai Su Su's hand and sternly said, Bai Su Su, stop thinking about these evil and heretical things every day.
A person must take things one step at a time, understood?
After hearing this, Bai Su Su's expression softened, and she thought to herself, so that's how it is, Shen Xianren doesn't like me using magic.
Could it be that these words are telling me to live like an ordinary person? Su Su understands now.
Seeing Bai Su Su's expression, Chang Sheng felt a bit uneasy. Well, actually,
could it be that I was too harsh?
Bai Su Su, staring at him, thought to herself, the opportunity has come.
Shen Xianjiang has been moved by compassion.
Then she immediately spoke out, Shen Xianren, please punish me as you see fit. Chang Shang, upon hearing this, raised both hands in front of him and shouted loudly, stop, stop.
Let's go to the construction site first to confirm the safety of production.
The women of the Tang dynasty are in their prime, truly unbearable, also influential. Then, the 2 girls, Su Su and Dong and I, clung to Chang Sheng and followed him. Su Su, obediently go with Shen Xianjiang to inspect the site. In the evening, you'll have to wait for him to punish you.
Shen Xianjiang, Dong Ni's cultivation manual for dual cultivation also needs your guidance, they said.
At that moment, the 2 girls were now rivals. That crazy woman, Su Su, was indeed shameless, daring to compete with Shen Xianjiang for him. Mistress Dong and I was truly a shameless person. Half a month later, Chang Sheng sat inside his duck restaurant, starting to smile brightly. Xiaoyashan Bao has officially been open for 7-8 days. If it continues at this rate, in less than a year, Dong and I, you and I will be able to live in our own penthouse in Changan. Upon hearing this, Dong and I, the younger girl, felt joyous, her face turning rosy and cute.
Shen Xianjiang, as long as I'm with you, Dong and I could be anywhere, Dong and I is still the most obedient.
At the same time, outside the door of the room, Xiaobai heard Chang Sheng's words. She smiled and thought to herself, Dong and I Mei Mei is obedient. Xiaobai can also try her best and confidently believe that she can do it. Breaking off her thoughts, Xiaobai threw the door open and called out, "Shenxian Zhang, I've come to report." By chance, Xiaobai ended up witnessing the intimate scene between Chang Shang and Bai Dong and I. Both Chang Shang and Bai Dong and I were startled and quickly turned their faces toward her. Oh, Xiaobai Jiejia. Dong and I, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly ran toward the door. Xiaobai Jiejia, Jie can talk with Xian Zhang first, I'll go cook, bye.
Chang Shang, awkwardly biting her fingertip, spoke up, Ahem, Xiaobai, did you come to find me for something? Shenxian Zhang, Xiaobai has come to report the cuteness of Xiaobai, what? Xiaobai's face turned bright red, beads of sweat forming, and she stammered, No, I came to report the cuteness, no. At that moment, Xiaobai thought to herself, what are you even saying? Didn't you already guess the relationship between Dong and Mei and Xian Zhang?
Seeing Xiaobai's awkwardness, Chang Shang let out a chuckle and sighed. You came to report about the bookkeeping at the roast duck shop from yesterday, didn't you? Xiaobai, upon hearing this, immediately bowed and handed the ledger to Chang Shang, saying, Yes, please have a look, Shenxian Zhang.
Chang Shang sat down, examining the ledger, smiling inwardly and thinking, so Xiaobai has those kinds of thoughts about me too? How troublesome. Being handsome is also a hardship.
As he was reading, he suddenly spotted something that made him widen his eyes in surprise.
The entry for the goods received listed 1,300 liang. Chang Shang, curious, asked, why has this inventory entry increased threefold?
Xiaobai explained clearly, the duck seller said he didn't have enough ducks, so he temporarily raised the price by 30%. Hearing this, Chang Shang stroked his chin and smirked, so they think I'm rich now, seeing me as an easy target.
Xiaobai, confused, asked, what target?
Chang Shang squinted his eyes, raising a hand in front of him. Xiaobai, go call those traders over here for a chat. Just say, within 5 seconds, I want a large number of ducks.
The price can be raised by 50%, and let them bring as many as they want.
Xiaobai, stunned, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Chang Shang, sitting with his arms crossed, continued, when you leave, also call Li Chunfeng over.
I have something I need him to do. Understood, Shenxian Zhang?
Chang Shang had just finished speaking, his expression darkened, and he stroked his chin, silently thinking, If you want to meddle with my destiny and my future wealth, then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Xiaobai, seeing this, was terrified. What should we do now? What should we do now? Dao Zhang's laugh is so frightening.
At Chang Shang's roast duck establishment, inside a room, Chang Shang sat around a dining table with several merchants. Come, to our future prosperity, let's toast to that. Chang Shang raised his glass, his face flushed red, scratching his head as he spoke. I won't hide it from you all, Chang Shang here sells roast duck, the only one in Detang.
But if there are no ducks, I can't serve roast ducks, can I?
Therefore, this glass of wine, Chang Shang, I raise to you all, as your continuous supply of ducks has helped me build my career.
Thank you all.
As soon as Chang Shang finished speaking, a merchant in a blue robe raised his glass and said, Come, Shenxian Zhang, I'll toast to you.
I don't know if this.
Before he could finish, Chang Shang grabbed a large jar of wine and poured it straight into his mouth. No, it's that I didn't think things through properly. I didn't expect that mobilizing so many ducks would cause such a big impact on everyone. So, I'll punish myself with a full jar.
After finishing a bottle of wine, Chang Shang was completely drunk.
His eyes could barely stay open. He muttered, Everyone rest assured, this business deal, I will definitely. Before he had finished speaking, Chang Shang collapsed onto the dining table and fell fast asleep right in front of the merchants. The merchants were startled and panicked when they saw this scene. Shenxian Zhang, when will we settle the deal?
What should we do now?
I brought over thousands of ducks, all of which are money that I use to support my family every day. That's right, ducks need water, and bringing so many ducks here, it's an issue to supply water every day.
So what should we do now? Are you really going to leave us like this?
Hearing these words, Chang Shang wickedly bared his teeth and gave a sly grin. The next day, Changsheng stood on a cliff with the merchants. Look at this magnificent landscape of the Great Tang, it can't be overturned by this.
Shunxian Zhang, when will we settle this?
By the third day, Changsheng continued to take the merchants around the streets. As you can see, our roasted ducks are sold in every restaurant. It's sold every day here, and we have limitless prospects.
Yes, that's right. The merchants spoke up. Shunxian Zhang, when will we settle this?
On the fourth day, seeing that talking to Changsheng was getting nowhere, the merchants turned to Xiaobai and said, Miss Xiaobai, could it be that Shunxian Zhang regrets it and no longer wants to settle?
If that's the case, we all have to leave.
That's right, these ducks are consuming resources every day, and we can't hold out any longer. Xiaobai replied, please rest assured, my Sifu is a drunkard who enjoys having fun. When he remembers, he will come on his own to settle the matter.
After speaking, Xiaobai smiled to himself and thought, Shunxian Zhang is indeed impressive.
Even these normally arrogant people, who are usually so full of themselves, have moments when they show respect. By the seventh day, the merchants could no longer bear it and were shouting loudly in front of Changsheng's house, Shunxian Zhang, shameless, delaying delivery of goods, pay back my hard-earned money. As soon as they finished speaking, a bodyguard appeared behind them and said, how dare you cause trouble in front of Shunxian Zhang's house?
You fraudsters, do you want to die? Come with me to Guanfu.
Yes, that's right, I've never liked you people. Shouting in front of Shunxian Zhang's door like this, I fear he will shout away all his celestial energy.
Quickly, arrest them.
The plump merchant, bound and unwilling, turned and shouted loudly, we were just collecting debts normally, not causing trouble.
You should arrest Changsheng instead.
The bodyguard shouted in reply, shut up.
How dare you directly mention the name of Shunxian Zhang? Are you tired of living?
The scene shifted to the prison, where the three old merchants sat in the large cell, talking to each other. What should we do now? Changsheng has quite a background in Jingyang Xian.
None of us lacks powerful connections, but now we're locked up in this cell. What's happening outside?
Before they could finish, suddenly, one of their subordinates rushed in, shouting in panic, Sir! Sir! It's bad, our ducks in our home have been sealed by Guanfu. They say our activities over the past 7 days are suspicious, and they're accusing us of disturbing the market and hoarding goods.
What's going on? The plump merchant stood frozen for 5 seconds in shock. What should we do now?
With this kind of charge, even those behind us will find it difficult to protect us. A moment later, at the harbor, near the coastline, there was a large boat. At this time, Changsheng, Feng Jixian, and the merchants were standing on the shore, talking to each other. I sincerely apologize, it was because I, in my moment of being a wandering adventurer, caused you to be thrown into prison.
The merchants replied, No, it's fine.
Feng Jixian stepped forward, remained silent for a moment, and whispered into the ear of the plump old merchant, next time you come to do business, just tell me, I will sell at the regular price to help you protect your assets.
The plump old merchant, trembling in fear, responded, Of course. Goodbye, see you again.
The merchants then boarded the boat to return home. Changsheng and Feng Jixian stood behind, watching the boat as it sailed away, and Changsheng said, Shunxian Zhang, this time I helped you drive the price down, but next time, I fear they won't come anymore. In Jingyang Xian, Chun Feng stood before the crowd and announced that Shunxian Zhang had invited a teacher from Changan to teach duck farming in order to improve their lives. He also gifted a box of ducklings to the people for them to try raising. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was negotiating with a wealthy woman regarding the purchase of mature ducks raised by the locals. The villagers had set up an altar for Changsheng and criticized Chun Feng's statement about Shunxian Zhang being not only skilled in cultivating spiritual essence but also in business. Hearing the villagers' positive remarks and witnessing the sight of people taking care of ducks, Changsheng said that he would know the answer when he returned to Changan. The mouth may say one thing, but inside, Feng Jixian was sweating profusely, his face pale, thinking to himself, what should I do now?
I don't understand at all. I hope Li Chun Feng won't think less of me.
After observing for a while, Chun Feng turned to Feng Jixian and said, the affairs of Jingyang Xian are now firmly in your hands, Feng Jixian. Once you've arranged everything properly, I'll accompany Sifu back to Changsheng Manor.
Feng Jixian responded softly, Li Chun Feng, don't worry. I will do my best. The scene shifted to Changsheng Manor, on the outskirts of Changan.
In the courtyard, Chang Shang, along with his 3 younger sisters, the little fox, and his young apprentice Li Ting, were all doing morning exercises together. Li Ting was stretching, Bai Dong and I was doing exercises to tone her chest muscles while maintaining elasticity, Xiao Qing was doing waist exercises, and the little fox, one hand supporting its head and the other raised high, stood still in one spot, though sweat was pouring down like rain. Chang Shang, while exercising, was in a happy mood, feeling invigorated and thinking to himself, with my own big house and beautiful women by my side, this is the true success of life. Early the next morning, at Changsheng Manor, Chang Sheng stepped out of his room, both hands moving in a gesture of greeting, his face beaming with a smile like a blooming flower. Indeed, starting the day with a morning plan in such fresh air does not deceive me. While in high spirits, suddenly, from outside the door, the old man Xian Wuqing rushed in and knelt down right in front of Chang Shang, startling him. Xian Wuqing clasped his hands in respect, his expression full of joy and eagerness. Apprentice Xian Wuqing humbly requests that Shen Xianzhang accept me as his disciple. Upon hearing this, Chang Shang quickly stepped forward and helped Xian Wuqing up. Please, get up. How could someone like you possibly kneel to me as your master? Previously, my nephew Li Chun Feng was a disciple of Yuan Tian Kuang and returned to Changan. I happened to overhear a conversation between the two of them, where they mentioned the secrets of Shen Xianzhang, which I found incredibly profound. Without intending to, I secretly studied it. I can only ask to become your disciple. If you refuse, Xian Wuqing will have no choice but to commit suicide to show my sincerity to Shen Xianzhang. Chang Shang's face turned pale, his forehead breaking into a cold sweat upon hearing this. But Li Chun Feng is also my disciple. What should we do when the two of you meet? As soon as the sentence was finished, the sword was drawn, and old Xian Wuqing pressed the blade against his neck, closed his eyes tightly, and said, Shen Xianzhang, there's no need to make it difficult for me. If you don't want to accept me, I will leave and find a quiet place. Chang Shang hurriedly responded, Wait, I accept, I'll take you in. Upon hearing this, old Xian Wuqing immediately tossed the sword aside and knelt, bowing his head before Chang Shang. After bowing, old Xian Wuqing looked up with a wide grin and said, Apprentice Xian Wuqing greets Sifu. At that moment, Li Chun Feng returned and accidentally saw old Xian Wuqing, exclaiming, Gongshi? Chun Feng walked over and gently asked, Why are you here? Old Xian Wuqing remained silent after hearing the question, then slowly stood up and said, Wuqing greets elder martial brother. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng immediately knelt down and said, Chun Feng greets Gongshi. Chang Shang, who stood behind, helplessly watched the scene and muttered, All right, everyone's doing things their own way. This is really chaotic. In front of Chang Shang's Yuanfu, people were bustling about, when suddenly, a hurried footstep entered the scene. A man rushed up to Chang Shang and old Xian Wuqing, shouting in panic, Help me, help me, help me. Old Xian Wuqing, upon hearing that, immediately said to the young man, Please cast the divination. The young man in black kept clutching his neck, half opening and half closing his eyes, shouting loudly, What? I think you people are just frauds. Last night I went home, and today as soon as I stepped outside I felt short of breath and exhausted. I must have run into something filthy last night. And you still say nothing is wrong with me? After that, the coins fell and arranged themselves into a triangular shape. When old Xian Wuqing saw it, his face turned pale, and he exclaimed, Boy, according to this hexagram, you are not in mortal danger. When he finished speaking, the young man turned toward the doorway and kept shouting, Everyone, stop worshipping. Stop worshipping. This is nothing but a scam, it doesn't work. Old Xian Wuqing, furious, glared and opened his mouth wide to shout, Do not spout nonsense. According to the divination, you are not possessed at all. Chang Shang quickly stepped in to stop him. Enough, Wuqing, leave this to me. Hearing that, old Wuqing immediately knelt down and said, Wuqing was foolish and has troubled Sifu. The young man in black rushed forward in a panic, hurriedly dropped a few coins into the wooden chest, clutching his neck tightly, his whole body trembling, face twisted in pain, and cried out, "Master, please show mercy." Chang Sheng stepped forward with a solemn expression, a sly grin on his lips, and said, "This is simple." He then walked over and circled around the young man, causing him to gasp in surprise and shout out, "What? What are you looking at? You swindlers, can't you let anyone else speak?" Chang Sheng listened quietly before gently asking, "Do you want to live or die?" Upon hearing this, the young man's face darkened in fear. "In a crowd like this, you still want to kill me to shut me up?" After scrutinizing the young man for a moment, Chang Sheng spoke again, "Didn't you say you were possessed? I'm asking, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then take your clothes off." "What's this?" Chang Sheng stepped closer, his face darkening with a cold, dangerous aura. He glared at the young man, his voice cold and menacing. "If you're not laughing, then are you looking for someone to save you? Or are you here to stir up trouble?" Hearing this, the young man immediately stripped off his clothes, revealing his well-built body. "Fine, I'll take them off. Wait until I'm done, then let's see what you have to say." Chang Sheng immediately waved the fan in his hand, opening it up. Seeing this, Chang Sheng smiled, isn't it better now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man widened his eyes in shock, staring intently at his two hands and shouted, hey, it really is better." Afterward, Chang Sheng grinned, his eyes squinting with amusement, and continued, "Want to know what happened? Go and kowtow 3 times to the third elder." Hearing this, the young man in black immediately slammed his head hard onto the floor, startling Chang Sheng, who was taken aback. How could his head withstand such a blow? Had he been practicing the immovable head skill or something? After the headbutt, the young man stood up, feeling embarrassed, and asked, "Xian Zhang, I've kowtowed, I've taken off my clothes, now will you tell me?" Chang Sheng replied, "Put your clothes on, but remember, don't wear the shirt." Upon hearing this, the young man turned to look at the elderly Wu Qing with curiosity and asked, "May I ask, is there something sinister about this clothing?" Wu Qing, also confused, asked, "This clothing has no evil energy, nor does it contain any spiritual force. So, what could it be?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng sat down on a chair, pointing his finger forward and chuckling. "You guys, can you stop jumping to conclusions about mysterious phenomena every time something happens? How could there be so many strange things going on? When you get back, find a tailor to loosen the collar of your shirt, it's too tight." The crowd was left dumbfounded, staring at each other in confusion, not understanding what Chang Sheng meant. After receiving his instructions, the young man grabbed his coat and hurried away. "Thank you for your help, see you again." Soon, dusk arrived at Chang Sheng Manor. Elder Xian Wuqing stood in front of Chang Sheng, bowing respectfully. "Sifu, it's getting late, I must take my leave now." Chang Sheng grasped the old man's hand to help him up, then leaned in and gave a quiet instruction, "Be careful on your way back. If someone calls you after dark, you must leave immediately and don't respond." Hearing this, Elder Xian Wuqing looked worried and shyly asked, "Why is that?" Chang Sheng raised a finger and gestured back and forth, signaling that he couldn't explain just yet. After old Wu Qing left, Chang Sheng frowned and sighed. It's inevitable to make mistakes when reading so many people's fortunes today. I can't exactly tell him I'm worried that someone might sneak up on him at night and hit him with a sack, can I? At this moment, old Xian Wuqing was trudging home, and the security guards on watch immediately bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Xian Wuqing Dairen." Unexpectedly, a sinister, greenish Yaoxie appeared behind old Wu Qing, laughing maliciously. Ha, ha, ha. Hearing this, old Wu Qing instinctively turned around. As he looked up, he saw the green Yaoxie spreading across a wide area in the air, with a voice coming from it. "Xian Wu Qing, I heard you are very accurate in reading fortunes. How about predicting whether you'll die at my hands tonight?" Upon hearing this, old Wu Qing was filled with rage and immediately activated Ultimate Thunder. Brilliant lightning bolts shot from his hand. "Where is this Yao Guai causing havoc in Changan? Take this strike from me." Hearing this, old Xian Wuqing didn't ask further questions and turned to leave. Then, apprentice takes his leave. When Elder Xian Wuqing executed his move towards the green yaoxie, it immediately dodged and mocked him, saying, "Ultimate thunder, huh?
I'm so scared, haha." The next moment, a strange skull appeared from the yaoxie stream, its mouth wide open as it stared at Elder Wuqing while continuously mocking him. "Dao Zhang, spare me. Oh wait, haha."
Elder Xian Wuqing, furious and seething with rage, clasped his hands together to form a peculiar seal. A flash of light erupted from the seal, accompanied by intense shandian. Golden light shines brightly, blessing the true person. Immediately, a spirit Jingguang descended, creating a protective orb that blocked the yaoxie force from infiltrating. Elder Wuqing glared forward, furrowing his brows. "You're nothing but this." As soon as he finished speaking, the green yaoxie began to infiltrate the protective orb. The power of the yaoxie backfired, causing Elder Xian Wuqing to spit blood immediately. The yaoxie force, seeing this, landed and mocked him. From the yaoxie stream, a demoness with black eyes appeared and immediately jeered, "Wuqing Dao Zhang Changan, spare me, spare your life, don't fight me, mwahaha."
Ji Gui, huh?
Ji Gui flying towards Elder Wuqing. "I never expected Wuqing Dao Zhang to know such a little Ji Gui like me.
How embarrassing, mwahaha."
Old Wuqing, who had been teased for a while, furrowed his brows in anger and said, "Today, even if I die with you, I will never allow you to bring disaster upon the people of the Great Tang." Old Wuqing immediately stood up and spat blood at Ji Gui. Instantly, her strength was reduced, and she reverted to her yaoxie form. She continued to use yaoxie to surround the barrier of old Wuqing. "Mwahaha, it's useless," she laughed. Old Wuqing refused to give up. He immediately invoked his Fa Li, thunderous power, spirit manipulation, proud golden eagle, and cosmic energy manipulation. It turned out that his Sifu had foreseen this situation, which was why he had reminded him earlier. Now, veins were popping up on old Wuqing's face as he muttered, "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough. I haven't comprehended it yet, which is why such a great disaster has come." After thinking this, he became enraged, gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned white as he continued to invoke his Fa Li, saying, "It never rains but it pours, still waters run deep," invoking the wrath of heaven. "Habit cures habit, summon." At that moment, Wuqing sadly thought to himself, "Sifu, apprentice can only repay your great kindness in the next life." While standing between life and death, Bai Susu suddenly shouted loudly, "Wuqing Daozhang, please withdraw your hand, let me handle this demon, do not harm your life." The old man Xian Wuqing was extremely surprised upon hearing this. "Bai Fu Run? Did Sifu send you here? If not, do you really think I would care about an old man like you?" As soon as he saw Bai Susu, the yaoxie immediately touched the ground. "Humph, Bai Susu, is it?" Ji Gui immediately transformed into a human shape and stood in front of Bai Susu, speaking with a teasing tone, "It's been 100 years, and you are more beautiful than ever." Susu replied, "Ji Gui, you have provoked an existence you should never have touched." Upon hearing this, Ji Gui licked his lips and laughed with a smug expression. "Bai Susu, I remember you still had the appearance of a scholar, how about tonight we?" After hearing Bai Susu speak, Ji Gui felt angry and responded by accusing her of lying. Bai Susu appeared dangerous, believing that Ji Gui had always intended to use evil energy to invade her body. Bai Susu then summoned the 9 sons of Yin and ordered a series of skulls to appear and absorb the green yaoxie energy. Ji Gui was attacked by something and immediately fled, vowing to take revenge for the destruction of her Fa Li. Bai Susu was enraged when Ji Gui fled and tried to persuade her. Wuqing asked if they should let Ji Gui go, but Bai Susu did not care and only wanted to ensure Ji Gui's safe return. Afterwards, Wuqing appeared dejected and said that he was useless. At the same time, at Changsheng Manor, Changsheng was standing by the window, drawing a displeased face and muttering, "It seems like there's the sound of a mouse outside. I'll let Bai Susu go out and check. Why hasn't she come back yet after such a long time?" The next morning, Changsheng stepped out of his room, feeling refreshed. He stretched his body and said, "A year's plan starts in the spring, a day's plan starts in the morning." Suddenly, old Wuqing appeared out of nowhere, kneeling and banging his head at Changsheng's feet, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Sifu." Then, he lifted his head, his face full of a joyful smile, and continued, "Last night, I was ambushed. If it weren't for your guidance, Sifu, I'd probably have lost my life. Chang Sheng immediately pictured the scene of him being bundled in a sack and beaten with a baseball bat. He thought to himself, seems like it's true, if he didn't predict well, he really got ambushed. After thinking this, Chang Sheng immediately helped old Wu Qing up, saying, "Get up.
It's nothing serious. Just be more careful today."
Old Wu Qing, sweating with fear, whispered, "Should I still be careful today?
Is there danger for me again?"
Chang Sheng turned to leave and reminded him, "I told you, don't do any more fortune telling for others today.
Just sit there and listen to my arrangements."
Upon hearing this, old Wu Qing immediately agreed. Chang Sheng closed his eyes, thinking to himself, on the first day of fortune telling, he was ambushed. If I let him predict again tomorrow, someone might destroy my Changsheng manor. The scene transitions to a dense forest, where a stream of demonic energy appears in the sky, swirling around.
This demonic energy descends right next to a jar in the middle of the forest.
The entity that emerges is none other than Ji Gue, who transforms into a human form with a cheerful expression and says, come on, this is the treasure those people gave me, and with it, you can move freely under the sunlight." After speaking, she immediately tosses 2 necklaces into the jar of water in front of her. The water inside the jar coils around the necklaces. Moments later, the head of a demon emerges from the jar, gradually transforming into a full human form, and a rather plump one at that. This is known as the demon in the jar, Guai Pang. Ji Gui, your master really is generous.
This thing is truly useful. So tell me, who are we hunting down?
No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared behind them and spoke, "Whoever it is, just kill them."
Out from behind appeared a thin, lanky demon, known as the drowned demon, Yen Sina.
Ji Gui stepped forward, sticking out her long tongue to lick the body of the drowned demon, as expected. "Mei understands me best. Yen Mei, this time we're going after Bai Gu Jing, that 1,000-year-old one, and her new master behind her." The 3 demons gathered together, whispering and laughing about this and that, their giggles echoing through the entire forest. They still dare challenge me, but I like it.
Mwahaha.
Meanwhile, at Changsheng Manor, there was a constant stream of people coming and going. Guai Pang stood in the middle of the crowd, pointing forward, his face twisted in anger as he shouted loudly, "Bai Gu Jing, come out here and face death along with your new master." Upon hearing this, the townspeople began to murmur among themselves.
"Oh my, are there people here to trouble Shen Xianjian? Look at them, they don't even look human, they must be 3 Yao Guai."
But one of them looks at the demon with a longing gaze, "Though I think they're quite beautiful." As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other men immediately backed away, as if they feared catching something contagious, like COVID. Chang Sheng and his followers stepped out from the manor, mouths wide open, shouting loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble at my Chang Sheng manor?
Do you not know the laws that cannot be broken? This house was granted by Huang Di himself. Do you believe that if you stir up trouble here, Huang Di won't annihilate your entire clan?"
Chun Feng, upon hearing this, immediately turned to transmit a message to old Wu Qing. "Did you hear that, Sifu? They dared to compare themselves to the heavens."
No wonder that Inferno official only dared to be angry but not speak to Sifu. It turns out Sifu's identity is even more formidable than I imagined. The ghostly Guai Panji swung his baseball bat forward, shouting loudly, "We're here for you and Bai Gu Jing. What does it have to do with anyone else? If you don't want to die miserably, then obediently accept a blow from me. At least death will be a bit more merciful."
Behind them, Ji Gue raised 2 fingers and began chanting. As Yaxia's energy surged violently, "This person dares to compare themselves to the heavens?
It seems I must leave them a path to survival first." After a while of performing magic, Ji Gue realized, what's going on? My ghostly demonic domain isn't working? This is unexpected.
At that moment, Bai Susu stepped forward and softly said, "Master, leave this trivial matter to us to handle." Xuan Lon, standing behind, spoke in unison, "We ask for Shen Xianjiang's permission." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng had no other choice but to agree immediately. "Go ahead, be careful. It seems this is an old matter of Susu's, and she doesn't want me involved." Bai Susu and Xiaobai slowly stepped forward towards Ji Gui's group. Before they could make a move, Ji Gui's people frantically charged towards them, using Yaoxie to attack. Bai Susu's group immediately retaliated with their own strikes, charging forward with sticks in hand. Chang Sheng sat in the middle, watching the drama unfold between the girls. However, suddenly, some unknown force caused the girls to freeze in place. Chang Sheng was taken aback and exclaimed, "What's happening?" At that moment, Bai Susu glared intensely ahead, then lunged forward, grabbing Ji Gui and shouting, "Die, you bastard!" Ji Gui, terrified, screamed, "Hey, hey, hey, what do you want to do to me?" Next, Xiao Qing swiftly captured the skinny ghost, saying, "Die by my hand." Why? Why isn't my magic working? At the same time, a spear flew through the air, knocking the baseball bat out of Xiaobai's hands. Xiaobai, wielding the spear, thrust it straight into the fat ghost's stomach, shouting, "Yao Guai, die by this spear." Just as they were about to finish off the enemies, Chang Sheng suddenly spoke, "Capture them alive." Xiaobai quickly adjusted, raising the spear high and striking the fat ghost on the head with a powerful blow, ending the fight in one hit. After a brief battle, without breaking a sweat, they had successfully captured the ghosts.
Shunxian Zhang, we've subdued several Yao Guai.
What should we do next? Chang Sheng, after hearing this, raised his hand high and said, "Everything is up to Su Su, I am tired now, I'm going to rest." Chang Sheng tilted his head and looked up at the blue sky, silently thinking to himself, everyone has a past they don't want others to know. After tying the three evil creatures together in one place, Bai Susu turned to Wu Qing and said, "Wu Qing Daozhan, these three Yao Guai are all demons. We have used Fa Li to subdue them. Please take them back to Can Tianjian for interrogation." Wu Qing replied, "Yes, apprentice obeys your command." A moment later, the three demons were sealed into a seal pouch on Wu Qing's belt. "Damn it, let us go." Old Wu Qing urged his horse to go quickly, muttering to himself, "I must hurry and take these three Yao Guai to Can Tianjian." After traveling for a while, he finally reached the gates of Can Tianjian, it's right in front. Suddenly, a blast of yellow air struck a branch, and then, out of nowhere, a shadow cat appeared and attacked Wu Qing. He widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "Not good, another ambush." However, the cat-headed Yao Guai did not attack Wu Qing but instead slipped down to the horse's head and laughed eerily, "Xian Wu Qing, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Then, she reached for the seal pouch on Wu Qing's belt, and just like that, the three frenzied demons were released. "Wahaha, Wu Qing Daozhan, you didn't expect I still had a backup, did you?" The three flying demons hovered in mid-air, staring intently at Wu Qing as they spoke with a threatening tone, "If you provoke me, you will pay the price. Come at me together, let's kill him." Wu Qing immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly activated his Fa Li, summoning Shandian in his palms to counterattack the demons. Sifu truly predicted this like a god. There really is danger today. However, Shadow Cat, playing its tricks, used demonic energy to attack from behind Wu Qing. Shadow Cat delivered a full-force blow directly to Wu Qing's head, causing him to widen his eyes and clench his teeth. "This time, I really can't escape." Seeing this, Ji Gui rushed forward madly, eager to join in. "Heh, Dairin, leave him to me, I want to kill him." Just as he finished speaking, Shadow Cat intervened, "Stop." Shadow Cat glared coldly at Ji Gui and growled, "I spare his life because he still has use." Ji Gui, terrified, immediately shrank back and nervously replied, yes, yes." Shadow Cat scowled, looking displeased, and asked, "Ji Gui, how is the task I gave you 3 days ago coming along?" Ji Gui recalled, "Ji Gui, as long as you successfully spread the plague, I promise to give you 2,000 strong and brave soldiers to use as materials for your cultivation." Ji Gui, remembering this, clenched his teeth in fear, feeling awkward. He immediately knelt at the feet of the cat-headed figure. "Dairin, please give me more time, I assure you I will complete the task." Then, the cat-headed woman immediately took Wu Qing and left, leaving behind 2 streams of purple Yaoxie, dreamy and absent-minded. At this moment, the emaciated ghost's side was approached by a wandering soul, which rose up and spoke. "Who is she? What a damned person! Hey, some things you shouldn't ask, so don't ask." Hearing this, the cat-headed woman raised a finger, signaling, "Then I'll give you 1 more day. If not, you'll die in pieces with me. That night, Ji Gue wandered through the forest, muttering inwardly as he walked, so boring. Looks like I'll have to make a move tonight. Dai Rin in the palace has been waiting for this moment for a long time. At 3 in the morning in Changan City, Ji Gue roamed around the city, spreading the plague. The first stop was the house of a scholar studying. What you don't know can't hurt you, too many cooks spoil the broth. The next house is the room of a couple who are seeking to conceive. The scholar beside them is too noisy, reading books at 3 in the morning. The lady remains calm, suggesting, let's change position. Then, there is the sound of wind blowing into the house of a mother and child, peacefully sleeping in each other's embrace. It quickly became dawn the next day. Outside the city, the people were trembling, clutching their stomachs with one hand and their backsides with the other, groaning incessantly, it's coming again, it's coming again. A young man, clutching his stomach, his face sweating, his legs tightly pressed together, shouted loudly, causing a stir, "Toilet, I need to go to the toilet." The young man ran headlong without a care in the world. At the same time, Chang Sheng came out from a narrow alley. Hey, move out of the way, move out of the way. The young man, in his rush, accidentally bumped into Chang Shang. Unable to hold it any longer, the young man let out a liquid poop. If anyone's eating right now, it's not my fault, okay? After relieving his sadness, the young man put on a satisfied expression and exclaimed, I don't need it anymore. He then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chang Sheng hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Hey, are you alright? A moment later, Chang Shang looked around and was stunned, silently thinking, how strange, what's going on with the people of Changan today? He glanced behind him and saw another young man taking off his pants to relieve himself right there on the spot. To relieve oneself on the street like that, this is really getting out of hand. Chang Shang immediately shut his eyes tight, ignoring it. Forget it, I won't bother with these extra matters, I should go find Zun CMO to discuss the herbal trade. At the same time, Ji Gue, sitting on the rooftop and observing below, broke into a satisfied smile. It seems last night's spread of the plague was very successful. It won't be long before the entire city of Changan is filled with disease. Just as he was enjoying the moment, a loud voice suddenly interrupted, making Ji Gue stop laughing. If you're feeling unwell, come here. Miracle Doctor is here to treat everyone. Miracle Dr. Zun CMO has heard of a strange illness in Changan and has come specially to examine everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd of people quickly gathered, their faces filled with joy. Come here, come here. This is great, this is great. There's a miracle doctor here, surely he has a cure for the disease. A young man sat down at the table directly in front of old Zun CMO and sincerely began to describe his condition. Miracle doctor, I've been vomiting and having diarrhea since last night, and I feel like I'm about to faint. Old Zun CMO glanced over and saw the pale faces of the villagers, then muttered, the complexion of these people and the symptoms they resemble an epidemic. Let me take a closer look. Immediately, old Zun CMO began to feel the young man's pulse. As he did, his entire body suddenly began to tremble, and his face darkened. Strange. Could this really just be an epidemic? I'm only feeling the pulse, yet why does my whole body feel so cold? It's as if I'm absorbing some kind of strange energy. Seeing that old Zun CMO wasn't saying anything, the young man quickly asked, Miracle Doctor, what's wrong with me? Is there a way to cure this? The old man hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the villagers standing behind began to grow anxious. It's over. Even the miracle doctor can't do anything. We're doomed. I don't want to die. Who can save me? Woo woo. While the villagers were despairing, Chang Sheng suddenly appeared, flashing a confident smile as he waved at Zun Miracle Doctor. So, you're here after all. After a while, the table was filled with steaming bowls of medicine. Old Zun CMO spread his arms wide, pointing at the bowls on the small table and gently said, Everyone, this is the herbal soup I made. Each of you should try one bowl. The crowd of villagers, upon hearing this, rushed forward to grab their share like zombies. Chang Sheng stood in the middle of the crowd, almost invisible. I want a bowl, I was here first, I'll take mine first. Once this group had finished, another group of people came forward to compete for the medicine. The villagers, without thinking too much, eagerly picked up their bowls and drank heartily. But suddenly, their eyes turned completely white, and they collapsed to the ground, their eyes and mouths wide open, blood oozing from them.
Chang Shang, seeing this, was startled and frightened, looking around in panic before shouting loudly, "What the hell? What's happening here?"
Old Zun CMO, witnessing the scene, felt helpless and thought to himself, "This is bad, this epidemic is indeed no simple matter.
This herbal soup cannot cure it, in fact, it has made the condition worse."
Furious, Chang Shang rushed over to confront old Zun CMO, the Zun miracle doctor. "Did these people have a grudge with you?
Why poison them to death like this?" Zun CMO replied, "Shen Xianzhang misunderstood. Last night, the epidemic spread through Changan, and they caught the disease, that's why they collapsed." Chang Shang, hearing this, was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. An epidemic?
While they were talking, a heel entered. "Zun miracle doctor, there's a big problem."
"What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?"
"It's that. Early this morning, all the officials fell ill.
Huang Di ordered me to urgently call you back." Chang Shang and the old Zun CMO were both taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. "What? No way, even the officials in the palace are infected?
This plague really is terrifying." Chang Shang furrowed his brows, stroking his chin in deep thought. "I was planning to expand my medicinal business, and now with the plague spreading, isn't this a great opportunity to sell medicine? But it seems like there's no cure for this plague. If I'm not careful, I might get infected too.
This isn't an easy thing to do.
I should just take it as it comes." Without thinking much, the old Zun CMO immediately grabbed Chang Shang's hand and said, "Shen Xianzhang, the palace is in danger, let's go together." With that, the old Zun CMO dragged Chang Shang off, rushing toward Huanggong at lightning speed.
"Go together? I haven't even agreed yet."
As soon as they arrived at Huanggong, they encountered a road filled with corpses emitting a foul odor. Old Zun CMO, upon seeing the scene, immediately said, "It's over, the plague has spread further than we imagined, Huanggong is in chaos now." Chang Shang, who had tightly pinched his nose, his face and lips purple, grumbled, "Damn, I just want to do some business, I don't want to lose my life. This won't do, I have to find a place to wash and disinfect myself, if I get infected, I'm done for." So, Chang Shang glanced around and immediately spotted the curtain on the side. "That looks like a bathhouse, doesn't it?" He then turned to wave at old Zun CMO, "Zun miracle doctor, I'll go take care of something, you go ahead."
Zun CMO watched as Chang Shang hurriedly ran into that room and thought to himself, "Isn't that the imperial kitchen? What does Shen Xianzhang want to do there?"
Oh, right, the imperial kitchen has medicinal equipment.
Could it be that Shen Xianzhang plans to brew some medicine to treat the plague? That's great.
With Shen Xianzhang taking action personally, this plague can definitely be cured. Someone was sneaking around, and it was none other than Chang Shang. He stared at the food on the table in front of him, stunned. "So it's the kitchen?
I went to the wrong place."
Just as he was about to leave, Chang Shang accidentally noticed the hot water basin next to him, causing him to hesitate. He stepped closer, gazed intently at the basin, and smiled brightly, saying, "Forget it, there's no one around anyway, I'll just use it for now." At the same time, at the palace, Huang Di was pacing back and forth, visibly anxious, with two officials beside him who were constantly coughing up blood.
"Why hasn't Zun CMO arrived yet?" he muttered.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called out, "Huang Sang, I have arrived." Upon hearing this, Huang Di turned and smiled with satisfaction, but then his face shifted to a questioning frown as he addressed the elderly Zun CMO.
"Zun CMO, you've finally come. Do you know about the plague?" Reporting to Huang Di, "I am aware. This plague is no simple matter.
I suspect it may be connected to demonic creatures," Zun CMO replied.
"Then do you have a cure?" Huang Di asked bluntly.
"Forgive me for speaking frankly, but no, I do not," Zun CMO answered. Upon hearing this, Huang Di's face darkened. "This is terrible, terrible. The plague has caused chaos in the Huangdong. If this continues, it will surely spread throughout the country. Huang sang, do not be alarmed, Zun CMO continued, although I have no solution, Shenxian Zhang may have a way. Upon hearing this, Huang Di's eyes widened in surprise.
Shenxian Zhang?
After Zun CMO listened, he clasped his hands in a salute and said that Shenxian Zhang had entered Huangdong to prepare the medicine for the plague.
He only needed to send someone to the imperial kitchen to collect it. Huang Di immediately called a servant to go to the imperial kitchen and retrieve the medicine from Shenxian Zhang. The servant responded and went to the imperial kitchen. Meanwhile, in the imperial kitchen, Chang Shang was relaxing in the hot water and feeling very comfortable. Suddenly, a servant peeked in from the door and said they had come to fetch the medicine. Chang Shang saw the servant's younger sister and both of them felt embarrassed. Chang Shang shouted, asking why the person didn't knock before entering. The servant, embarrassed, replied that they had only come to take the medicine. After listening, Chang Shang widened his eyes in confusion and asked, medicine soup? Where is the medicine soup? The servant girl also looked around in confusion, muttering, right, where is the medicine?
After staring for a while, the servant girl fixed her gaze on the water basin where Chang Shang was bathing. Seeing the servant girl staring at him, Chang Shang's face turned pale, and he puzzled over the thought, the only liquid here is bath water. Could it be that Shenxian Zhang used my body as an ingredient to brew a special medicine? After a moment of contemplation, the servant girl took a bowl and scooped some of the bath water from Chang Shang's basin, thinking to herself, Shenxian Zhang truly is a miracle doctor as rumored, even the way he prepares medicine is extraordinary. Chang Shang blushed and shouted, what are you doing? Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? Half an hour later, the servant brought a bowl of water. Huang sang, the medicinal soup is ready. Huang Di, upon hearing this, extended both hands to receive it and smiled contentedly, that's great, quickly, bring the soup up. Zun CMO then took the bowl from the servant's hands, give me the soup, I'll take it to the officials to drink. Chang Shang, standing beside them, watched and his face darkened as he thought to himself, what medicinal soup? It's just bath water. If I tell anyone, no one would believe it, but there's nothing more to say. If you drink it and die, don't blame me. One of the high-ranking officials took the bowl of bathwater from Chang Shang and poured it all into his mouth. The moment he did, he felt as if he had entered a fairyland. His face flushed red as he cupped his face and started dancing around, exclaiming, ah! This refreshing feeling is really something, how embarrassing.